item right there after we recover it, and then properly package it for our evidence.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Approach the state's P as in Papa. Do you recognize these three photographs on this board?
Yes, I do.
Do they depict the exterior of this Ford Expedition, front, back, and then one with the back gate open?
That is correct.
Do they fairly and accurately depicted as appeared to you during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, move states P as in Papa, and the evidence is the next number states exhibit.
No objection.
So admitted.
State 54.
And permission to publish states 54, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
And have the witness just briefly step down from the stand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you could just tell us, Detective Pagliari, what we're looking at. We'll start with the top photo and work our way down.
The very top photo is the front of the vehicle with our card on the hood of it to show the case number and the relative to it. The second photo, as you see here, will show the red tape I was talking about, is the evidence tape that's across all the openings. This photo doesn't show all the way around. We photo it all the way around, but we photo it to show those red evidence tape markers on the glass and on the doors on all parts of that vehicle. The very last photo here is where, after we had photoed the outside, where we opened up the rear hatch and we started to photograph the contents of the vehicle before we touch anything.
So this is before you guys haven't searched or gone through any of these items here in the back of the vehicle yet?
Correct. You can see the driver's doors open, all the other doors are open. Everything has been photographed inside before. And of course, we always have our protective gloves on and all those things, so we don't contaminate any.
All right, Detective, you return to the witness stand for now. Now, inside of that vehicle, did you all locate when you started searching a boot box?
Yes, we did.
And when you're searching a vehicle or a crime scene like this, would you package evidence when you find it, like this boot box? Would you actually package that in a box and separate it from other items of evidence that you find?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's in evidence in State 17. Don't have to take it out. But does that appear to be the boot box that you located inside of that expedition?
Yes, it does.
In the same or similar condition, other than looking like it's been processed perhaps for fingerprints as when you found it in the car?
That is correct.
Now, inside of that boot box, did you find documents related to Troy Victorino?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to approach you now with States Q. Starting, I think there's 4 photos total. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
Do these photos depict the lugs boot box as well as the contents, some of the contents that you found related to Troy Victorino?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict those items?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I move States Q into evidence as the next number states exhibit.
No objection.
So admitted.
State 54.
permission to publish, Judge.
Yes, sir.
If you could step down again, Detective. Absolutely. Keep you moving this morning. Okay, so what are we looking at in the very top photograph, Detective?
The very top photograph represents the back seat of the vehicle that we searched, and it shows you the record box on the seat, as well as one of the shoes that we looked at.
And what about the next photograph then?
The next photograph is going to show you a little bit better sight of the front seat, and then the rear seat where the box is located at.
And the next photograph then?
The next photograph is where we opened the box and we were photographing what was inside it, the documents, the various documents that were inside the box.
And the next photograph, Detective?
The next photograph is a close-up that we photographed with the name of the person that we found in the papers that were in the box, as the person's name on it. Not sure if you can see that.
And were there some additional photographs as well, Detective, that you took of some other items that were inside of that boot box? Showing you state's S for identification.
Yes, yes, that's we those.
So obviously here we've got, it looks like a high school diploma for Troy Victorino in the bottom right photo.
Correct.
Okay. And as I asked you just a moment ago, is this fairly inaccurate to depict other items associated with Troy Victorino found in that boot box?
Yes, yes, it does.
Okay. I move state S into evidence as the next number of state's exhibit.
No objection.
So admitted.
Golden State 56.
Move to publish state's 56.
Yes, sir.
So again, in this first top left, is this just kind of another look at the boot box?
Another angle of our pictures that we took.
And what do we have top right?
In the top right was a folder that was inside that box, and as you can see, it has the name Victorino, Troy, and it says medical underneath there.
And it looks like bottom left of those some community college documents.
Yes, that was before we looked at that.
Okay, from the prior board, we saw
Yes.
the diploma. Okay.
Yes, yes.
And what about bottom right?
The bottom right was also in the box. And this I know is hard for you to see because it says the #1 Apple Award presented to Troy
Oh, sorry,
Victorino.
I'll repeat that, please.
Get on the side. The bottom right one says the #1 Apple Award is presented to, and typed here is Troy and Victorino for a job well done.
You can return to the witness stand, sir.
All right.
Thank you. Now, did you also, from that vehicle, collect some sunglasses?
Yes, I did.
Where were those sunglasses located?
The sunglasses were located in the back part of the vehicle, like the cargo area.
And were those sunglasses packaged and placed into evidence?
Yes, they were.
On the hand, you states XX for identification. Let's take a look at that exhibit, sir.
These are the sunglasses that I recovered out of that vehicle.
In the same or substantially similar condition as when you collected them.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move states XX into evidence as the next state's exhibit.
No objection.
No objection.
So admitted.
Golden State 57.
Now, Detective Pagliari, was something you were able to do or something you had training in doing at that time, processing items for latent fingerprints?
Yes, I've received several thousand hours in my career of formalized training. Over 400 of those hours were specifically for crime scene investigations, such as crime scene reconstruction, crime scene management, conducting homicide investigations, buried body and surface skeleton schools, reconstruction of events, construction of crime scene events, DNA collection and recovery, blunt force trauma investigations, forensic pathology, photography and documentation, forensic light sources, digital photography, basic blood spatter, advanced blood spatter, those type of courses. One, of course, is for processing for latent prints.
And how do you process something for latent prints, sir?
In this case, when we took the sunglasses from the vehicle, we placed them on a brown paper. It's like rolled paper, so it's clean and there's no contaminants on it. Place that item on that paper, then I would get my latent print dust in my brush and lightly dust the item that I want for prints to see if I can find any type of latent print with ridge detail on it that I can lift with tape. Then you put the tape on over the print, you lift your latent print tape up, and then you put that card, the latent print, you put the tape on top of a card, a white card, and it shows you the print very clearly.
How many times in your career do you think you've processed the latent prints?
1,000 times in the 20 years I've been just doing crime scene.
I'm going to show you what is marked for identification, states triple D. Go ahead and see if you can get that item out of there. And let me know if you recognize it.
This is the latent print that I recovered from the sunglasses.
In the same or similar condition as when you recovered it?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move states triple D into evidence as the next number states exhibit.
No objection.
No objection.
So admitted.
These states 58.
And Detective Pagliari, you're just lifting the latent print. You're not doing the comparison to any known fingerprints.
That's correct. I'm not a latent print examiner. I just lift the prints.
You're a lifter, not an examiner.
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk to you next about some pants that were found in the vehicle. Did you find some pants in the vehicle that were relevant to this investigation?
Yes, we found a pair of pants on the floorboard right in front of where you saw recovered the boot box. In front of that boot box on the floorboard, there were a pair of pants, 34 size, I believe size 34 male, and they had a little tag on them. It said Burger King.
And as part of this investigation, were you aware, or did you know that some of the victims had worked at Burger King together?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you states double Y for identification.
Okay.
We're not going to take them out unless you think you need to identify them, but use some gloves. Just feel free to manipulate them in the bag so that to the point where you can make the identification.
These are definitely the pants that I recovered. It's, as I can see clearly, the Burger King tag on it.
In the same or similar condition as when you collected them
Yeah.
from the vehicle?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I move this item into evidence against states double Y as the next numbered states exhibit.
Objection.
No objection.
So admitted.
These states 59.
Can I have just one moment, Judge?
You may.
Detective, I have no further questions for you. I'll tender the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Tomas?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Just very briefly, when you searched the vehicle, did you see any signs of blood when you were searching?
I did not.
You did not. Now, this search happened on August the 10th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It's about 5 days after the homicide, correct?
Yeah, the homicide, I believe, was on the 6th.
4 days after.
Yes, sir.
Do you know when the vehicle was seized?
I do not.
Okay. Just a moment. And the sunglasses that you testified about a moment ago, do you recall where on the sunglasses those prints were found?
On the lens,
On the lens, and how many prints was it?
just the one.
Just the one?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir, that's all.
Thank you. Ms. Salmons?
Very brief, since I think Mr. Tomas can't ask most of the questions I was going to ask. How are you?
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
When you were out looking through the vehicle very carefully, did you see blood in the vehicle?
I did not see any blood in the vehicle, no.
And as far as the pants are concerned, obviously they were in the vicinity of the Lux box. They were not in the Lux box, right?
That is correct.
So they were in the same area, but you don't know when they got there, how they got there. You just documented them and collected them.
And that is correct also.
And the sunglasses, just to reiterate, those were in the hatch area, the trunk area, not by the Lux box.
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else of this witness? All right, may he be excused, or is he subject to recall? All right, sir, thank you very much for your time.
Today's next witness is going to be Greg Yackel.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. You go to the right here of the ramp. You go stand, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can I inquire, Judge?
You may.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your entire name and spell your last name for the court report?
Deputy Greg Yackel, Yackel.
Fairly self-explanatory, but what do you do for a living?
Deputy Sheriff.
And what's your current assignment with the Sheriff's Office?
Judicial Services bailiff for a judge in Daytona.
Okay. How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
24 years.
I want to draw your attention back to 2004. What was your position with the Sheriff's Office in 2004?
I was road patrol deputy and also a member of the dive team back then.
What's the dive team?
Basically, we scuba dive in every body of water in Volusia County, canals, ponds, ocean. We look for evidence, dead bodies, drownings, cars that drive off, everything that goes into the water.
How long were you a member of that team?
11 years.
And obviously, did you have training to be a diver for the
Yes.
Sheriff's Office? Can you tell the jury briefly about that?
For the dive team, when I first got out, I was open water certified, which is basic certification for a scuba diver. In the sheriff's office, through training and the amount of dives I did, they certify you up to a master diver, which is over 200 dives, log dives, classes like cavern search and rescue, wreck diving, deep water diving, nitrox. There's so many certificates. You could just...
Now, in this case, related to this case, the homicides that happened in Telford Lane in 2004, were you called out as part of that dive team to search a retention pond behind South Woodbury Drive in DeBerry, Florida.
Yes.
What was your understanding of what you were looking for when you got to that retention pond?
Evidence and possible weapons used in the crime.
Were you alone or were other members of the dive team with you?
No, there were other divers with me.
And could you just describe this retention pond you ended up going into for the jury?
It was actually almost like an old sinkhole that had flooded. It was very steep getting into it. Murky, polluted water. It was bad.
Float around, guessing snakes, leeches, things like
Yeah, it's the
that.
first time I ever had leeches on me on a dive call. Was that one?
Were photographs taken when you all did that search of that retention pond?
Yes.
I'm going to show you states R for identification. Do you recognize these 4 photographs on this board?
Yes.
Do they depict the retention pond we've been talking about?
Yes, it does.
Fair and accurate representation of that area?
Yes.
Who states, already forgotten, R and evidence is the next numbered exhibit?
No objection. No objection.
So admitted.
That'll be state 60.
Did y'all locate items of evidentiary value in and around that retention pond?
Yes, we found 4 aluminum baseball bats.
Where were those bats found?
2 were in the water. Well, actually, 1 was floating in the water. 1 was up in the trees above the water, and 2 were up on the shoreline.
Would it help you in describing where the bats were located if I put these photos up on the easel?
Yes.
Okay, you can step in. I'll move up to state 60, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Get this up. Come on, that deputy. Let's start with the top left photograph. What are we looking at here?
This right here is like the hill, and then when you go downhill, go into the sinkhole retention pond.
Okay, what about the top right photograph?
This is, someone was looking down on us, and this is us inside the retention pond.
And the bottom left?
Same thing.
Mr. Bennett, juror number 10 is indicating he can't see.
Okay, we can make this a little bit longer. Just stand aside.
Same thing. That's the retention pond shoreline, right there, in the shoreline here.
And then the fourth photograph, bottom right?
That's, as we were collecting them, they had people, investigators up on shore, basically swimming in that, and they were bagging right in there.
Okay, now using these photographs, can you kind of indicate generally where these bats were found?
That's myself right there. There's one up in the tree right here. That's, Casey, Officer Casey from Beach Patrol. He's the one who found one that was floating in the water. That's where he found his, actually floating in the water. And then, there's 2, there's another deputy, another Beach Patrol officer up in the tree somewhere. Where they found it. I know I can see one right there. That's where one was found also.
So here, let me just, so the jurors on the other side, so in this area?
Yeah, that one was found up on the shoreline. And then I believe in this one, it shows the other beach patrol officer where the other one was found higher up the shoreline.
I'll put the jurors on the other side. So 4 metal aluminum bats total? Okay. You gonna return to the witness stand? Can I just have one moment, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Deputy, these bats, obviously, after they were packaged up individually, they would have gone to the evidence barn for the Fulcher Sheriff's Office.
I believe so. I don't know where they took them after that. I know they collected them and the investigators took them.
So after the search for the bats, your role was done.
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness. Judge, I will end room.
Mr. Tomas, any questions?
Judge, I don't have any questions.
All right, Mr. Probisco, any questions? Thank you.
Good morning, Deputy.
Good morning.
Are you familiar with the proximity of the location of the bats to the crime scene?
I know the original crime scene was in Deltona. That pond was in DeBerry.
Okay, so approximately how many miles away?
I'd have to guess. I'd say at least 25.
So not feasible for those bats to be walked from the location of the crime scene to the retention pond?
Probably not.
And do you have any information about what sort of contact those bats had with one another during the transportation from the alleged crime scene to the retention pond?
No.
Do you have any information about how y'all wound up at the retention pond as a place to search for the bats?
If I remember correctly, I believe that housing complex you could see in the apartments was one of the defendant's ex-girlfriends or girlfriend lived in that area.
Thank you, sir.
No redirect.
All right, thank you. All right, may he,
I'm just giving.
oh, no, okay, may he be excused?
Yes, Judge.
Subject to recall?
No, Judge.
No, thank you very much for your time.
We approach that?
Sure. See about everything. And Mr. Gonis, as soon as you guys know who's up next, let me know.
Yes, Judge.
I'm going to go ahead and let the jury step back for just for a few minutes so you can stretch. And it won't be long, so. All right, thank you. Everyone be seated. We'll be in a brief recess. Pardon? Oh, yeah. In the courtroom heard this, so I think that juror number 10 kind of said this under his breath, but she's got amazing hearing. When Detective Pagliari was testifying, the juror number 10 said, kind of under his breath a little bit, is there blood on it? So does anybody want to inquire? I just don't want that sitting there in the record without it being addressed because the court reporter put it down, so. State's position? No? Okay. Ms. Sammons, no? Okay. And Mr. Wood, no? Okay, thank you. And Madam Court Reporter, thank you for bringing that to our attention. All right, we're ready to bring the jury back in. Yes?
Yes.
All right, let's bring them in. Okay, all right. Well, then everyone, there's a line. Okay, I'll step off for a moment.
She's ready, Judge.
All right. Everyone, please be seated. Members of the jury, you are about to hear prior sworn testimony of a witness from a prior court proceeding. The person has been deemed legally unavailable, and the prior testimony will be read back to you. Troy Victorino, Jerone Hunter, Robert Cannon, and Michael Salas were convicted of 6 counts of first-degree premeditated murder and first-degree felony murder for Jonathan Gleason, Anthony Vega, Michelle Nathan, Robert Gonzalez, Francisco Roman, and Aaron Bellinger. 2, also armed burglary of a dwelling with a weapon. And Troy Victorino was convicted of aggravated battery, which is a felony, on August 28, 1997. Mr. Gonis, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Investigator Grant Archer of the State Attorney's Office will be reading the answers of Michael Salas, and I will be reading the questions from the attorneys.
All right, thank you. And sir, you let us know when you're ready.
Yes, ma'am.
Michael Anthony Salas was called as a witness and, having first been duly sworn, testified as follows. By Mr. Dees. Michael, tell us your full name.
Michael Anthony Salas,
And when were you born?
December 12th, 1985.
1985. So in August of 2004, how old were you that year?
I was 18.
How much education do you have, Mike?
I went to 9th or 10th grade, then I dropped out and got my GED. But I did not get my GED.
When you were in the 9th or 10th grade, where was that?
I think that was at Euclid Avenue School. It was like an alternative school.
Is that in Deltona?
It's in DeLand.
In DeLand?
Yes, sir.
All right, and where were you living? Well, yeah, where were you living in August of 2004?
I was living with my best friend, Robert Anthony Cannon.
All right, and did you have any kind of an ailment that you had during school?
What do you mean?
Did you have what's known as ADHD?
Yes, sir.
That's attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, is that right?
Yes, sir.
When did you first have that?
I was first diagnosed with it in 2nd grade, I think.
Okay, 2nd grade. And did you take any medicine for it?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
First time I took Ritalin till like 5th grade. After that, Adderall.
Adderall?
Yes, sir.
How long did the ADHD symptoms continue with you?
I have no idea. I'm not a doctor. I don't know that.
Did it continue on through when you dropped out of high school?
Yes, sir. As far as I know, I still got it.
Okay, and in general, what kind of effect would that have on you?
Can't keep still. Got to keep moving. Got to do something. Can't keep concentrated on one thing. Always got to move around. Don't have a total concentration.
What kind of grades did you get in school?
Like from C's, D's, or F's.
Now, in August of 2004, you're living, you said, with your best friend, Robert Anthony Cannon.
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
That was in his apartment off Thorpe, off of Massachusetts Avenue in Orange City.
Off Thorpe in Orange City, okay.
Yes, sir.
Were you also staying with your grandmother?
Yes, sir.
And where does she live?
She lives on Ivaro Court in Deltona, Florida.
Ivaro Court?
Yes, sir.
Were you going back and forth between both places?
In the morning when Robert Cannon would wake up and go to work, he would drop me and Brandon off at my grandmother's house.
Okay, at night, you in August '04, you were staying with Anthony at night, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Where's your mothers and father? I'm sorry, where was your mother and father?
My mother, I haven't seen her since I was 2. My father passed away when I was 9 years old.
Did you know your father well?
Yes, I did.
Now, when's the first time you met Troy Victorino?
August 1st, like July 31st, going into August 1st. That was a Sunday.
How did you meet him?
I met him through one of the girls I was talking with, Naomi Kogut, and her sisters.
Did you know Jerone Hunter as of that date?
I've known Mr. Hunter since high school. He was on the wrestling team. I used to see him walk around. I used to say, what's up, but he never associated like that.
But we never associated like that?
Correct.
Would you say you were friends or just knew each other by sight?
I would say like acquaintance, known each other by sight.
Did you ever go and do anything with him before August 1st?
No, sir.
When you met Troy Victorino August 1st, was Jerone Hunter there?
Yes, he was.
How did it come about that you met both of them on that date?
Well, it was me, Anthony, Nicole, Naomi. Well, not Nicole. Naomi and Christopher were at Anthony's party. We were chilling, hanging out, mostly watching DVDs. Well, Anthony gets a phone call from Nicole. She wants to talk to Naomi. She's hysterically crying, saying, "Oh, these people stole my clothes and everything." So they put me on the phone like, "Nicole, what's up?" I'm trying to talk, calm her down. She's like, "Oh, these people stole my clothes. They stole my clothes." I was like, "Who?" "Oh, somebody." She's like, will you help me get them?" I'm like, "Sure." So we get in the car, Anthony's Expedition, white Expedition.
Did she ask you to help her?
Yes, she did.
Okay, did you have a vehicle?
No, I did not.
What car did Anthony have?
He had a 2000 white Expedition.
Okay, and who left with you then?
It was me, Brandon Graham, Naomi, Crystal, and Anthony.
And Anthony driving. Okay, where did you go?
Went to off Tradewinds Drive, Nicole's house.
Nicole's house, and who was there?
I don't know who was there. I know she was there. She came outside, and she brought some weapons with her when she got in the car.
What did she have?
She had a bat, she had a box cutter, and brass knuckles.
Okay, when she got in the car, what happened?
She said she was just talking about, how the people stole her clothes and all the other stuff. She was hysterical, crying, saying, "Oh, I don't have clothes to go to school when school starts." So I said, "Where are these people at that stole your clothes?" She said, "Oh, I don't know, but we'll find them." I was like, "All right." So she said, "You need anything?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "What?" I said, "Let me have them brass knuckles."
Okay,
So she handed me the brass knuckles.
where did you go?
We went driving off Fort Smith when she got a phone call from Jerone Hunter.
All right, then what happened?
She says her friend needed a ride. He needed to be picked up. And I'm like, "Who? Who you picking up?" Well, she says, "Oh, my friend Troy." So I said, "Okay."
Did you know who she meant?
No, I did not.
So did she tell you where to go pick him up?
Yes, she did.
And where did you go?
We met. We picked up Mr. Victorino. Jerone was with him. We picked them up. We picked them off. All right. Fort Smith, keep going like this, says indicating. And right when Fort Smith hit Newmark, we picked them up right where the stop sign.
Okay, both Troy Victorino and Jerome Hunter?
Yes, sir.
Now, are they the two other defendants here today?
Yes, they are.
Was that the first time that you ever saw Troy Victorino?
That's the first time I known him, yes.
Did they get in Anthony's Expedition?
Yes, they did. Jerone and Troy got in the third row in the Expedition.
And then what happened?
Well, we driving. Naomi, she introduced me to Troy. She said, "Troy, this is Mike." I shook his hand. She basically introduced us to Troy. So Troy goes to say, "Oh, these people stole my clothes." He's saying these people stole his clothes and all his other stuff.
All this other stuff.
All this other stuff.
Did he say what people?
No, he did not.
Okay, did it seem connected to Nicole at the time?
It really didn't hit me, but
Okay, so what happened after that? Did you go somewhere?
he showed us how to get to 3106 Telford Lane.
Had you ever been there before?
No, I have not.
Did you go there?
Yes, we did. First time I ever heard of Telford Lane. First time I known that street was there in 4 years. First time I ever heard Telford Lane when I got charged with this charge.
Why did you want to go over there with Nicole and Naomi?
Because Nicole, I've known Nicole since middle school, and she's like one of my homegirls. And when I call somebody a friend, I stick to that title. My friend, she needs help. I mean, I was there to help her out.
Did you know anything about the Providence house and things that were taken out of it that came out later?
No, I did not.
Did you think this just seemed like the right thing to do, to get her stolen property back?
To me, it did at the time.
Okay, was there going to be any more to it than that?
Not that I knew. She just said, oh, that she's going over there to try to get my stuff back. And I was like, okay.
Okay, did you ever have any property taken out of that house in Providence?
No, I did not.
Did you ever have any property in the house on Providence?
No, I did not.
Did Anthony ever have any property in the Providence house?
No, he did not.
Okay, did you know any of the people, the victims living in Telford Lane at that house?
No, I did not.
Okay, so what happened when you got to the Telford house on this? Was it around the 1st of August in the early morning hours?
About 12 o'clock.
Okay, what happened?
Troy said, oh, park over here, because he didn't want anybody at the house to know he was with us. So we parked around the corner. Everybody got out. Brandon Graham stayed back. Jerone had a bat. I had the brass knuckles. I think Nicole kept the box cutter.
Why were you taking a bat and brass knuckles with you?
In case a fight came down.
Okay, did the people in the car think there might be a fight?
Yes, they did.
Okay, were you going up there going to start a fight?
No, I did not.
What happened?
Basically, we get to the house. If you have a picture of the front of the house, I'll show you where we all stood at.
You want to use well, I think we have one here. That's not it. An exhibit was shown to the witness. So by Mr. Dees, exhibit number 2, show us, is that the house?
Yes, it is.
Okay, where did you go up to on Sunday night?
Basically, we parked around the corner. All of us came out. I stopped here right by the bushes. Jerone was right beside me. Cannon was right behind me. And Jonathan Diato was right behind him.
Where were the girls?
They had went into the screen door.
Did they go in first?
Yes, they did.
Okay, what happened when they went in?
They knocked on the door, and a man answered the door.
Did you see that man?
Yes, I did.
But you weren't inside the screen porch?
No, I wasn't. I was right over here.
You stayed out? Okay. Did you ever go in the house
No, I did not.
that night? Okay, what happened when the girls are at the door and the man answered the door?
When he answered the door, he opened the door and said, "What you want?" So basically, they stormed the house. They went inside the house and they started yelling, screaming, "Where's Troy's stuff? Where's Troy's stuff? Where's my stuff?"
Did you know the man who answered the door?
No, I did not. I know him now.
Pardon me?
I didn't know him at the time, but I know him now.
You've since learned his name since this case came out?
Yes, sir.
And who is that man?
That was Flacco, who's known as Francisco Io Roman.
Francisco A. Roman? So the girls stormed in. What did you hear going on inside?
I heard a bunch of yelling. I heard the name, "Where's Troy? Where's Troy's stuff?" And basically, Naomi comes out. She's holding Troy's CD case. His black, it had a big red X on it, with 2 other red X's on the other side. She showed it to Jerone. She's like, "Is that Troy's?" He's trying to calm Jerone into trying to calm his anger. He's like, "Yeah, that's Troy's. That's Troy's."
I just want to read that just to make sure the context is clear. He's trying to calm, Jerone is trying to calm his anger. He's like, yeah, that's Troy's. And then now back to me, okay.
So I don't know what she did with it. I think she handed it to somebody, went back inside.
All right.
She went back inside, and there was more yelling.
More yelling?
And then
She come out?
somebody came, and I think it's Crystal. She came out. She was in where you just seen. She was in the screened patio.
All right, she came out. Did somebody inside, one of the guys, come out and have any kind of weapon in his hand?
Francisco Io Roman, he had.
And about when did he do that?
He came out. When he came out, he had a baseball bat with him. From what I heard, Abby G grabbed the bat.
Is that what he had?
Yes, it was. Him and his twin brother, from what I saw.
Were the girls still inside the house at this point, or had they come back outside?
Naomi and Nicole was still in the house. Crystal was on the patio arguing with Francisco.
What happened when Roman came out with the bat?
He was yelling. He was telling her he didn't want no problems. He said, "Get out of my house, get out of my house. I don't want no problems."
Talking to who?
He was talking to Crystal
Crystal was in the house?
in the screened patio.
Okay, and then what happened?
Basically, I seen Abby G's looking at me, so I looked back at him, and he puts his hand in his pocket and pulls his hand out, and he slips on brass knuckles. So I put my hand in my pocket, and I put my hand in my pocket, and I slip on brass knuckles.
Why did you do that?
Just in case he wanted to come out and try to hit me with brass knuckles.
Did you think he wanted to fight maybe?
Basically.
Have you ever had a problem with him before?
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, did he say anything at that time or to anybody?
He ain't say anything to nobody. He was just staring at me.
Then what happened?
So I slipped on the brass knuckles. I told him, "You got brass knuckles. I got brass knuckles. It will be an even fight." So I hear Jerone say, "Abby G, you want this basic words?" What he said. Jerone said, "Motherfucker, come outside." "Why don't you come outside and chase me down with a bat, bitch? You want to stay in the house and chase me down with a bat? You ain't nothing but a pussy. Come outside."
Jerone Hunter said that?
Yes, he did. Abby G not come outside from the house.
What happened after that?
Francisco Io Roman he said to Crystal, "I'm going to call the police." He said, "Policia." So I told him, "They're calling the cops. Brandon's already gone." He see John Diato. He goes with them. Anthony goes with them. Me and Jerone stay right there trying to tell the girls, "Let's go." They finally come and Jerone runs. I run. The girls stay back for about 5 seconds. We get in the expedition.
And you're in the car and you get in, or what happens?
Everybody's already in there. I get into the passenger seat. The girls get in.
And then what did you do?
As we're driving away, Nicole and Naomi, they were bragging about, "Oh, we slashed the tires. We slashed the tires."
Did you see them do that?
No, I did not.
All right, then where did you go?
As we're leaving Telford Lane, we get right there on Telford Lane, where Telford Lane connects to Howland Boulevard. So we're right there. Right when we're about to turn, we see a squad car come off Howland, come up on like where Pine Ridge High School is, down that way. Come around and turn on Telford Lane. Troy said, "Oh, look, there goes the police." So we drive away. We go to drop Jerone and Troy off, I think. To my best recollection, I think we dropped Nicole off with Troy and Jerone.
And then where did the rest of you go?
We dropped John Diato off, I think, at his house. I'm not sure where John got dropped off. I'm not sure where John got dropped up, but me, Brandon Graham, Anthony Cannon, Crystal Maldonado, and Nicole go back to Cannon's apartment.
In Orange City?
In Orange City, yes, sir.
Did you stay the rest of the night, or did you go out again?
We stayed there the rest of the night. We watched my DVD, Underworld.
Did you ever go back to the Telford house a second time that night?
No, I did not. Neither one of us did. We stayed there till about 6 o'clock, when I woke up at 6 o'clock.
Let me ask you before we go there.
All right.
You were at the Telford house at one time around midnight. Was there any physical fight
No, there wasn't.
with anybody?
No, there wasn't.
Anybody swing bats at anybody?
No, they didn't.
Did anybody get physically hurt?
No, they didn't.
There was a lot of yelling and stuff like that back and forth on both sides?
Basically, putting up a front.
Okay, after that incident there, and you're back home on Monday and Tuesday, you ever have any more contact with Troy Victorino Monday or Tuesday of that following week?
No, I did not.
After that incident at the Telford house, midnight, that you were there, or Sunday morning, that night, and it was all over and you went home, what did you know about Troy Victorino other than that he said he had some property stolen by these people?
Basically, nothing. Me and him didn't communicate. I didn't know nothing about him.
Didn't know anything about him, his background, or anything else, right?
Just his first name, Troy.
Did you think about him Monday and Tuesday, or try to get in touch with him, or anything like that?
Actually, I forgot his name. How it used to be with myself on the outside, if I forgot your name in 5 minutes, you were basically not important to me.
Okay, let's go to Wednesday then. During the daytime Wednesday, did you have any contact with Victorino or Hunter, or anything like that on Wednesday?
No, sir.
I think Anthony went to work that day, or is that right?
Yeah, he went to work.
What did you do for most of the day?
We were at my grandmother's house, I believe.
Did you meet up with Anthony sometime in the late afternoon after he got off of work?
When he got off work about 4:30, went home, got dressed, took a shower, and then he came and picked me and Brandon up.
Okay, what happened then?
He picked us up. There was talk about going to the skating rink, so I went over to my homeboy's house, Tito Cruz. Not Tito, in this case. I went over to my home, Tito's house, which I call my cousin.
Would that be a friend?
Yeah, friend. I went over to his house. I called.
Tito who? Who is Tito?
From what I know, Roberto Gonzalez is known as Tito, but not the Tito I'm talking about.
That's what I'm trying to say. Tito is a nickname that several people can use.
Uh-huh.
So you went to see a friend nicknamed Tito also, but it wasn't Mr. Gonzalez, right?
That's correct.
All right, you went to your friends, and briefly, what happened?
We pull up at his house. I get out. We all get out. I don't think Brandon was with us. I think Brandon was picked up by Chris Cradcock. So me and Anthony were at Tito's house. We go inside. It's only him, his brother Manny, and Wesley and Josh.
Did you decide to go to the skating rink from there?
Uh-huh. They say they needed a ride, so I decided that me and Cannon would drop them off.
Okay, does the skating rink have a name or anything?
I don't think so. I think it's just called Deltona Skating Rink.
Okay, so you and Anthony, and who else went there?
It was me, Anthony Cannon, Wesley, Josh, and Tito.
Was there any particular reason to go to the skating rink that night?
No, they just wanted to go there and hang out with their friends. During the summer, they got what you call teen night. Every Wednesday, people go to the skating rink.
Were you going to hang out with friends, you and Anthony, or?
Yeah, we were just going to go back to the apartment.
So you were just providing transportation?
Yes, sir.
Anthony was?
Yes, sir.
So did you drop your friends off at the skating rink?
Yes, sir.
About what time?
I'd say about 6:50 going into 7 o'clock.
All right, and what happened after that?
Well, as me and Cannon pulled up in the right in front of the skating rink, the people that was in the car, Wesley, Josh, and Tito, get out of the car. Now, sitting on Cannon's left-hand side, you see Abby G. I believe that. I don't think Abby M was there. Abby G was there. A dude named Phil, Robert, and their little group. Well, I see Abby G, and I try to explain to him. I try to apologize to him that I didn't have no beef with him, because Nicole had told me, she basically explained to me, I think Monday or Tuesday, that Abby G had nothing to do with stealing her clothes.
Okay,
So I tried to explain to him. He told me, basically, don't even talk. Don't even talk. He said, you want to run your mouth all the time while you're at the house, and talk now. So I said, okay. He's saying, why don't you get out of the car? I was about to. That's when a dude, Ryan, ran up, and he hit Cannon on the side of the face.
okay, and then what happened?
When Cannon got hit, his basic words was, what the fuck? So he's about to get out of the car. That's when he sees a deputy pull up. I guess the deputy was going to be there to overview the skating rink. He pulls up, we drive away, we go to DeLand, to his girlfriend's house, Will. To a friend's house, Will. So we're sitting there, and Cannon gets a phone call. When he picks up the phone, he said, who is it? That dude Ryan's like, come meet us somewhere so we can give you a fade. That's street talk for, so we can give you a fight. So Cannon's like, all right. Me and Cannon, we leave Phil's house. We go to Cannon's apartment. He changes his boots, puts on regular shoes. Cannon hands me his gun. It was a .38 revolver. It was a Colt 380.
It wasn't a .38 revolver, it was a Colt 380.
Correct.
Why didn't Anthony do that?
Because basically, these kids always brag about when they're at the skating rink, oh, we got choppers. That's street talk for any automatic or semi-automatic weapon. Any gun they want to talk about, they call it a chopper.
You thought they might bring a gun to your fight?
Yes, I did.
What happened? You and Anthony get in the car, the expedition, and leave?
Uh-huh.
Just the two of you?
Just the two of us.
Where did you go?
Went to meet them.
Okay, and where was that?
At the Cortland liquor store, right by Sprint's telephone place.
And did you meet up with Ryan and his friends?
We pulled up, and I basically told him, I said, this ain't a good place to fight because you could see the road. They'll call the cops. So they basically told us, follow us.
All right, so you did that?
That's okay. I said, Cannon, we following. I said, Cannon ain't going to be a one-on-one fight. I said, they're going to jump us.
How many of them were there?
About 11. 8 or 11.
Was Abby G in the group at that point?
Abby G was nowhere to be found.
So you followed them to where?
They let us off on Maltby, I think it is. And off Maltby, it opens up into a big field. So we go out there. One car parks in the front. We park behind the car. And then Ryan's Galant Mitsubishi pulls up right behind us.
It's just the two of you?
Just the two of us.
What time was this roughly?
7:30, about 7:30, 7:45.
Okay, and then what happened? Did you two get out?
Yes, we did.
And then what happened?
We got out. Cannon got his jacket on. Everybody jumped out. So Ryan never got his shirt off. It was only supposed to be Ryan and Cannon fighting one-on-one.
Are these all like 18-year-olds?
Yeah, I think Phil was like 20.
Okay.
So we're sitting out there in the field. I'm standing beside Phil with my arms crossed. I've known Phil for, I think, a year or two. So he basically ain't got no problem with me. So Cannon and the dude start fighting. Ryan's getting off on Cannon. He's getting the upper hand on Cannon. I don't know when I see a dude run up and kick Cannon. So I'm looking. I see another dude go and kick Cannon.
It was supposed to be a fight just between Anthony and Ryan, right?
Yes, it was.
So two guys come up and kick Cannon while he's fighting Ryan.
Yes.
What happens?
I look at Phil, and he's like, Mike, you ain't going to let your homeboy get jumped. My basic words were like, oh, hell no. So I go to help Cannon. Some black dude, Robert, he comes swinging at me, wild. I duck, sidestep, and hit him in the jaw. He stumbles. And then another dude came at me, and I elbowed him. And then somebody pushed me down to the floor, and that's when, basically, I got stomped.
You got stomped? Did Anthony get stomped?
Yes, he did.
Is that what everybody's saying about you two got jumped?
Yes, sir.
How did you get away?
They finally let up. We jumped up. They broke. Cannon had his nose broken. His face was bloody. My rib was bruised. I had a big bruise on my arm. It was hurting. And the bruise didn't come up, until about a day later, 2 days later.
Okay, so you get two in the expedition and get back?
Yeah, before that, Cannon's like, all right, you got the upper hand. So one of them, I think it was Ryan, he's like, no, this ain't finished. He goes to his car and pops his trunk. He grabs 2 PVC pipes and a baseball bat. So me and Cannon jump the fence, get in the expedition, and ride away before we get hit.
Okay, this little fight here, nobody's using any bats or weapons or anything, right?
No, it's just a hand fight.
Cannon didn't pull out his pistol or anything like that, right?
No, I had the gun. It was in my pocket.
Okay, so you and Cannon just leave when you see the other side pulling out bats and pipes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then what happens?
So we driving.
Because they're telling you the fight's not over, right?
Yeah, they basically said it ain't over.
What happened?
I basically wasn't going to drop it, so I got jumped. So I thought, I called the first person I called was, well, I yelled at Cannon. I told him, see, didn't I tell you what happened? He's like, man, shut up, man. So we drop it. So I called up Brandon Graham. I called Chris Cradcock, but Brandon was with him.
Brandon hadn't been with you at all to this point, though, correct?
No, sir.
You called him. Did you want some help?
Basically, I told him, my basic words was, I was like, BG, I got fucking jumped, man. So he's like, Mike, calm down. Like, hell no, I got jumped, man. Fuck, man. So he said, what's wrong? I said, listen, Cannon's going to clean up his face, meet me at Little Caesars. So he's like, all right. So we planned to meet at Little Caesars.
You and Cannon cleaned up a little bit and went to Little Caesars?
Yes, sir.
And did you call some other friends?
I believe I called Nick.
Okay.
I called Nick. He was at Taco Bell. He said, I told him, I said, Nick, I got jumped. He said, see, I told you Mike should have called me, man. I would have got some stomps in. Well, basically, stomping. We got stomped. So he like, all right, hold on, let me finish eating because I don't want to fight on an empty stomach.
Tell me about what time you got to Little Caesars.
8:30, 9 o'clock.
Okay, what was going on when you got there?
We pulled up. We were sitting out there. Then I see Chris Cradcock pull up.
Craddock?
Chris Craddock pull up in his car. He said, Brandon Graham, Ricky Littles, and Chad Newberry, and then on.
Did you see anybody else that you knew there, your friends or anything?
Not yet. They came a little bit after, about 5 minutes after.
Did you happen to run into Jerone Hunter?
Yes, I did.
And how did that happen?
Well, basically, as Nick's pulling up, Nick's out there. He's eating a chalupa. So Brandon looks over. He sees a car pull up and park right in front of Little Caesars. Not where we parked. Sorry, not where we were parked. We parked right in front, directly in front of it. He looks over and sees somebody get out of the car. He's like, Mike, isn't that Jerone? I'm like, yeah, that's Jerone.
Jerone Hunter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then what happened?
So I told him, I said, hold on. So I went over and I talked to Jerome. And he's like, what's up? I was like, chilling. What's going on over there? I basically told him me and Cannon got jumped. So he basically asked, can he be down with it? I said, yeah, more hands. I don't see no problem with it. He was a wrestler, good fighter.
Did you call Jerome?
No, I did not.
Did you have his phone number?
No, I did not. Met him by accident.
It was just accidental, and Jerome wanted to get involved in this, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay, then what happened?
We was sitting around there. I told Brandon, I said, I whispered to Brandon and say, Brandon, Cannon got a gun. So he's like, oh, I got to see this. So he asked Cannon, and Cannon pulled it out of his pocket and showed it. Jerome's right there. Everybody's right there. So basically, Brandon has a bat with him. He's holding the bat, and he's basically saying, oh, I'm going for leg shots. I don't got a mask on. I can't hit nobody in the face. I'm going for leg shots.
Did you have some thinking that the other side was going to come back armed then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So basically,
What happened in regard to Hunter? When you all loaded up, what happened?
we got into the car. I get into the expedition. Cannon gets into the expedition. Jerone gets in the expedition. I believe Brandon got into the expedition. All you got were Chris Craddock, sorry. All you got was Chris Craddock. I can't remember. We go to the skating rink. Skating rink is about ending. It ends at 11 o'clock. Cannon parks at the Kangaroo store right up the road. It's like a 20-second walk. We park there. Everybody gets out. We're walking up the sidewalk. Abby M walks right by us. Jerone's right beside me. Abby M walks right by. Jerone sees Abby M, so he stops following me and turned around. Sorry. Abby M, so he stops following me and he turned around and following Abby M, Abby M. So I follow Jerone. I was standing right behind Jerone, and Jerone was talking to Abby M about how he stole his clothes and all this. Abby M basically says, I had nothing to do with that. That's my brother.
Jerome's talking to
Abby M.
brother about he stole his clothes? Okay, did you know anything about that?
It didn't really hit me. I don't know nothing about it.
Okay, why did you go to the skating rink again?
I was looking for the people that jumped me in Cannon.
Okay, what happened with Jerome and Abby M?
Jerone, he's hot. He's mad. His legs, the adrenaline starts rushing, so his legs start shaking. He's like basically trying to control himself, so
After that, go ahead.
he told him, call your brother. So Abby M gets on the phone, calls his mother, asks her, where's Abby G? So me, Brandon, and Nick leave the gas station and walk up into the driveway, like the parking lot of the skating rink, and we seen everybody coming out. From what I hear, the kids who jumped us went back to the skating rink bragging about it. So when we got there, everybody comes up to me, Mike, you okay? You okay? Somebody grabbed my side, and I screamed because my side's hurting. I thought my rib was bruised. So basically, they didn't show up. So we leave the parking lot, and we're walking down the sidewalk. I see Ryan's car. I stopped. I said, Brandon, that's them. Both car doors open up, the driver's side and the passenger side. I see Ryan coming at me. He's walking. I believe my basic words was, oh, you a pussy bitch. You want to jump me, but don't want to give me a one-on-one fight. So I'm walking towards Ryan. I had the brass knuckles. That's when I feel somebody grab me. I guess Jerome he comes from the gas station. He comes right behind me and grabs me. He says, don't go no further. I say, why? He says, Abby G has a bat in the car. So basically, Jerone had my back. So this way, I don't get hit with the bat by Abby G. So I basically told him, if you want to fight, meet us somewhere.
So you all get in your cars
We all get in our cars.
and you leave?
We leave. Jerone says, let's go pick up my boy Troy. I asked him, who's Troy? He says, oh, you'll see.
You didn't remember Troy from the other night?
Didn't remember him. He wasn't important to me.
Okay, whose idea was it to go get Troy?
Mr. Hunter's.
All right, then what happened?
We go to Fort Smith, parked right there in the sand by the fence. I think Jerone either called him before he went in. I can't be sure. Well, I see a shadow come out of the woods. I look up and I say, oh, Troy, that Troy.
That one?
I remember because,
Sunday night, right?
yeah. So somebody made a comment saying, oh, snap, someone's got the Hulk on their side. So basically, Troy gets in the car. Jerone tells him, he basically tells him, Jerone says, he says something to Troy. I guess he told him that Abby G had something to do with jumping us, which wasn't true. Abby G had nothing to do with jumping me and Cannon.
Okay, so then you're driving to meet some guys at Manny Rodriguez. Is that where the final meeting place was decided to be?
Actually, the first destination they gave us was Lombardi Park.
You're doing this by cell phone, but the other guys got you don't have a cell phone, do you?
No, I don't got no cell phone.
They're calling Anthony back and forth, right?
Yes, sir.
So you meet at one park and it doesn't work.
Yeah, as we're driving to Lombardi Park, nobody's there, so we drive. We get a phone call that says, meet us at Manny Rodriguez. So as we're leaving Lombardi Park, Troy makes the statement that how he almost...
So let's move on. May I consult with counsel?
You may.
You need any of it? You want any of it? No, you're already confused. Just like all your
Yeah. Happy to be alive.
Anything else said on the way to Manny Rodriguez Park?
Okay, you're gonna put water.
I'm sorry, what line are we picking
Start
up
at
on?
line 19.
Not in reference to the fighting. Jerone just asked, he told Cannon, he said, let me see that toy, basically talking about the Colt 380.
Jerome Hunter asked Cannon if he could see the pistol.
Yeah, he says, toy, let me hold that toy.
And what happened?
Cannon hands it back to him. Jerone gets it. I look at Jerone. Jerone's holding it in his hand, examining it, turning it over.
Is that usual for Anthony to carry a gun?
Cannon never carried a gun.
Do you know where he got that thing from?
From Will, somebody he worked with.
Do you know why he got it?
He just said he wanted to hold it. Just, I don't know.
Okay, you didn't have a gun.
Nope. See no need for it.
So you went to Rodriguez Park. Hunter and Victorino are in the back seat, I guess?
Yes, sir.
Is Brandon with you?
I believe Brandon was with Craddock.
Craddock, in another car?
Yes, sir.
Okay, on the way to the park, anything more said about the gun by anybody, Victorino or anybody else?
No, sir.
So what happens next?
We get to Manny Rodriguez Park, right up the road from Manny Rodriguez. We all close the door, get out. Brandon has a bat. Craddock has a bat. I believe Jerome had a bat. I'm not sure. Somebody else had a bat. I had brass knuckles. Cannon had the Colt in his pocket. So basically, we get under the pavilion.
Did Victorino have anything?
No, sir.
Okay, you all walk down to this pavilion. Go ahead.
So basically, we're sitting out there. Since Cannon really can't fight because he's hurt, Troy tells him, if anything goes down, if you see any gun, you make sure you get the first shot off. So Cannon's like, all right. So basically, we sit out there talking. Troy keeps going off about Abby G, how Abby G stole his clothes and everything. He talks about how he wants to pistol whip Abby G, put plastic in the car, throw Abby G in the back seat, take him out to the field, and shoot him in the back of the head.
Did you know if this had any relation to the Telford house?
No idea.
Did you know about the Providence by name at that point or anything?
No, sir.
Okay, all right, then what happens?
So basically, we're sitting out there. Then we get another phone call that people tell us we're sitting there about 20 minutes. Get another phone call that people tell us meet us at another destination. So I snatch the phone from Cannon. I tell them, you all want to jump us, but you don't want to be man enough to give me a one-on-one fade, a fight.
This is Ryan's group?
Yes.
Then what happens?
So he's like, meet us at another group. You want to fight so bad, meet us at another place. So I said, forget it. You all don't want to fight. I think my basic words were, you all ain't got nothing, you all ain't nothing but a bunch of pussies. So I hung up.
You left?
Craddock left first. He said he had to work the next morning.
Okay.
So he said, if you all meet them, call us. So I was like, all right. So we all got in the expedition. I got in the expedition. Robert Cannon got in the expedition. Brandon Graham got in the expedition. Jerone Hunter got in the expedition. And Troy Victorino got in the expedition.
And where did you go?
It's hitting about 11:55, going into midnight. We went to drop Troy off in Jerone. Parked in the same spot we parked when we picked them up.
Inside Fort Smith there?
Yes, sir.
Then what happened?
Dropped them off. They got out of the car. You see Ryan drive by. Troy says, oh, there they go. There they go. Get back in the car. Jerone and Troy jump back in the car. He tells Cannon to follow them. So Cannon's following them. They're getting a good way. They're getting a distance from us. Troy says, Cannon. Well, I don't think he said Cannon. He said, Aunt, I had a car just like this. I know how it can go. Basic words was, push this motherfucker. So Cannon steps on the gas and starts following them, picking up more speed. He snatches the gun from Cannon off the console. It's like, here's the driver's seat. You go in the middle part, right? And in between the...
It's like 2 bucket seats with a console?
Yes, that thing right there. He grabs it off there.
Troy's in the back seat?
Yes, sir.
And he reaches up and takes the gun off of the console.
Yes, sir.
Was it laying on top of the console or inside the top of the console?
It was laying like right on top. Not in front of the dashboard, right there. I don't know why Cannon had it in the opening, but he grabs that. We're on the back roads of Deltona. He lowers the windows. He lowers the window, stands outside the window, and tells everybody to get down.
Who's this?
Mr. Victorino, he tells everybody to get down.
So,
And he-
Mr. Gonis,
Yes, Judge.
we're going to take a 10-minute break. Is that okay? All right. Your voice might could use it, and I know everybody, it's just 10, it's a quick one. Stretch a little bit, head back there if anyone needs to go to the restroom, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. What we call readbacks, and so we may take a few of those little 10-minute breaks throughout just to kind of pace ourselves if y'all are okay. Yes, okay. All right.
I'm going to start at line 20 of the transcript. Who's this?
Mr. Victorino, he tells everybody to get down. He fires a shot at the other group. The only person I believe that was in the car was Ronnie. He couldn't tell if Abby G or Phil or Ryan, oh, I know Ryan was, or Robert was, anybody else in the car. He figured.
How far away from the car were you roughly?
I'd say from where I'm sitting to the far back corner over there.
Of the courtroom? Okay. Now what were you saying? Who was figuring Troy?
Troy's figuring in his head that Abby G was are in the car, are in his car, sorry.
But you couldn't see the Abbeys in the car.
Couldn't see. They had tinted windows pulled up.
He actually fired the gun, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if it hit the car, the bullet?
Couldn't tell.
Couldn't tell? What happened to the other car and your car at that point?
They started yelling. And they drove up. They picked up speed and drove off. I don't know if it was me or Victorino drop me off. Let's go. This car is hot. Meaning they could be recognized. We go and drop Troy and Jerone off. Now me, Cannon, and Brandon leave.
Okay.
We go over to,
What did you think about the gun being fired by Victorino?
thought it was crazy.
So you dropped him off, him and Hunter, back at Fort Smith again?
Yes, sir.
And then the three of you go where in the expedition?
We went to, I believe, a Little Champ, right across there off of Catalina, off of Howland. Right across from Catalina is a Winn-Dixie. So we pulled up into the gas station. Cannon gets out. He goes in there and buys 2 bags of, I think, nacho chips and a 12-pack of soda. He comes out.
He comes back.
Sorry. He comes back and gets in the car. Then there's the telephone rings. How he got our number, I don't know. I believe one of the Kogut sisters gave Mr. Victorino our number.
And who called?
I believe it was Jerone or Troy.
Uh-huh.
Excuse me. So basically he tells them, can I borrow the gun? Because these people know where I live. Can I borrow it for protection? I go off on Cannon. I'm freaking out. I'm telling Cannon, don't go back. Basic words, fuck that. Don't go back. I don't know why he went back.
Anthony just wanted to go back?
Basically.
Okay, what happened?
He drives back. Jerone comes out. The gun is wrapped up, I believe, in a red bandana. So I think.
In my red bandana?
In my red bandana, so I think.
Does Anthony give it to somebody?
Jerone.
Jerome Hunter?
Yes, sir.
Then what happened?
We leave.
Leave again? Where did you go?
Back to the apartment.
Did you go out any more later that Wednesday night?
No, sir.
Did you and Anthony talk about this shooting or anything more that night? Okay?
No, sir.
So you stay there the rest of the night till Thursday, is that right?
Yes, sir.
What happens Thursday in reference to this case?
Well, Cannon said he was going to take off work because his nose was broken, and I believe I had a bruised rib. So he said, we're going to go to the doctor's. But we never went to the doctor. We got a phone call from Jerone Hunter,
What did he say?
basically telling Cannon that Troy wanted him to come pick up the gun.
Troy Victorino wanted Anthony to come back and pick up Anthony's gun.
Yes, sir.
Did you and Anthony talk about that?
I told him, let's just go back. Let's just go pick it up and leave. Get the hell out of there. I don't want to hang out with them.
All right, so what did you do? Who went up there?
Me, Brandon, and Anthony.
Brandon spent the night with you Wednesday night to Thursday?
Yes, sir.
How come Brandon was living at the home?
Him and his mothers don't really get along together. So he got kicked out of the house. Well, he didn't get kicked out. He just left his house.
So you know about what time the three of you go back to Fort Smith the Thursday?
Cannon and myself usually wake up about 2 o'clock every day when we're not working. We usually wake up about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I believe we got there we got over there about anywhere, I really can't tell. I think we woke up early that day, probably 12 to 2.
Sometime in the afternoon, the early afternoon,
Yes, sir.
where did you go?
To 1001 Fort Smith.
The same place that you picked up and dropped off Victorino the night before?
Yes, sir.
And did the three of you go inside the house that Thursday afternoon?
Yes, sir. Jerone came out. Jerone came out, and I believe he had the gun and a bag. He said, Troy wants you all to come inside, so we...
What happened to the gun?
It was in a bag. I think he put it in the car.
Anthony did? Okay. Did you go inside?
Yes, sir.
Why did you do that?
I don't know.
Jerome said come inside?
He said, Troy wants all of you to come inside.
So the three of you, Anthony, and Brandon went inside?
Yes, sir.
Anybody else there at the house?
Not from my knowledge.
Okay, what happened?
We get inside the house. I sit on a stool right there outside the kitchen. Troy's sitting down. Jerome goes and stands by him. He goes, all right. Troy's sitting down like this. Jerome goes and stands, I believe, on the left side. There's a couch. Brandon goes and stands by the couch. Me and Cannon over here by the dashboard where the kitchen is, like.
Kitchen counter, like an eat-at counter?
Yes, sir. We sat at stools. Troy's talking about his stuff. Basically, he's laid back. He's not angry. He's talking about how he wants to get his stuff back and how he made constant reports to the police and the police ain't doing nothing. He's talking about he wants to get his stuff back. So then he comes up with the discussion about how he's seen this movie. He didn't say the name of the movie. He just said, we watched a movie. I'm thinking him and Jerome.
Did you and Anthony watch that movie?
Never seen it.
Okay.
So basically he's going on how this movie where people storm the house and beat the people inside the house with poles.
Okay, all right. What did you say about that then?
He's just saying he's going
I'm
off.
sorry, what did he say about that then?
He's just saying he's going off, raving about how we watched this movie and all this stuff. Then he goes on to say how he wants to get his stuff back. So he says, if I had a bunch of niggas to do that with me, I'd be down to do it. So when he said that, he looked at me, he looked at Cannon, and he stood up and got in front of me and Cannon. I'd say about where where I am to where the court reporter is at.
You were sitting?
I was sitting down on a stool.
Anthony was next to you?
Yes, he was.
Victorino stood up. Did he have to cross the room?
Basically, like from where I am to where the computer's at, he don't have to walk that far. He's just right there.
So Victorino stood up, he walked across the room and stood in front of you and Anthony.
Yes.
What happened then?
I'm looking up at him and he's looking down at me. And when he asked me, he says, "Are you down with it?" He used a deep voice. He said, "Are you down with it?" I'm basically looking.
How did that make you feel?
Intimidated. He's a big dude, as you can see.
What did you say?
I looked up at him and I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm down with it.
He didn't say down with exactly what, but he just said he'd seen a movie and he wanted his stuff back. Did you know exactly what he was talking about?
No, sir.
What did he do after he asked you if you were down with it?
He looked at Cannon. Cannon's looking up with him. He says, "You down with it?" Cannon says, "Yeah, I'm down with it." He asked Brandon, and Brandon just kind of hesitates a little bit. And then he walked right up on Brandon, and he said, "Are you down with it?" Brandon said, "Yeah."
Where was Brandon in relation to you and Anthony? Was he sitting there with you?
No, he's sitting where we're sitting on the stool. He's sitting, I'd say about 5 feet away, 10 feet away, standing by the couch.
In a chair?
Not on the chair, just standing.
Who was standing? Brandon?
Brandon.
So Brandon says that, yes, he'd be down with it. What about Jerome?
He looks at Jerome and he says, "Oh, I already know you're down with it because they took some of your stuff.
Jerone say anything?
He didn't say nothing, but like he told Jerone, when he told Jerone, he said, say, like, casual. He used it in an intimidating voice like he used it on us. And he basically say, oh, I know you down with it because they took your stuff. Jerome was like, nods his head.
Shrugged his shoulders?
Yeah, shrugged his shoulders, shook his head.
So what happened after that?
I believe he goes on saying how he wanted to get his stuff. He never laid out, not to my recollection. I don't think he said he laid out where to go and everything.
Rooms? Was there any more discussion about what Michael wanted at the house at that meeting right there?
He said he had to go look for some bullets. He said he was playing with he had the clip from the gun. He gave the gun back, but he kept the clip. Basically going back and forth with the bullet, sliding them back into the magazine and sliding them out.
Was the clip for Anthony's gun?
Yes, sir.
Was it a semi-automatic gun? It had a clip in it, not a revolver, right?
Not a revolver, it had a clip.
So you didn't know he had the clip until you got in the house, right?
Uh-huh.
All right, so what's the next thing that basically happened? Did you guys get in the expedition and leave?
Yes, sir.
Who got in?
We all got in. Myself, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Victorino, Brandon Graham, and Anthony Cannon.
And where did you go?
Troy said that he knew someplace we could go to pick up ammunition for the gun.
Okay, and where was that? Did you go to more than one place?
I'd say about 3 places.
Different houses?
Yes, sir.
Did you know any of those houses, or who was there?
No, sir.
Did Victorino go in by himself and leave you in the car?
Uh-huh. I think Jerone went in with him.
Okay, did you ever talk to Brandon Graham at one point when Victorino was out of the car?
Yes, I did.
What happened there?
Cannon's in the driver's seat. I'm in the passenger seat. Brandon's sitting back. He's like, I don't know about this.
Who said that?
Brandon Graham.
Okay, and then what happened?
I basically tell him, I said, hey, B, I don't think you should go. He said, I don't think I should go neither.
Brandon said that?
Yeah.
Anthony say anything?
No, Anthony just had his hat down. He was messing with his hat.
Okay, is that all that was said?
I basically told him, I don't think you should go.
Why did you tell him that?
I was looking out for him.
What happened when Troy Victorino and Jerone Hunter got back in the vehicle? Was anything said about Brandon? No?
No, sir.
You didn't say anything like, Troy, I think Brandon doesn't want to go or anything like that?
I didn't want to get Brandon in trouble.
With Troy?
Yes, sir.
After you do that, what happens? Did you drop Brandon off? Did you go somewhere else?
We were driving, and Brandon said, Aunt, can I use your telephone? So Aunt hands back his telephone. He calls up Craddock. He tells him.
Chris Craddock?
Yes, sir. He calls him, we all used to call him Crit. He said, Crit, I come over to your house? From what I heard, he said, yeah. So he's basically telling Brandon how to get there. And it's one of them places, as Mr. Graham later on in the trial explained it. You had to go there 5 times to be able to actually get it locked down.
Do you know about what time you may have dropped off Brandon?
I'd say about 3 or 4 o'clock.
And was it, within an hour or so of that you dropped Troy Victorino back at Fort Smith and Jerone Hunter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then you and Anthony are by yourselves, and you leave Troy and Jerone at Fort Smith, and where do you and Anthony go?
Back to the apartment.
Was this around, 5 o'clock, dinner time, or what?
Say about 6 o'clock.
About 6 o'clock, okay. What do you and Anthony do at the apartment?
We go in there. I immediately go to sit down on the couch and turn on the TV.
Was there any plan to get back with Victorino later that night?
Troy said he'd come pick me up about 9 o'clock.
Okay, you and Anthony get home about 6 o'clock, you turn on the TV, you guys have something to eat or anything?
I believe he made a sausage sandwich with a Sprite.
Made me a sausage
Sorry,
sandwich?
I believe he made me a sausage sandwich with a Sprite.
Did you and Anthony talk about whether you should go back?
Yes, sir.
And why was that?
We didn't think. From what me and Cannon were feeling, we didn't feel like he was serious, how he wanted to go in there.
I mean, what did you talk about?
I was playing video games. Cannon said, Mike, you think he's serious? I said, I don't know. We didn't think he was serious, but
And serious? Serious about what? What did you think Victorino was talking about doing?
he said, not once at the meeting did he ever say he wanted to kill anybody. Not the word kill. Sorry, not the word kill did not come out of Mr. Victorino's mouth at this meeting.
He said he wanted to go to the house, get his stuff, and maybe beat the people,
Rough them up, basically.
rough them up. And you and Anthony were just wondering whether you even should go back because of that?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask each other if you thought he was serious?
Yes, sir.
What did you all conclude?
We didn't want to be a liability in the case, in case something happens.
What's that mean?
Like if something went down, we didn't want to be Troy. Sorry, let me start that over. Like if something went down, we didn't want to be Troy. Think, oh, these two might know something, might turn on me. So basically, we don't know how he got our phone number. To this day, I still don't know how Mr. Victorino got Cannon's phone number. So the way he got the phone number, he could easily find out where we stay, because the only people who knew where we stay were Graham, myself, Cannon, and Koget's sisters.
So you and Cannon first talked about whether you thought Troy was serious about beating the people, hurting them.
Yes, sir.
And you and Anthony concluded what? You didn't think he was, or is that what you said?
We didn't think he was serious.
And then you thought if you didn't go back, what?
We would be a liability. We were the only people that know if something happens.
Troy would think of you as a liability, might do something to you,
A loose link.
a loose link. Did you think if he wanted to do something to you, he could do it, harm you?
Probably. I didn't know. I didn't think about it.
And he was talking about going back to the Telford house, right?
Well, he never said Telford Lane. The word Telford did not come out of his mouth.
Did you think it was the Telford house, the same place you were at Sunday night?
I didn't know where he was talking about.
You didn't? Okay.
He just said, go back to the house.
To a house.
Sorry, to a house.
All right, so do you and Anthony decide to go back and pick up Troy later that night?
Yes, sir.
About what time was that?
About 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock? Where did you pick up Troy Victorino?
We went back to 1001 Fort Smith. We didn't pick him up immediately. We kind of hanged out there. Henry Melendez was there.
Was Jerone Hunter there?
Jerone Hunter was there.
About what time did you leave? Was there any more talk about what you were going to do that night at that point?
I can't remember. It was 23 months ago.
All right, what happened next? Did things look different all of a sudden?
Yeah, Jerone and Troy seemed a lot more agitated. A lot more. They looked and sounded different from when later on that afternoon,
When did you start to notice that?
when we got to the house.
To the house?
They would basically keep moving around, but when we got in the car, they did a 180.
What was that? Do you mean?
Basically turned from calm to rowdy.
Rowdy?
Jerone was all excited. Mr. Victorino, he was a lot more angry, excited.
When you left with them at Fort Smith, they were getting that way?
I think so.
Okay, what happened after you left with Victorino and Hunter from Fort Smith then?
We left about anywhere from 9:30 to 10 o'clock, anywhere between there.
Do you know where you went?
I told them that I had to go to a friend's house. So we went to my friend's house, Christina's house.
Christina, and did Anthony and Victorino and Jerone stay there, or did they go off?
We all went inside the house. I knocked on the door. Well, I called Christina. I was like, Christina, I come over? She's like, yeah. She don't ever turn me down, so she told me I can come over. I go inside the house. She was there. I believe her sister Vicky was there, her brother CJ's little girlfriend.
Did you stay there longer than the other three that were with you?
Yes, sir.
So the other three left after about how long?
We got there about, I'd say 10:05, 10:10. So we stayed there a good while. I'd say about an hour.
Till what?
Till about somewhere in between like 11.
All four of you stayed at Christina's house? Okay, then what happened?
I'm in the back room with Christina. I'm asking her, does she have a hat that would match an outfit I was wearing? And then I said, where's Cannon and them? She said, oh, they had to go to the store. I said, all right, so?
So the four of you didn't stay there, three of you left.
Yeah, 3 left. I stayed.
You stayed there, okay. When did they come back and pick you up, just approximately?
I'd say 11:15, something like that.
And then where did you go?
We went driving around.
Uh-huh.
Troy said that it's coming about 12 o'clock. We stopped at another house. We had to go to Papa Joe's.
Why did you want to go to Papa Joe's?
Troy said that he had to make an appearance.
Did he say why?
He didn't give no specific reason. He just said, I want to go to Papa Joe's real quick.
Do you know about what time that you got to Papa Joe's?
Say about 11:50, 12 o'clock.
And what happened after that?
He told us to stay right here, wait for him. He was sitting up front. Me and Jerone were sitting in the back seat. When we got out of the back seat, when he got out of the back seat, he got out of the front and went into Papa Joe's. I got out of the back seat and got into the passenger seat.
What did Hunter do?
He's sitting in the back. He's rowdy. He asked us, do we have a song? Do we have a song by Little Scrappy, a CD?
How long did you sit there until something else happened?
15 minutes, about 10, 15 minutes.
What happened then?
Troy comes out, gets in the car.
Okay, and then what happens?
Said he had to go to Fort Smith.
Okay, did you do that?
Drove by Fort Smith.
And what happened there?
He went in and got a sweater.
A sweater? Okay. Did he change shoes?
No, he did not.
What shoes did he have on that night?
Them lugs boots, that's sitting right there.
The ones you've seen in court here?
Yes, sir.
I want you to look in State's Exhibit 40. Are those the boots?
Those are the boots. Those are his boots.
Okay, how long were you at Fort Smith this time?
I don't even think a minute. He went in and out.
When he got back in the expedition with the three of you, what was said and what happened?
Let's go. So we said he had to go get another car.
Jerome was waiting in the expedition for him?
Yeah, we were all in the expedition.
So Troy said he wanted to go get another car.
Yes, sir.
Who was given the directions in the expedition?
Troy.
And what did he tell Anthony to do?
Told him how to get to the place. He said he knows a car. He knows a car where he can get because he has the keys for it.
Do you know where that was?
Somewhere off Pendleton by Manny Rodriguez.
And what happened there?
Well, we got off East Normandy, go on to Pendleton, parked at an old house, parked at some house. Nowhere references were made that Troy said that, oh, that was my old house. He just said, park in this driveway. So we parked in the driveway. All of us got out. I closed the door. I believe I caught Troy's finger in the door.
Okay.
And I told him, I said, my bad. So we got out. Walking up the street, I seen Miranda Torres and Tisha Young outside talking to some dude.
What happened there with her?
We walked in. She calls Anthony. Anthony goes and talks to her. She calls my name. I tell her I don't have time to talk to her. So she says she has information for me about another friend. So I told her, I'll call you.
Why did you tell her you didn't have time to talk to her?
Troy was being anxious. He wanted to rush stuff.
Did you feel free to ignore what Troy wanted to do at that point?
Say again?
Did you feel free to ignore what Troy wanted to do at that time and not to do it?
No.
No? So you said, I can't talk now, I'll call you later, right?
Told her, I'll call you.
And the four of you kept on walking down the street?
Nods head.
What did you do?
We went to some house. I don't know whose house it was. it had about 4 cars parked in the driveway. Troy was like, we're going to take this car because I guess he didn't want us to use Anthony's expedition. So Jerone opens up the front door, steps in the car, and puts the car in neutral. And he's having us trying to back up the car. Sorry, and he's trying to back up the car. Then Jerone accidentally hit the horn. And then I guess like 10 seconds later, the front porch light comes on and somebody comes out. Troy tells us to run, so we leave. We run back to the expedition.
Okay, do you all get in? And then where did you go?
Telford Lane.
Who said to go there?
Troy.
What did he actually say to Anthony?
He told him, fuck it, let's go. Let's just go.
Did he give you directions how to get there?
Yes, he did.
Who was driving?
Anthony.
Anthony? Sorry. Where were you?
Passenger seat.
Okay, Troy and Jerome were in the back seat?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you know about what time you got to Telford Lane?
About 1 o'clock.
What happens once you got on Telford Lane?
We get on Telford Lane. We drive by a house. Troy's hot. He's mad. He says, I'm going to go in there and get my shit.
How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I just wanted to, because now we're getting to Telford Lane, so
Okay.
I just thought if you wanted to break now, or if everybody's good, we can keep going.
You guys good? Okay.
Anybody want to stand up and
Stand up for a second? Okay. I'll give Ms. Dragonis and her witness just a minute to, and our court reporter.
I'm going to start at 3512, line 22. Okay to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened once you got on Telford Lane?
We get on Telford Lane. We drive by a house. Troy's hot. He's mad. He says, I'm going to go in there and get my shit.
Did you recognize this as the house from Sunday?
Yeah.
You saw it then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is the first time you knew it was the Telford Lane house
Yes, sir.
that he was talking about. Troy got mad, said, I'm going to go in there and get my stuff. And what happens next?
As I was saying, he's mad. He tells us, I'm going to go in there and get my shit. When I come out, nobody is going to be survivors. That's the first time he indicated that he
Where were you when Troy said that?
passenger seat.
All right, had you parked or did he tell you where to park?
Told me to park up the road, up the street, park in front of the White House.
Then what happened?
We all get out. He hands each of us a bat. My bat didn't have tape on it. He says, close the door. All at the same time. So this way, it just sounds like just one door closing.
About how far away were you from 3106 Telford?
Walking distance, probably from where I am to out them doors.
Okay, in front of another house or around the corner or what?
Around the corner in front of another house.
Okay, Troy gives you all bats, and then what happens?
We get up to the house.
Are you doing this voluntarily at this point?
Me and Cannon figured that we couldn't get out. Me and Cannon figured that we couldn't get out of it. When he said that he wanted to go in, sorry. When he said that he wanted to go into this house and come out, nobody leave nobody. It's not like,
Not leave nobody?
sorry, not leave nobody. It's not like we could have dropped him off or anything. He was in the car, couldn't go nowhere.
He got you in a group and had you walk up to the house? What happened at the porch or at the house?
We get up to the house. He goes around back. He comes back around and says, there's 2 people sitting in the living room. He tries the screen door. It's locked. He takes out this little blade about this big. and it had an orange thing. Undoes the blade, sticks it in the screen, cuts the screen.
Okay,
Opens the door, opened it, and at the top, it has this little metal piece that you had to hold it. Used to hold the door open. Puts that on it to hold the door. He goes in. Troy goes in. Jerone goes in. I go in, and Cannon.
You're on the front porch,
Yes, sir.
by the front door.
Yes, sir.
Did Troy say anything once you get on the porch?
He's telling us where to go. He's telling Jerone to get the dude sitting in the recliner. He's saying he's going to go in first, in the first room on the right-hand side. He said there's a dude in there that he didn't like and had stole his stuff. He tells me to get the other dude sitting on the floor. Tells Cannon to go to the other back room on the left-hand side. Me and Cannon tell him, we don't want to do this shit. We don't want to do this shit. Fuck that. We want to leave.
You and Anthony tell Troy that you don't want to do this, you want to leave.
We want to leave.
You're on the porch,
Yes, sir.
Troy's there and Jerone is there.
Yes, sir.
Did Troy say anything back to you?
First, Jerome tells us, you're a bitch, dog. You a bitch.
What's that mean?
That we're a bitch for not trying to go with him.
All right, anything else said?
When we tell him that we want to leave, Troy tells us, if you leave, you're just like these people.
What does that mean to you?
I took it as a threat.
To do what to you?
That if I didn't help him, he would probably hurt me too.
You told him you didn't want to do this, didn't want to go in there. You said you wanted to leave, right?
Yes, sir. When?
When he said, if you leave, you're just like these people, what did you decide to do then?
I didn't have a chance to decide. He counted on 3 and kicked the door in.
He counted 2, 3 and kicked the door in? When he did that, did you intend to go inside and hurt the people?
I did not go into the house with the intent to hurt anybody or with the intent to kill anybody.
When he said if you don't go in and help him, did you intend to kill anybody then?
No, I did not.
What were you thinking you were going to do once the door was kicked in?
He's basically just saying he wants his shit. He wants to get his stuff. I was just going to be there just to get his stuff.
So you're going in for just stuff for him, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, he kicks the door in. How does he do that?
I can stand up and show.
Yeah, if it's all right with the court.
All right. Oh.
Court says go ahead. That's you, witness.
All right.
3517, line 25.
35 something. When he tells us if you leave, you're just like these people, he turns around facing the door. 1, 2, 3, kicks the door in.
One kick and the door flies open.
That's all it took.
Was he wearing the lugs boots?
Them lug boots right there.
Once the door flies open, what happens next?
Troy goes in first. He goes immediately to the main bedroom, the master bedroom.
Okay, if I can use this diagram, please, Your Honor. Court, you may. Okay, when the door is kicked in, Troy goes where?
They're all sitting over here, indicating. He kicked the door in. He immediately runs to the bedroom, bedroom 3. Jerone runs over here. I'm after Jerone. Cannon's after me. As I'm coming in, I see Jerone swing. I don't know if he hit anybody, but as I'm coming in, I'm already automatically going to the back room. That's where Troy told me to go, the back bedroom.
Okay, when you came in, did you see any people?
Yes, I did.
How many and where were they?
2.
And where were they?
Mr. Gleason was sitting in the recliner, but I didn't know his name at the time.
You've since learned all the names of the people
Yes, sir.
in that house? At that time, you didn't know anybody's name?
I didn't know anybody's name.
Did you go to high school with anybody in that house or anything like that?
Not that I know of.
Troy goes straight to the master bedroom and Hunter goes over to Gleason in the recliner. Was there another guy in the living room though?
Yes, sir.
What did you see him do?
When Jerone swung, the dude already jumped up and ran. He's already running to bedroom 2.
The second guy? All right. What happens to the guy in the recliner?
Jerone goes over to him. I believe he says, I don't know if he asked for his stuff, and tells him that, I don't like you.
Jerome said, I don't like you to who?
Mr. Gleason.
And the chair, that was Jerome doing? What was Jerome doing when he said that to him?
When he said that, he immediately started hitting him.
And how and where and how many times?
He just started swinging. I don't know if he hit him. I didn't see him hit him in the head. I was already in the bedroom.
Did you see how fast Jerome was hitting him?
Pretty fast.
Pretty fast? What was he using?
A baseball bat.
Okay, the one he brought in the house?
Yes, sir.
Well, that was going on. What were you doing?
I'm already in bedroom 2. The minute I step in the bedroom 2, somebody comes up to me and grabs me.
Do you know who that is now?
Yes, I do.
Who was that?
Roberto Gonzalez.
Gonzalez, you didn't know him at the time?
No, I did not.
Where is Anthony?
Right behind me.
Did you go in bedroom 2? Gonzalez grabbed you? How does he do that?
He comes out from the dark and grabs me. If I show you on the diagram, I'll show you where he grabbed me.
What was the lighting like in there?
Dark. Couldn't see anything. Couldn't see nothing.
In the living room with the lights on?
The TV was on. The lighting looked like you were in a movie theater.
Any other lights on in this house that you know of?
I believe the kitchen.
Kitchen, okay. Got this upside down. All right, so nobody was laying there like that, but you go into bedroom 2.
Yes.
And then what does
When I got
Gonzalez do?
in here, I believe there was a bed, like a mattress up against the wall. I got grabbed right there.
By who?
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez. How did he grab you?
He grabbed me around my waist. His head was up under my shoulder, up under my wing.
Okay, and then what happened?
Again, he tried to pick me up. Basically told me that he doesn't live here, I tell him, okay, I'm not going to do nothing. Let me go.
All right, what happened then?
He doesn't let me go. I get the bat in my hand, hold it. Sorry, let me start that over. He said, let me go. I get the bat in my hand, hold it like this. As I pick it up, my arm flares with the pain from when I got jumped. My arm's got a big old bruise. My arm swelled up.
From Wednesday?
From Wednesday, I brought it down on his back and hit him in the back. I tell Cannon, get him off me. Help me get him off. Cannon hits him in the back.
So Gonzalez was still holding onto you after you hit him in the back.
Yes, sir.
Came down with both hands with the bat horizontal, okay? Where's Cannon hit Mr. Gonzalez?
Hits him in the back.
In the back?
Hits him again. Hits him again. Sorry. Hits him again, right? Hits him in over. Sorry. Hits him again. Right. Hits him over here about the shoulder blades.
All right, and then what happened?
When he lets me go, he stood up.
Gonzalez?
I had the bat in my left hand because I couldn't hold it in my right hand. I hit him in the arm.
You couldn't hold it in your right? You're right-handed?
Couldn't hold it in my right hand.
You couldn't hold it because?
My arm was swelled up. It was in pain. I hit him in the right, in the arm.
In the arm?
Hit him in the right side. Sorry, hit him in the side.
And was he still trying to come at you?
He was basically trying to back up, putting his hands up there. I only hit him to make sure he does not come to me again to grab me.
Come at me again.
Come at me again to grab me.
Where did he go to?
When I hit him in the leg, he backed up and ran to this corner and squatted down. Cannon's coming out. I'm coming out.
You're coming back out of the bedroom?
Troy was walking back. He tells Cannon, his words is, go, leave, get the fuck out of here. Go back to the car. I'm sitting over there. I see the young man, Gleason, already knocked out. I look at him. I'm not comprehending what I'm seeing. Jerone asks me, "Did you kill that dude?" I tell him, "I'm not killing nobody."
What dude was he referring to?
The man in bedroom 2, Gonzalez. He asked me, "Did you kill him?" I told him, "I'm not killing nobody. I did not come here to kill anybody."
Did Jerome say anything to you at that point?
Called me a pussy boy.
Then what happened?
He runs in the bedroom 2. He starts hitting Mr. Gonzalez in the head.
Where was Mr. Gonzalez at that point?
In the corner.
Still in that corner?
Yes, sir.
Where were you?
When he ran back to the bedroom and started hitting him, I went to the doorway of bedroom 2. As he's over here hitting Mr. Gonzalez in the head, I'm at the door,
What was Gonzalez doing when Jerome was hitting him?
telling him that he doesn't live here and he has nothing to do with that. Stop.
How did Jerome hit Gonzalez?
He took the bat and started hitting him and wouldn't stop.
While Gonzalez was lying there in the corner?
Yes, sir.
Where was he hitting him?
On the side of his face and on the head.
Did you say anything to Jerome?
I told him to stop. He didn't do nothing. Leave him alone. He's telling me he's not dead. I gotta kill him.
Jerome said that?
Yes, he did.
How many times did Jerome hit Gonzalez?
More than I can count. Somewhere around 20 to 30, but I'm not sure. When he said that, I leave the room.
You left while it was going on?
I might have leave the front door. I hear my name called. "Mike, come here."
Who's doing that?
Troy Victorino.
Where was he calling you from, if you know?
The main bedroom, bedroom 3.
What happened then?
I go to bedroom 3. I'm at the door. I see Mr. Francisco Io Roman. I have since learned his name. I didn't know his name at the time. He's already, I didn't know if he was dead or knocked out, but he's on the bed.
Troy is standing, Your Honor, if I may stand up and show the court. Court, yes, you may.
As I enter the room, still by the door, he's at the bed. He has Miss Belanger
Go ahead.
by the foot, holding the bat in his right hand. She's halfway off the bed. He tells me, "Watch what I got. Watch what I do to this bitch." That's when I turned and leave the house.
Where were you in the bedroom when Troy said, "Watch what I do"?
I'm by the doorway.
Where was Ms. Belanger?
Troy is right here. This bed was not like that. It was all the way over on the bed spring. Francisco stays on this side. Miss Belanger halfway off the bed.
Was she moving?
She was not moving. I don't know if she was dead or alive.
Troy grabbed her by the left foot.
By the left foot.
When he said, "Watch what I do to this bitch," was he holding anything?
He was holding a baseball bat wrapped in tape in his right hand.
Did you see what he did?
I did not see what he did. I left the house. As I'm leaving, I see Jerone coming over here. Grab a knife off this counter table. I'm by the door. He comes over to Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Gleason, and puts the knife to Mr. Gleason's neck. And that's when I left the house. I don't know if he slit his throat or not.
Did you go back out the front door?
I went back out the front door.
Go back to the expedition?
Went back to the expedition.
And Cannon was there already?
Cannon was there. As I got in the expedition, I told him.
But nobody else was there?
Nobody, just me and Cannon.
Now let me ask you about bedroom 1, the front bedroom here on the left of the hallway. When you were in bedroom 2, could you see into bedroom 1?
As I'm right here, this door was closed. When I left this house, this door was closed. I did not know where the 6 people. I did not know there was 6 people in that house.
You knew that there, I guess, were 4, but if there were 2 more, they would have been in that bedroom?
They would have been in that bedroom.
Was that door ever opened while you were in the house?
No, it was not.
When you left that house, was there a body of Mr. Vega laying on the living room floor?
No, the only person was Mr. Gleason. Mr. Gonzalez was still in the corner with blood splattered all on the wall.
When you left the house, Gonzalez was not lying here in the doorway of the hall?
No, he was not.
How about the bed that was messed up in the bedroom in the picture from the FDLE? Was that bed messed up when you left?
No, it was not. That bedroom was not like that.
Show you State's Exhibit 16. Do you recognize this, Mike?
Yes, I do.
What's that top photo of?
That's the corner where Jerone was beating Mr. Gonzalez.
And when he was beating him, did you see any blood coming out?
Yes, I did.
What kind of blood? How much?
A lot. Going on the walls and stuff.
And was this mattress all in disarray when you saw it when you left that room?
No, it was not.
And when you left that room, Mr. Gonzalez was still up in the corner, at least at that point, right?
He was still in the corner.
And when you left the house, he was not in the hallway from the door of that room?
No, he was not.
So when you got back to the car, Anthony was in the expedition. Did you and Anthony talk?
When I got back in the car, I told Anthony, my basic words was, what the fuck did they just do? What did they just do? Cannon looked at me.
Did you all talk about leaving?
I told Cannon to leave. I said, let's get the fuck out of here.
What happened?
He looked at me, and the look in his eyes was a look I never want to see again. He had pure fear in his eyes. Told him, he said, no, I'm not leaving. Troy told me to stay. I can't go anywhere. I'm not leaving.
Did you ever hit anybody in the head in that house?
No, I did not.
Did you ever hit anybody other than Mr. Gonzalez?
No, I did not.
And you hit him in the arm, leg, and back and side?
The back, the arm, the side, and the leg.
So Cannon looked like he was in complete fear. What happened after that in the expedition?
We sat in the car.
Do you know about how long?
I'd say about 5 minutes till Mr. Hunter came out.
Was he by himself?
He was by himself.
What happened when Mr. Hunter came to the expedition?
When he opened the door, he came in. He had a look in his eyes of joy. He told me basic words, I found another one, cuz I found another one, cuz basically excited.
Did he say anything more?
He said that he found a girl in the closet.
Did he say anything more about what happened, about the girl?
He said that he was looking for stuff in the closet, that he dropped something on a pile of clothing and that it moved. But he made it obvious that he did not see it move. And he was moving. He saw the cover come down and saw her. And he said, yeah, bitch, I see you. He pulls the cover off her. He's telling him, she's yelling, please don't. She's telling him, please don't kill me. Please don't kill me.
Hunter is telling you that?
Yeah.
Did he say what happened after that?
He smiles and tells her, too late, bitch. Then he stabs her in the chest. And when she screams, he hits her in the head. And then he hits her in the head again.
And he hits her again and again?
Sorry, and he hits her again and again.
He was telling you all this at the expedition?
Yes, he was.
What was his demeanor?
Excited, happy.
What happened after that was said?
I told him, let's get the fuck out of here. He told me, where's Troy? I said, I don't know, let's go. He says he's not leaving without Troy. He gets out of the car. I get out of the car. I'm telling him to come back. He said, Troy said to make sure all the bodies were in the middle of the floor, middle of the room.
Jerome said that?
Yes, he did.
Then what happened?
I turned around and I went right back to the car and stayed in there and told Anthony that Jerone told me.
What Jerome did?
Sorry, what Jerone told me.
What did Jerome do?
About 10 minutes later, he comes back. He comes back and Troy's coming back. Troy has a big box full of stuff, big bag full of stuff, some shoes,
Where does that go?
in the back of Anthony's SUV.
Then what happens?
As we're leaving, Jerome tells Troy, I saw you kick that door, and that dude was in there. When he saw you, he dropped the stick, and then, sorry. When he saw you, he dropped the stick, and when that Troy hit him.
Then what happened?
As we're leaving, about 10, 20 seconds after we leave the house, Troy says we have to go back. I said, for what? My fingerprints are on something. I have to get it.
Did Anthony drive back?
He told Anthony to go back.
What happened?
We drive, we turn around, park right in front of Telford, right in front of the house. He goes in and comes right back out. Wasn't even there a minute, say seconds. He goes in there, comes back with a plastic bag. I don't know what kind of bag it was. It was plastic, clear bag with blood all over it.
Did you see any blood on Troy Victorino that night?
His shoes, his shirt.
So he comes back with this plastic bag. What happens after that?
He gets in the car. I don't know what he does with the bag. He tells us to go to DeBerry.
Did he say why?
He says he knows a place that we can clean up. That he can clean up, sorry. So we go to DeBerry.
Did he discuss this with you guys and get your agreement to do this?
He's telling us where to go.
Okay, he knows a place in DeBerry now. So do you know where that was?
No, I do not.
Never been there before?
Never been there.
Was it near something, a building of some kind?
Apartment complexes?
What happens when you get there?
We pull in there. We all get out. Jerone tells us, take off all your shirts and your pants. I take off my shirt. I have no blood on me whatsoever. I take off my pants, and he says, put them in this bag. So I put them in the bag. He hands.
What's Jerone wearing that night?
Like a bluish black shirt, shorts, and those white and blue Nikes.
The ones that are here in court, the 10 and a half?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you take a change of clothes with you to do this?
No, I did not. I wore athletic shorts underneath my pants. I always wear athletic shorts.
Why is that?
In case I have to play basketball. When Cannon used to drop me and Mr. Graham off, me and him used to walk up to West Crop and play basketball with a couple of our friends over there.
So Mr. Victorino had you take off your shirt and your pants and your shoes.
Yes,
Whose shoes did you wear that night?
I wore a FUBU,
Fubu boots?
like boots.
FUBU brand?
FUBU, yes, sir.
Did you have any blood on your clothes
No, I did not.
or your boots?
No, I did not.
And what happened after that?
He goes to a water spigot and starts to clean up.
Who does?
Troy.
Troy.
He gives me a blue bandana and tells me to take these bats and wipe them down and throw them into the woods. I told him, why do I have to do it? Just do what I say, he said. I don't want to get him angry, so I did what he said.
Were you in fear of him?
Yes, I was.
So did you do that?
Yes, I did.
The 4 bats?
Yes, I did.
Was there any light there when you were throwing the bats?
It was nighttime.
Real dark? Did you know where they were going to?
I just flung them.
What happened after that?
We get back in the car. Troy says, go to Walmart.
Did he say why?
He had credit cards that he had. Sorry, let me start that over. He had credit cards that he said he had took from the house.
What happened at Walmart?
We get to Walmart. He says, get out. We get out. Mike, come with me, he told me. So I went with him. We went to Walmart.
He made you go, or did you want to go?
I didn't want to go, but I didn't want to jack with him.
He said, Mike, come with me.
Just come.
What happened in Walmart?
We went into Walmart. He went to the ATM machine. I went to the bathroom. I looked at myself in the mirror, couldn't believe what was going through my mind, seeing something like that. I splashed water on my face to try to wake myself up and dried my face off.
What happened after that?
As I walked out, Troy said, come with me. So I went with him. He told me to watch Cannon.
Okay.
He said I don't think he trusted Cannon, but as we're leaving that Telford Lane house, as he got into the house and the car, he told me and Cannon, you all two keep your mouth shut. You call the man on me, and I'm going to take you out of the game.
Troy Victorino said that to you and Anthony.
Yes, he did.
Anything else happen at Walmart?
As we were coming out, Cannon and Jerome were coming in. Troy buys me a soda. We go back into the car. As we're heading towards the car, Jerome makes a joke about saying, I saw that dog. That dog, you killed that dog. Troy laughed and said, I had to. He said the dog would be used into a lineup.
How? A lineup?
He said the dog can either be afraid of him or it could show fear.
Then what happened?
Then we went and dropped them off. First, went to a gas station, I think it was a racetrack. Put gas in the Cannon's car. We went inside and came back out.
He went inside.
He went inside and came out.
And after that, did you take them home or what?
Yes.
What happened?
We dropped him and Jerone off.
At Fort Smith?
Yes.
Then what did you and Anthony do?
We went back home. We rode in silence, didn't say nothing. As we get into the house, Cannon went to the bedroom. I sat down at the kitchen table and opened my Bible.
How were you feeling?
Scared, shook up, couldn't believe it.
Did you stay home the rest of the night?
Yes.
Anything else happen on Friday involving Troy or Jerome the next day?
When we woke up, Cannon checked his phone. He had a lot of misplaced calls, most of them from Mr. Victorino.
Unanswered messages?
Text messages, I think it was, voice message.
Did those messages from Victorino keep coming?
Yes, they did.
And what happened?
Well, he checked one phone message from Naomi. He called Naomi. Well, he didn't call. He checked his voice message, and a voice message that
Talking about Anthony?
Anthony.
What happened after that?
He turned off his phone, but the phone calls kept coming from Troy Victorino. So he picked up the phone. I guess Jerone and Troy said, "Come over here."
Was that Hunter's phone number showing up in Anthony's cell phone? Is that what it was, or messages?
It was like a voice message.
Voice messages from Troy Victorino to come over,
Yes, sir.
to see him again.
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you guys want to go back over there?
No.
Did you go?
Yes.
Why?
We didn't want to be a liability. We didn't want him to think that we went and called the cops.
If he thought that, what did you think might happen to you?
Probably kill me and Cannon too.
So you went over to Fort Smith to see Troy. Was Jerome there?
Yes, he was.
About what time was that on Friday?
About 2:30, 3 o'clock.
Afternoon?
Yes.
And what happened then?
As we drove up and got out of the car, we got out of the car, we got in. Troy stepped up to me and Cannon. I looked up at him. He said, "Why you not answering your phone? I thought you bucked on us."
Thought you what?
Thought you bucked on us.
Bunked?
Bucked. Meaning thought you left. He thought we were somewhere. He couldn't get in touch with us.
So he seemed a little agitated about that.
Yes.
What did you say?
What'd I say?
Yeah, or anybody.
I told him, "No, we ain't Buck." So we went and sat down on the couch, and I sat on. Sorry, let me start that over. I told him, "No, we ain't Buck." So we went and sat down on the
So
couch.
he went.
So he went and sat down on the couch, and I sat on the couch, and we was just talking about how the whole bunch.
He was just.
Let me start that over.
I was going to say, how much more do you have of this? Because I think you guys are getting a little tired.
We're on 3542. The entire thing is 3643.
So you got another 100 pages?
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's take a break until 11:30. Give your voices a rest.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Let you guys stand up and stretch. You need any more water? Christy, you doing all right? Chaz, does anyone need to go to the restroom, or are you guys doing all right? Just needed a stretch? You're doing okay? All right.
The dangerous dog, though. Yeah, yesterday. Chip was like in some conference, so he might be able to come soon. And then the family, I've been texting the mom, but.
And as soon as we get Mr. Urbanik back, we'll.
We can start whenever.
You want to? Let's do it then. Okay.
Sorry. It's a little blurry right now, I can't read it too much.
They told me to do a pace on that way.
You remember which line?
Oh, they did? Yeah.
I was gonna say 35-42, and then maybe start at 17.
17.
City manager's on that.
Yeah, or anybody.
And he's very responsive.
I told him, no, we ain't Buck. So he went and sat down on the couch. I sat on the couch. And he was just talking about a whole bunch of friends. It was all over the news. A bunch of friends were calling him, seeing if he was all right. And then he made a joke saying, oh, the cops think 11 people died. He thinks they said they found more bodies at the Providence house.
Okay, what happened after that?
We got in the car. He said he had to go somewhere at 5 o'clock.
Okay, and you did that, and then what happened?
We went to Sanford.
Why was that?
Troy went to get rid of some stuff.
Troy want to get rid of some stuff?
Sorry, Troy wanted to get rid of some stuff.
Is that what he said? What stuff, do you know?
He had some stuff bagged up in the back.
Where did that come from?
Telford, I believe.
Okay, he put it in the expedition?
Uh-huh.
Okay, what did he tell you to do?
To drive to Sanford.
Okay,
So we drive out to Sanford. We parked at. Jerone said, we can go to this place called the Pink Store. We went to the Pink Store. I went and got out of the car to use the bathroom. I believe Troy came in to buy something, so Jerone and Anthony got rid of the stuff.
so Jerome knew a place in Sanford where they could get rid of some bags and stuff?
Yes.
And after you did that, did you come back to Deltona?
We came back about 5:45, around 6 o'clock.
What happened after that?
We went to my grandmother's house.
Okay, and you dropped off Troy Victorino and Jerome at Fort Smith before that?
No, they came with me to my grandmother's house.
Okay, what happened there?
I got out. I told him I had to go take a shower. He asked me if he could come in and use the phone. I told him no.
Who was that?
Troy.
All right, go ahead.
I told him no, my grandma doesn't know you, so she won't let nobody in the house that she doesn't know.
Okay,
I went inside the house. Cannon came in because she knows Cannon. I went and took a shower. As I come out, I got dressed.
did you see Brandon Rand at your grandma's house?
Yeah.
What happened there?
As I left, I'm leaving the outside of my house. I'm walking down the driveway. Christopher Craddock pulls up. Brandon gets out. He says, "What's up?" I believe he went inside, got some shirts or something, came back out. Asked him, "Where's Cannon?" He said, "Oh, they drove up to the store." So he tells Chris to drive around, as he says, drive around, I got to talk to Mike. So Chris, my grandma, comes out, and she tries to call. She tries to get in touch with Anthony, but I said, Grandma, that's not Anthony. She said, oh, I'm sorry. So she goes back inside. She said, Mike, stay out of trouble. I said, I will. I love you, Grandma. She went back inside. As we're walking up Ivaro, Brandon asked me, Mike, did you hear what happened? I said, I did. Did you do it? I told him no. I was home all night playing video games.
Why did you tell Brandon that?
I didn't want Troy to think I had told somebody.
Well, you were going to go back in the expedition with Troy? You were going to get back in the car with Troy and go back somewhere?
No.
Okay, on Saturday, the following day, did you see Troy or Jerone at all that day, at all?
No.
The 7th, did they call?
Cannon woke me up about 11 o'clock, says Troy's calling. I told him, fuck that. He said he didn't want to hang out. So we got in the car. We were driving around and we drove by Fort Smith going to Naomi's house. As we're passing Fort Smith, the outside of Fort Smith is blocked off with police tape. They had a camera crew on the opposite side of the street, cops pointing people where to go. Cops all parked in front of Henry's house.
Did you know what was going on?
Uh-huh.
Did you see Troy?
I saw cops coming out with some lady. She was handcuffed.
Did you and Anthony go to Sanford and see your girlfriend?
We went and picked up Stephanie Filippo and Mercedes Harris.
Uh-huh. And then went to Sanford with them to see a friend of theirs?
We went to see Cannon's cousin, Brianna.
And when you came back later that night, that's when you got pulled over by the police in Deltona?
Yes, sir.
And you were handcuffed and transported to the sheriff's?
About 3 hours, about an hour and a half.
They stalked you about 10:30?
About 10:30, yeah.
And you got interviewed that night about 3:30 in the morning?
I believe so.
Okay, now the first part of that interview, you said that you weren't involved in the Telford Lane homicides, but you were with Troy, things like that. Why is it you said that to them?
Because Mr. Victorino told us if anybody asks you any questions, this is what you tell them.
Did you know Victorino had been arrested at that point?
No, I did not.
Eventually in that interview, you did tell them what happened that night?
Yes, I did.
And then about 8 o'clock, you were being booked at the jail?
Yes, sir.
Is that right? You run into Officer Eunice Williams?
Yes, sir.
And you knew her?
Yes, sir.
And she was doing the booking?
Yes, sir.
Were there other people, other officers around there at the time you were being booked in that were talking to you?
About 5, 6 officers. They had got a call that we were coming in, so they all lined up to make sure we didn't cause trouble when we came into the jail.
She said there was a technician there named Gonzalez. Did you know him?
No, I didn't.
There were others there. Did any of those technicians ask you questions about the incident and things like that?
When I came in, I saw Miss Williams. I said, "What's up, Miss Williams?" She asked me, "Do you know me?" I was like, "Yeah." She asked me, You've been on one of my units." I was like, "No, so?"
Did another officer there also know your name?
Somehow, yeah.
Okay, and did one of them ask you, why are you here?
Yes.
And what did you say?
I told them, I think it's the murders in Deltona.
Okay, now she said that you said, I don't know how I got caught. Like, did that come right out of the blue from you, or was something being said?
One of the officers said, "Boy, they caught you all early, didn't they?" And I said, "I don't know how I got caught," meaning I said, "I don't know how I got caught. I had my hair tied. I don't know how they had got my name, how I got arrested, how they know to look for a white expedition." I said, "My hair's tied up," meaning when I was in Deltona, my hair wasn't like this. I had an afro. I used to wear a headband, put it and pull my hair back so it poofs out in the back. like most Puerto Ricans wear in Deltona, most boys. So I said, I don't know how I got caught. I had this hair tied up.
So an officer asked you, how did they, or they got you quick, and you said, I don't know how I got caught. Were you bragging about it?
I wasn't bragging, wasn't boasting. I was just curious sorry, let me start that over. I wasn't bragging, wasn't boasting. I was just curious how they know to pull over the white expedition. Investigators never told me how. I never asked.
Did one of them talk about evidence like blood or DNA or anything like that?
Yes, they did.
What did they say?
As I'm going to get my picture taken, one of the officers said, how could something like that happen without getting no blood on you? Without you getting blood on you? I said, I didn't have blood on me. I wasn't like bragging. I just said I didn't have blood on me.
Okay, did Ms. Williams ask you if you understood that you took human life?
Yeah, when she was taking my picture, as she took my picture, she showed me. She said, look at it. A little criminal. I just smirked, and she said, do you understand that you took a human life? I didn't answer. I just shook my shoulders.
And then did she ask you if you had any remorse?
Yes, she did.
And how did you understand that to mean?
I took it as she asking me, do I feel responsible for what happened?
Did you?
I told her no.
No. Did you take it to mean that she thought you were guilty of murder?
No.
And that, did you have any remorse for doing murder? Do you think that's what she intended?
No, because I'm not guilty of murder.
You weren't guilty?
I'm not.
Okay, so you felt you were innocent of murder, and so you didn't feel remorse because you didn't kill anybody, right?
And I didn't feel responsible for what happened. I feel remorse for what happened to the people in that house, but I'm not guilty of murder.
So you thought she was asking you if you had any remorse for murder. You thought in your mind, I didn't commit murder.
I didn't commit murder, so I said no.
All right, now about this protective custody form, how did that come out?
Well, she took us. She's putting a wristband on me. She didn't request. She didn't say, you want PC? She didn't say that. She said, you're going into PC.
Did she tell you what PC was?
She didn't explain PC. She didn't explain it to me or to Jerone Hunter or Cannon what PC was. If I would have not known what it was, I would have.
Did you know what it was?
I didn't know what PC was.
She said you're going into it. Did she give you that form?
Yeah.
Were you able to read that form?
No, she said just sign. Just circle I do, so I circled I do, and she said, put a reason. So I said, I don't know what to put. I said, I gave her a suggestion. My suggestion was, you want me to put that I was with somebody who killed somebody? She says, what about you killing somebody? So I said, you want me to put that I killed somebody? She got all excited. Her face light up. She's like, yeah, put that. So I said, okay, put that. But then another officer says, no, you can't put that. He took that away, gave me another one. He says, circle I do. Circle I do. He said, put a reason. Told him, I don't know what to put. He said, oh, but you don't feel safe in population. So I said, I don't feel safe in population. I said, let me sign it. I didn't know what I was signing. I never offered, I've never been offered PC. But I did not kill anybody in that house. I'm not guilty of murder.
Did Anthony kill anybody?
Anthony did not kill anybody in that house.
Did you see Anthony getting anybody in the head?
No.
When you left that house, other than what you said about Hunter was holding a knife at Gleason's neck, did you see anybody being stabbed or being cut
No.
at the house?
I was told that when they got in the car.
What were you told?
I was told that Jerone said that he had stabbed Michelle Nathan and that he hit her, and that Troy asked him, did you do what I said? Jerone said, yeah. He said, yes, I did.
Now, your group had some bats on a couple occasions.
Yes, sir.
Had your groups ever fought with bats or hit each other with bats?
No, we didn't need bats. We fight old school with our hands.
Had you ever seen baseball bats used the way they were the night at Telford Lane at any time before that to kill people?
Never.
You ever seen them used to seriously hurt people before?
No, I'm a regular baseball fan. I've seen baseballs used to hit a ball.
When you went in that house, did you intend for people to be killed?
No.
Did you feel that you had any choice other than to go in the house once Victorino said?
I had no other choice.
Did you ever foresee in your wildest dreams what would happen in that house?
Never.
When you were in that house, did you help anybody kill anybody knowingly?
I didn't help nobody. I didn't hit nobody in the head. I didn't hit nobody in the face. I did not go into the house with the intent to harm anybody. I had no choice but to be here, but to be there.
That's all, Your Honor. Now we begin the cross-examination. First one is the prosecutor, Mr. Tanner. Mr. Salas, you're familiar with the Deltona area, aren't you? Pretty well?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness momentarily? Court, you may. This is State's Bravo for identification. You recognize the community that shows in the places?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The answer is yes.
Yes, sir.
And where it says convenience store at Providence and Papa Joe's, Telford Lane, Fort Smith, Pendleton, Providence Boulevard, those are all the places you've been talking about. Is that not right?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be, as far as you know, the layout of the neighborhood, the way it sets up?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Salas, as you told the story, you didn't tell everything that happened that night, did you?
Not about the Providence house. No, I didn't.
You didn't tell about that. Would you like to just tell the jury what happened at the Providence house?
If you would like me to.
You described, where you all went that night, but you left out the trip where you stopped by the Providence house, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, will you tell the jury when and where you went? And who was with you?
We went to the Providence house, I believe, after we went to my friend Christina's house. Before we went to Papa Joe's. I was in the car, Mr. Hunter, Troy Victorino, Robert Cannon.
And what happened when you got to the Providence house?
Well, we pulled up the road. I think it's North Page. I remember North Page because my brother used to walk to church every Sunday, and we used to go down that road. Well, Troy says we have to go in that house to get some of my belongings. I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Some of my stuff is in that house." So he told Cannon again to park up the road, told everybody to get out. He went around back, went to the front door, and kicked in the front door.
Now that was between what? Between the 7-Eleven and Papa Joe's? Is that what you said? Between those two?
Yes, sir.
And Christina's fits in there somewhere, Christina's house. Is that before the 7-Eleven as well?
Yes, sir. We were about 45 minutes. We were there for about 45 minutes to an hour.
At Christina's?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and from Christina's, you went to the Providence house and kicked the door in, or Troy kicked the door in?
Before we went to Papa Joe's, yes, sir.
Okay, and did anyone go in that house?
Yes, sir.
Who went in?
Mr. Hunter, Troy Victorino, myself, and Robert Cannon.
So you were fully aware and part of a group that was ready to kick in doors and break in houses. You just did it at Providence, right?
Had no choice.
All right, and then from there, you took Mr. Victorino to Papa Joe's to show his face, basically, and build an alibi type of thing, right?
He said nothing about an alibi. He just said, "I have to show my face."
Okay, but you didn't get to show your face there.
I'm not old enough to go in there. I was only 18 at the time.
Now, let me go back just a little bit to the earlier incidents. It seems you're quite ready to put on brass knuckles and fight. Is that right?
I only put on brass knuckles because I saw another person put on brass knuckles. Would you fight with somebody with brass knuckles if you had nothing?
No way in the world, because it would break your jaw and smash your nose, wouldn't it, brass knuckles?
If you hit him?
Sure would. Crush his skull, maybe. Couldn't you with brass knuckles?
No.
You don't think at least break a nose, break an eye bone?
Split you real good, yeah.
And you got those things before you went over to the Telford house there on early Sunday morning, right after midnight, the 5th of August, right?
When I picked up Nicole, she had put a bat in the car. She had a box cutter. She had brass knuckles,
And you were there ready to use them, weren't you?
if it came down to it.
Now, as I understand, you were in somebody else's yard, standing in front of the house while these girls are running in, and you're threatening to beat them with brass knuckles.
No, sir.
What did you do?
As I said before, as I'm standing outside, the girls are inside the house. They're yelling for Troy Victorino's stuff and their stuff. I see Mr. Abby G, Abigail, Abby G for short, and then his brother standing right there, Abby Mayo, his twin brother, Abby M for short. He looked at me and puts his hand in his pocket and pulls out brass knuckles. And while he's doing this, he's looking at me and he slips them on. So I took that as a threat. I took it that he wants to come at me and give me a fade, fight with me, fight me with brass knuckles. So I put my hand in my pocket, put brass knuckles, told him that it's even. I'm not going to fight somebody with brass that has brass knuckles.
You go into the other man's house at 1 o'clock in the morning.
I didn't go in this house.
You stand in his yard.
That's his yard. You just said I went into this man's house. I did not go into this man's house.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think if you and Mr. Cannon and Mr. Hunter, both of them with baseball bats,
No, the only person that had baseball bats was Jerone Hunter. He had it in his right hand, sitting on his shoulder.
okay, you and Mr. Cannon and Mr. Hunter and Brandon Graham. Now, Brandon said he had a bat there that night.
The only bat that was put in the car was the one by Nicole. The rest of the bats were put in there Wednesday by my friend Tito because he said, I know you might have problems with these people at the skating rink. This just in case. But he knew as well they didn't have those people run around with baseball bats. The only bat that was put in the car was by Nicole Kogut.
So Brandon just made it up that he had a bat?
Brandon used to say, Cannon rode around with a bat. That was before this. There was only one bat in the incident that morning, or that night, early morning.
Those girls would have never gone in that house if you guys hadn't been there, would they?
I don't know. Them girls are crazy. They'll do anything.
Well, they wanted your help to go there.
Not them, Nicole did.
And they said they wanted you to go there to fight for Troy.
Not for Troy. Why would I want to fight for Troy Victorino? I had just met him. I don't fight for people I don't know. I didn't even remember his name after that because he was not important to me.
Who? Excuse me, go ahead.
I was only there to help Nicole. If it came down to it, because she was my homegirl, one of my friends.
Sorry, one of my homegirls, one of my friends.
Sorry.
You were ready to fight for her?
I stay by friendship. I'm a very loyal friend.
Might it not have been better to have driven up there Sunday morning when it was daylight and knocked on the door and said, if you have any property, we'd like to have it?
Why would I? I didn't know them people. She said that she had some stuff taken, and she wanted to pick up another person, Mr. Victorino, pick up him. He told us to park around the corner because he did not want his face to be seen because people will call the cops on him.
Let's go to that Thursday, early afternoon at the Fort Smith house when the five of you got together and Mr. Cannon's 380 Colt semi-automatic was there. You said right off the bat, pretty early on, Troy starts kind of griping and talking about them having his property and disrespecting him, right?
He didn't say disrespect. He said people had stole my stuff.
And he mentions that film, Wonderland.
He didn't say Wonderland. He said he said he just watched a movie. The name Wonderland came when we were leaving the Telford Lane house that night.
All right, but you were familiar. You'd seen that DVD?
I've never seen Wonderland. When we were leaving Telford Lane, he said, that was kind of like Wonderland. He was laughing. I said, isn't that the movie with Nutcracker? He said, no, you got to go see it with us someday. I've never seen Wonderland. I've never seen or heard the name Wonderland until he mentioned it.
But he did tell you he had seen a movie. He said, we saw a movie where some guys went in and beat some people to death with pipes, with poles.
Now you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say that he said they beat them to death. I said he watched a movie where people went up in a house and beat people with poles. He didn't say beat them to death.
And that's when he used that New York word, if he had a bunch of niggas to do that with him, he'd do it to people at Telford.
It's not only a New York word, but he said, if I have a group of niggas, I'll do that. I didn't say Telford Lane.
He didn't say Telford.
He didn't say Telford Lane,
And when he said would do that, he's talking about beating people with pipes.
basically.
Now, Brandon said that he also said that when Jerone asked about masks, he said, well, we don't need any masks because we're going to kill everybody.
He didn't say kill. Not once around me did he say that we were going to kill these people. He only said when we're driving right by Telford Lane to park around the corner, that he even mentioned the first time when he goes in there, when he comes out, he's not going to leave anybody surviving. At this meeting, he did not say the word kill.
Not until you got to Telford there about 1 o'clock in the morning,
That's correct.
and that's before you got out of the vehicle,
Correct.
and before he handed you the bats,
Correct.
before you went in the house,
Correct.
and before you hit anybody.
Correct. It's not like that we could have dropped him off. Couldn't drop him off. I can't stop Mr. Victorino. I was 18. I was 120 something pounds. I'm 5'7". That's a 6'7", 275 pound dude with a bat. How am I supposed to stop something like that?
I thought there were 3 of you in addition to him.
Mr. Hunter was his friend. If I try to go after Troy, not only will he hit me, but probably Mr. Hunter would too. I'm not putting words in Mr. Hunter's mouth or Mr. Victorino's mouth, but I would try to go after Troy. There's no doubt. If I were to go after Troy, there's no doubt in my mind that I would be hit by both of them.
Well, by the time you went in that door, you were so afraid of him that you didn't think you could do anything else?
Sir, when I was sitting in there, me and Cannon wanted to leave. We said we didn't want anything to do with this. We were called a bunch of bitches by Jerone. Troy said, if you leave, you're going to end up like these people. How would you take that?
Well, he's very big, and he was very angry, yes?
Yes, sir.
And you had seen that Wednesday night, he's very dangerous. He's shooting a gun at someone.
That's why I didn't want to hang out with him.
In fact, you said that was crazy.
Yes, sir.
In fact, that's the reason you agreed to go in the first place. Is that what you're saying?
What do you mean?
Back earlier in the afternoon when he said you down for it, that's why you agreed, wasn't it? Because he was big, crazy, mean, and dangerous?
Yes, sir. And he stepped to me, and I had to look up. And he said, "Are you down with it?" Said, "Yo." I said, "Yeah," out of fear, not because I wanted to. It wasn't my problem. I wasn't trying to fight his battles. And I said, "Yeah," because he was about from where I am to the court reporter. Mr. Victorino is intimidating when he stands up to you, especially if you're somebody my height.
Now, Brandon was your next best friend next to Cannon, wasn't he?
They were both like brothers, still are.
Continue on at line 15.
I was sitting down. Cannon was right beside me when he said, I was sitting down. Cannon was right beside me when he said that he wanted, if he could get a bunch of niggas to do this, he would do it. That's when he looked at me, stood up. I looked up, and that's when he asked me, "Are you down with it?"
And that's about the time that your other best friend, Anthony Cannon, said, "I'm ready to kill me a bitch."
Cannon never said that. Not once did Cannon say that.
Well, there came a time when the 5 of you went looking for bullets. In fact, you went to 3 different houses looking for bullets, correct, for the quote 380?
Yes, sir.
So,
Mr.
Mr. Gonis, I'm going to go ahead and, we're going to break here, and we'll resume when we get back from lunch. How much more do you have left?
70 pages.
Okay. So, what we're going to do is, we're going to break for lunch. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. No independent research. We're going to get back started at 1:15, and enjoy your lunch. All right. And I was just going to ask, I know that we've got another read back. We'll have a live witness before the. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
At least
Not that you're not alive.
You're live. At least 2.
Okay. All right, everyone. See you back here at 1:15. All right, where's Chaz?
He's in the back with our.
We're ready to go.
Is it okay if I'll ask in front of the jury, but I was just going to make sure it's okay if I sit down for the remaining.
I was wondering, yeah, you're more than welcome to.
Thank you.
Yes. Because, yeah, that's exactly what you want. I was going to say, you've got to be just. Right? Right, yeah. Do you need some Advil? Let me know. Give me some painkillers. No, I'm serious. If you do. Yeah. Yeah, hold on a second.
I have stuff upstairs if you need.
I was going to say, I can have Angie bring some. Does she? Okay, great.
You need this water or you have some? I've got some. Thank you guys.
All right.
Very good, folks.
everyone please be seated. Mr. Donis, is it okay if you have a seat there? So you're good with that? You're very welcome. Okay. All right, you may proceed.
We're at 3572, line 4. But there came a time when the 5 of you went looking for bullets. In fact, you went to 3 different houses looking for bullets, correct? For the Colt 380?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Hunter and Mr. Victorino got out of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand the question, Mr. Salas?
No, sir. Repeat it again.
Just go down to 25.
I advised. Sorry, let me start that over. I advised him, I don't think he should go.
Now, you did drop Brandon off at Craddock's, and really, that's the last you see of him until the next day?
Correct.
And Anthony tries to call him and tells him, hey, don't tell Craddock what's going on, right? Anthony makes that call to him?
I don't know. I was listening to music, but I saw him make a phone call. Yes. Who made it to who? I don't know.
Who he made it to?
Sorry, who he made it to? I don't know.
Then eventually you drop Mr. Hunter, you drop Mr. Victorino off at Fort Smith,
Correct.
and then you go back to your place to play video games?
Correct.
How far away is it from your place to Fort Smith?
Say 20-minute drive. 20, something like that. 20-minute drive.
And you didn't have to go back and pick him up at all, did you?
We were intimidated. We thought, Cannon thought, we would be a liability if something did go down, since we were the only persons who knew about it, if something was to go down.
Let me see if you can clarify your position. At one time, you say you don't really think it's going to happen.
Yes, sir.
And then you're saying you're so afraid it's going to happen, you can't even stay away?
I didn't say that.
Could you explain what appears to be a difference there?
I'm playing video games. Cannon asked, do you think he's serious? I said, I don't know. I said, what about you? He said, I don't know. We just started playing video games. And he asked me, do you think we should go back? Do you think we should go back? And I said, I'm not sure. We didn't know if he was going to go, we didn't know if it was going down or not. We didn't think, but just in case it did, we didn't want Mr. Victorino coming looking for us. Because he got our phone number easily, he could easily find out where we stay because of the Kogut girls. They're the only people in Deltona who knew where Anthony Cannon and Michael Salas live.
So you're saying that you were afraid that if you did what he was planning and you didn't help him, that he might come back and get you for that? Did you eventually pick him up and from there you go to Christina's? Is that the correct route?
I believe so.
Okay, and you're all there for about an hour and you're looking for some head covering?
Looking for a hat.
Okay, and you didn't want to leave any here at the scene, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I had an outfit. I usually wore my hair pulled back or I wear a hat. I asked her, do you have a hat? She was like, she gave me. When I got arrested, I had 2 wristbands and a hairband.
All right, but you were looking for a hat to cover that afro of yours, right?
No,
What were you looking to cover?
I wasn't looking to cover anything. I had a beanie. Why I need a hat? I just asked her, could I have a hat?
Well, you're the one that said you wanted a hat
Correct.
to put on your head, I presume.
To wear. It's fashionable. You got an outfit, you want something to connect with it.
You were dressing out for burglary. Is that what you're talking about?
No, sir. I always wear dark clothes. Like Mr. Torres said, it's not unusual to see me and Robert Cannon wearing dark clothes. We wore dark clothes in the daytime. We wore dark clothes at night.
So you got back in the car with Christina, and I mean from Christina's with the other 4 in the back of the Expedition. And is that when you went to Providence and kicked in the door and got the things out of there?
I believe so. After when they went to the store, they came back and picked me up. Then we went to Providence.
Okay, so they went to the 7-Eleven before they came back and got you?
Yes, sir.
So you were alone there at Christina's for a while and they were gone?
Yes, sir.
And you were afraid he's going to do these things so you don't run out the back door and just hide out?
Do what things? He didn't say he was going to kill anybody. He just said basically, the conversation that he said, he basically wanted his stuff back.
And it also said that, are you down with breaking in somebody's house and beating them with pipes? He did say that.
He didn't say beat people with bats or with poles or anything. He said that he wanted to go in there, ask these people, where's my stuff? Tell them to get in the living room. They don't get in the living room, hit them a couple of times and make them go in the living room and then get my shit.
So that was plain. He was going to herd them around with sticks, not hurt them?
I didn't intend to hurt nobody.
All right, but what I mean is, you're going to make them move to where you wanted them to go. You wanted them to with the bats or sticks. You didn't really think anybody was going to get hurt. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't intend to do that. That was his intention.
Didn't you just say that that was his plan?
That was his plan. Keyword, his, not Michael Salas.
And then after breaking in at Providence, you went to Papa Joe's. Is that the right sequence?
I believe so.
Okay, and he was inside for 15 or 20 minutes, around 11 o'clock or so, 11:55 I think you said, to a little past midnight, and you guys were out in the car?
Yes, sir.
And there was nothing to stop Anthony Cannon from starting that engine and driving out of there right then, was there?
No, sir. But also, we had Jerone in the car.
Well, Jerone is a little guy, right? Jerone is a little guy.
That's Troy's best friend. Couldn't leave.
You and Cannon couldn't toss him out of the car?
Toss somebody out of the car when you're moving?
No, sitting there waiting for Troy.
I ain't going to toss nobody out of no car.
Could you have?
Probably could. I don't know. He was a wrestler. Pretty good fighter.
Well, how about the alternative? Maybe you just open the door and walk away.
My face is known around Deltona. I had a couple looking for me.
People?
I had people looking for me in Deltona. I'm not just going to walk down the street and have somebody see me. Be myself and get hurt.
So that's why you didn't leave?
I was in fear of Troy Victorino. That's why I didn't leave.
It wasn't because you were wanted in Deltona or something?
No, sir.
And then after that 15 or 20 minutes, when you stayed in the vehicle, he comes back, Troy comes back, and you go back to Fort Smith, and he gets his sweater to put on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he goes in the house to get that sweater,
Yes, sir.
and Anthony Cannon could just back that vehicle out and just be out of there, couldn't he?
I don't think he went in the house. He went through the gate, back onto a porch, and then came out. Like literally knew where it was.
Like he already knew?
But he already knew where it was.
Do you mean Anthony didn't have time to just start that engine and leave?
Engine was on.
I'm sorry, engine was on. He didn't have time to start it. He could just leave, couldn't he?
Couldn't have. Could have.
And you could have said, let's get out of here. This guy's crazy. He's going to kill somebody. He just broke in another house. I believe him now.
He didn't say kill anybody.
You could have asked your friend to drive you away, couldn't you?
He had Jerone in the car. Couldn't go anywhere.
Well, that's
Couldn't-
the... Sorry.
Sorry, couldn't go nowhere.
Well, that's the same Jerome. I asked you if you couldn't kick him out of the car if you wanted to, and you said yes.
He'd probably put up a fight.
How about when he's walking down the street looking for the car deal down there on Pendleton when Miranda saw you? You remember Miranda?
I remember her.
Okay, and she says, what's up? I mean, there's a little exchange. You could have said, fellows, I'm staying here with Miranda. You guys have a good time. You could have just stayed there, couldn't you?
Troy was right there. I'm not going to get hit by Troy.
You could have stayed there, couldn't you?
In her house?
I'm sorry?
Stay with Miranda in her house?
Stay in Miranda's yard and let them go about their business.
Troy told us to come with him, so I went with him.
So as I understand it, while you're still in the vehicle and he says there's not going to be any survivors, he stops and puts a bat in everyone's hand, correct?
Not at that time.
Okay, tell how it was.
We were walking up Pendleton. I see Miranda Torres with Fantasia Young and somebody else. She calls out Cannon's name. Cannon said something to her. He walks over and said something to her. She calls out my name. So I said, I don't have time to talk. She said, I got information for you about another friend. I told her I'll call you. So we went to that car. I don't know whose house it was. He said he had the keys to the car. He tells Jerone to get into the car, put it in neutral, and try to back it out. But Jerone hits the horn on accident. So the front porch of the light comes on. Somebody opens up the door. Troy tells everybody, let's go, leave. So we go back to the expedition. So he said, just fuck it. Let's just go over there. So he tells Cannon where to go. As we get on Telford Lane and we pass by the house and he tells Cannon to park around the corner, he says, I'm going to go in there and get my shit, is what he says. He says he's going in there to get his shit. When he comes out, there's not going to be nobody surviving.
Right then, you knew he intended to kill everybody in that house.
His intention, not mine.
Let's make sure we've looked at your opportunities to get out of this. That Thursday morning or Thursday afternoon, after you dropped Mr. Hunter and Mr. Victorino off, you had a 3-hour period totally away from them where you could have gone to the police or just left town if you wanted to, right?
Leave town where? Where am I going to go?
Go to Orlando.
What's in Orlando? I don't have people that stay in Orlando.
Could you have left town?
Could have.
And then you get back with them, and the next place you go to is what, Christina's?
Yes, sir.
And they left you there and went to the store, correct?
Store's right up the road.
And the back door of Christina's house was just a few feet away.
No, not really.
Oh, really? How far was it from where you were in her house to escape?
Pretty big house. From like where the Madam Clerk is, out that door. Then out the other door.
So you have to go maybe 50 feet or so?
Basically.
And then they come back and you go over and break in at Providence, right?
Basically.
And while all that's going on, you could have just walked on down Providence if you wanted to and left?
I was in the house. I couldn't go nowhere. Troy's there.
Well, you weren't born in the house. You was in the car first, right?
What you mean?
You were in the expedition before you got in the house.
With the rest of my co-defendants.
And then you got out, he kicked in the door, and everybody went in, right?
Yes, sir.
You could have walked down the street and got away from the situation right then, couldn't you?
Where am I going to go? Back in the car? I don't have the keys.
Then you left Papa Joe's, and you don't leave then because you're afraid to walk around Deltona, part of the reason. The other reason is you're afraid of him, right?
Mr. Victorino? Yeah.
Then you go back to Fort Smith, he goes inside, you don't leave then.
He just went, got out the car, walked through the yard, brown bag. The bag ain't got nothing covering the porch. He grabs a sweater, comes right back, in and out.
After you get to Telford and he finally makes it absolutely irrevocably clear he's going to murder by that house, you have one more chance to escape, don't you?
No, I do not. At that point, I have no opportunity but to go with Mr. Victorino. When he said that, he was in the car with me, sitting right behind me. I'm not jumping out of a moving car. He could easily wrap his arms around the seat and choke me out.
The car, Mr. Cannon parked that car eventually, didn't he?
Yes.
And all of you got out?
Yeah.
And Mr. Victorino handed you a bat?
Yes.
And Mr. Victorino goes up and peeks in all the windows, even goes around the back?
Yeah.
And you were around the front?
Yes, sir.
And you could have turned around and run down the road if you wanted to, couldn't you?
And been chased by Jerone. I could have.
You could have turned and walked away from this at least 6 different times that day. Isn't that true?
Not really.
Why not?
Because Mr. Victorino was with us. Troy Victorino was with us.
You made the decision to trade those people's lives for your safety, didn't you?
I didn't kill anybody in that house.
No, but you made the decision to go in that house armed with a baseball bat in support of his murderous plot, rather than run or call the police.
No, I wasn't going to support him.
What do you think you were doing when you walked in there with the bat with him and started hitting people?
I didn't even run. You're saying people, you mean multiple people. I only hit one person, and that wasn't to hurt him. I didn't go in there with the bat raised. I went in there, he said go to the back room and get my shit.
And you would rather see people dead than risk your own hide, wouldn't you?
I didn't see anybody get killed. If you read my statement, I said I didn't see Troy Victorino hit anybody or kill anybody.
I have no further questions. Mr. Victorino's counsel, Mr. Dowdy, thank you, Judge. You may inquire. Mr. Dowdy, are you scared today, Mr. Salas?
Yes, sir.
You're old school, right?
Fight with my bare hands. I don't fight with weapons.
You're fashionable too, right?
What do you mean?
You just told Mr. Tanner you're a fashionable person. You like to have your outfit right. Is that right?
Anybody does.
Okay, you said your hair looked a little bit different back in 2004.
Yes, sir.
What did it look like?
Had an afro. Usually I had it braided.
How big was the afro? If it wasn't braided, how big was it?
You could take it and pull it down, and it would go right here on my neck.
You used to wear it like that?
Most of the time. Usually, I used to wear it pulled it back. Sometimes I had it braided.
Did you consider that fashionable?
I was 18.
I'm asking you, did you consider that fashionable?
Yeah.
Okay, now back on Sunday, July 31st, you got in touch with the Kogans, or they got in touch with you. Said they had a problem?
Nicole.
Nicole?
I was with Naomi and Crystal, me and Brandon and Cannon at Cannon's apartment.
And Nicole was a friend of yours?
A good friend.
Okay, back in 2004, were you working?
No.
Going to school?
No. I was, August 1st, I was supposed to go back to DBCC, sign up in the AB class and get my GED.
Did you do that on August 1st?
No, that was a Sunday. I was supposed to go over to my grandmother's, but I was with Cannon.
You didn't do it, did you?
No, I didn't.
What were you doing with your life back then?
Basically nothing.
Just nothing? Just hanging around and getting into fights, right?
Not getting into fights.
Oh, I'm sorry, I used the wrong word. What's that word called?
What word?
Fade?
Okay, fade.
Yeah, you were just fading around?
Anybody has a problem, somebody steps up to you with a problem, they want to give you a fade. You ain't going to back down. You're going to fight.
Well, Mr. Salas, would it surprise you that most people in society don't just walk around fighting?
I was 18 and immature.
Would it surprise you most 18-year-olds don't just walk around in society and start fighting?
In Deltona they do.
They do?
Yes.
They walk around with bats?
Never seen nobody walk around with a bat.
Well, you were with Brandon Graham the day that Jerone Hunter walked around with a bat. Is that true?
That's not true, because Brandon Graham used to be with me. He never saw Jerone. The only time he ever saw Jerone Hunter was August 1st, and then August 3rd, or August 4th, and then the next day.
Okay, what time did Nicole call you that night?
I'd say anywhere from 11 to 11:30.
That would be 11:30 in the evening?
At night, yeah.
Okay, and what are you doing around that time?
Sitting back, either watching a DVD, Underworld, or playing video games.
Okay, not doing your homework because you're not going to school. Don't have to go to bed because you don't have a job.
Correct.
You're just chilling out, watching TV, playing games.
Basically, yeah.
So you get a call from Nicole saying, I lost my property. I want to go over to the house and get it, right?
She calls Naomi, and Naomi starts crying. I asked her what's wrong. She gave me the phone because Nicole said she wanted to talk to me. I get on the phone. She's hysterically crying. I try to calm her down. I said, what's wrong? She said, I have no clothes to go to school. People stole my clothes. So I asked her, what people? She said she doesn't know. So she said, can you come pick me up? So I said, sure, and went and picked her up.
You picked her up and you're going to be the hero now. You're going to get her clothes back for her, right?
She said, if it came down to a fight, would I fight for her? Of course I'd fight for her. She was my friend.
Because you're a fighter. Is it a fader? Is that what you call it?
A fade, yeah,
A fade, just like that. You're going to go do a fade.
if it comes down to it.
And you went to a house on Telford Lane around midnight.
About that time, yeah.
Did you expect the people to be up?
I don't know. I didn't expect nothing.
And you took a box cutter,
Incorrect.
right?
Incorrect. She brought, when we picked her up at the house off of Tradewinds, she came down with a bat. She had a box cutter and she had brass knuckles.
And somehow those brass knuckles found their way into your pocket, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, you're old school. What do you need that for?
She said these people normally carry weapons.
Oh, she was prepping you for the fight.
She just told me to let me know. Be aware.
Right, so you're going over there at midnight, and you're going to take care of some business to get your girlfriend's clothes back?
If it came down to that, but it didn't come down to that.
You went over there prepared to fight.
As I say again, if it came down to that.
If it came down to that, you were willing to fight.
If it came down to that.
No problem at all, at midnight, going over to a place you've never been to, putting a pair of brass knuckles in your pocket, and you're prepared to fight if it comes down to that.
Yes, sir.
Is that the way? It's old school? Is that the way old schoolers do it?
The way I seen it, somebody want to fight with a weapon, somebody else get a weapon. They fight old school.
Right, okay, so let's talk about your next fade. That would be at the skating rink?
Skating rink?
Skating rink, and your best friend has a gun?
Not in the car.
Oh, I'm sorry, where was the gun?
It was under his bed in a blue case at the house.
And that's not crazy?
We're not driving around with it. It's in his apartment.
What about at the park the next time? You're driving around with it, right?
At the park?
After the park, when you get into the chase.
Yes, sir.
And you said that Mr. Victorino fired a gun.
He did fire a gun.
Yeah, you testified that that's crazy.
That is crazy.
What's the difference between that and Mr. Cannon having a gun?
Because Cannon didn't fire a gun. He didn't fire at nobody. Mr. Victorino hung out the window and fired. You don't think that's crazy, shooting at somebody else?
What in the world did Cannon have a gun for?
I don't know. He said he was holding it. The dude. He said he was holding it for some dude who was going to come back and pick it up.
But he's not crazy, though?
No, he ain't shoot nobody.
Your best friend.
He's my brother.
He's your brother? Blood brother?
No.
Oh, that's another term that we use?
Uh-huh. Best friend.
Is he like a fade brother?
If I get into a fight, he'd be there to have my back if I need it.
You're trying to have his back right now, aren't you?
No.
He's not even in the courtroom and you're trying to have his back.
No.
Yeah, you've been communicating with Cannon in jail, though, right?
Not after that.
You guys were passing letters to each other, weren't you?
Not after that.
Trying to form your testimony so it would work?
Not after that.
You blamed it all on him?
No. If you have my letter?
Yeah.
Read my letter. Does it say anywhere in it? It says blame everything on Mr. Victorino?
You want to blame Hunter too, right?
I'm not trying to blame anybody. It doesn't say anywhere it says blame anything on Mr. Hunter or Mr. Victorino. I'm not trying to put blame on nobody. I'm only here to tell you truth and to get the victim's family closure. That's it. I'm not trying to blame nobody.
You still go to church every Sunday?
I'm in St. Johns County. I can't go nowhere.
In August, were you still going to church every Sunday?
When I was living with Cannon, I used to read my Bible.
You used to go to church every Sunday?
When I was with my grandmother, yes.
What church?
I think it's Our Lady of the Lakes off Saxon Avenue. Used to walk 2 miles every day, to and back.
In fact, you're so religious, after you killed 6 people, you went home, read the Bible, and went to bed?
I didn't kill nobody.
You read the Bible, right?
I was scared. I was looking for closure.
Did it ever occur to you to call the police?
No.
You were in the same position as Brandon Graham. You could have called the police before this tragedy happened.
Mr. Victorino never used the word kill anybody.
You were able to protect Brandon Graham, weren't you?
What do you mean?
You said that you had a conversation with Brandon Graham about Brandon told you he didn't want part of it, and you said you were going to protect him, right?
I didn't say protect him.
Those were the words you used.
No, I didn't.
You let Brandon Graham out, didn't you? Brandon Graham opted out to the conspiracy, according to you.
I told him, I don't think you should go. I don't think you should. So,
Well, how is it that you can get Brandon Graham out of it, but you can't get yourself out of it?
I didn't want to go. I didn't think it was going to happen.
You still went voluntarily.
He didn't use the word kill.
Was Brandon Graham a liability?
Yeah,
And how was he able to get out then? Or did he get out?
you got to ask him. I was threatened. After that happened, Troy Victorino told me and Cannon, you all just keep your mouth shut. If you call the man on me, I'm taking you out of the game.
Oh, that's great, Mr. Salas, but you can go back there after 6 people are dead. The next day, you can go to the Fort Smith house. Why?
Because he was looking for us.
Why wouldn't he be looking for Brandon Graham? He'd be a liability, wouldn't he?
Brandon Graham didn't see what I saw.
You're trying to tell these jurors that you were basically held hostage.
I wasn't held hostage.
You couldn't leave.
Exactly.
That's what you're telling the members of this jury, that you could not leave.
Couldn't go nowhere. When we went back to Mr. Victorino's house, he stepped up to us, right in front of me and Cannon, and said, why aren't you picking up your phone? I thought you bucked on us.
What's that word?
Buck. B-U-C-K.
Was he looking for Brandon Graham?
Not from what I understand.
You protect your homeboys, that's what you said, right?
In a fight, yeah.
Mr. Tanner said at least 6 times you could have left voluntarily. Isn't that true?
Really. He said it, but I didn't see a way to leave.
How is it that Brandon Graham got out and you couldn't?
We dropped him off.
Now, once you get into the house at Telford, you could have dropped the bat. You didn't have to carry the bat.
I didn't put the bat. He gave me the bat, handed me the bat.
You said as soon as they went through the door, Victorino disappeared. Why did you have to hold on to the bat?
Where am I going to put it?
Drop it? No?
Basically, yeah.
Did you testify that you hit a person in there, but you didn't mean to hurt them?
Correct.
Because baseball bats are used for baseball, is that right?
Basically, yeah.
Or they can be used at parks to hit people and get in fights, right?
I didn't carry a bat that time.
What did you carry?
I had brass knuckles.
Brass knuckles, and that's not, so when you say that you're old school and you fight with your hands, that's a lie, isn't it?
No, it's not.
So what are you doing with brass knuckles?
I had them with me. I never used them.
Why do you need them? You're old school.
Because the other opponent groups had bats and chains and a pole.
So you needed brass knuckles.
I'm not going to fight nobody that has a bat or a pole without a weapon myself. That's ludicrous. Just don't make no sense.
This is now the cross-examination by Mr. Mills. Mr. Salas, you told us you suffer from ADHD,
Yes, sir.
and at some points in your life you took Ritalin for that,
Since second grade.
and then after that you took a medication called Caldol,
No. Adderall.
Adderall.
Yes, sir.
When did you stop taking Adderall? You don't take it now, do you?
No, sir. I used to take it when I was in, I believe I took it when I was in Volusia County, but then stopped when they had a new medical group come on.
Okay, so I guess they determined you don't need it anymore?
No, anybody who was getting medication stopped. Only people who really needed it.
Okay.
That was September 29th of 05, I think it was.
Would you agree that you're one of the fightingest 120-pound-year-old young men in Deltona?
What do you mean?
You fight a lot, don't you? You weigh 120 pounds?
Right now I weigh 120 pounds.
How much did you weigh when you were on the street?
20, 25 basically.
Okay. Lost weight since I've been in jail? Oh, I'm sorry. I say okay. I read your answer.
Lost weight since I've been in jail.
So you were the fightingest 125-pounder in Deltona, weren't you?
No, not really.
Really only 2 things, I guess. That, according to you, for an 18-year-old to do in Deltona, and that's either fight or look for a fight, isn't it?
Not really. People got problems.
Seems to be all you ever did, other than play video games, right?
Drive around.
Okay, you went over to the Telford house with the Kogut sisters. You already told us they're crazy, right?
They shot out, yeah.
They what?
They shot out. They're wild, yeah.
Okay, they were in there looking for Mr. Victorino's property, weren't they?
Her stuff.
And their stuff? Never any mention about any property over there that belonged to Mr. Hunter, was there?
No, sir.
There wasn't any yelling about Mr. Hunter's property, it was all Mr. Victorino's, correct?
And Nicole's.
And Nicole, were you with Mr. Cannon when he received a phone call during the phone call, it was made known to Mr. Cannon that Mr. Victorino wanted the gun back?
I was in the passenger seat, yeah.
And did you ride with Mr. Cannon back over to Fort Smith Road and get the gun back too?
Actually, I told Cannon not to go back. I said, my basic word was, fuck that shit, don't go back.
But he did go back over there with the gun, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And you went with him, didn't you?
I have no other, I was from where I was to his apartment. That's an hour and a half walk if you walk it. Nighttime, I'm not walking.
So you went with him, right?
I had no choice.
Well, okay, here's another instance where you don't have any choice. Why did you even have to go? It was Cannon's gun, right?
Uh-huh.
That's a yes?
Yes, sir.
And the mission was for Mr. Cannon to take the gun back to Fort Smith Road so Mr. Victorino could have it, right?
Yes.
And you weren't part of that deal, were you? You just went along for the ride, right?
Yeah, he drove me around.
So it wasn't anything you had to do or you were forced to do against your will, was it?
Not going back, no.
Did Troy Victorino ever threaten you?
Yeah.
And in what way? You told us that when you were at the Fort Smith Roadhouse and there was some talk about going over and getting the property, or I think in your words, getting the shit back
Yeah.
from the Telford house, you were sitting down and Mr. Victorino was standing up, I guess, in the manner that you described, hovering over you.
Yeah.
Is that the intimidation or the threat that you're telling us about?
Not a threat, but intimidation. He's a, as you can see, pretty big gentleman.
Okay, when did he threaten you?
When we got to Telford Lane, when we were inside the screen door.
Let's talk about Fort Smith Road for a minute. Brandon Graham was there during that so-called planning session, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
And Brandon Graham also indicated that he was done with it, or he agreed to, he was down with it, or he agreed to participate, didn't he?
After Troy asked him twice, yeah.
Okay, and really, Brandon was sitting in there on the couch with you, wasn't he?
I wasn't sitting on the couch. I was sitting on a stool. Cannon was standing next to me. Brandon was standing by a couch.
Okay, now Mr. Victorino is substantially larger physically than Mr. Graham, isn't he?
A whole lot bigger, yeah.
You haven't gotten any information back that Mr. Victorino did any physical harm to Brandon Graham after Mr. Graham didn't participate in this Telford incident, have you?
No, he never mentioned Brandon after that.
In fact, nothing ever happened to Brandon Graham, and Brandon didn't participate in this, did he?
No,
But you think something might have happened to you if you didn't participate in it.
yeah,
How is that reasonable, now that we know that nothing happened to Brandon Graham?
because I thought.
It's not, is it?
I thought myself a liability if I didn't go. If he did something and I wasn't there, he would think I was a liability. He thought Brandon Graham was a liability. If he did, I don't know. But me and Cannon thought that the easiest way to get our phone number, he could easily find out where we stay.
And he knew that Brandon stayed with you and Mr. Cannon, didn't he?
Brandon was always with us, yeah. He could come to that assumption. I don't know what he thinks. I can't get inside his head.
Okay, if he found one of you, he would probably find all three of you, wouldn't he?
Yeah,
But again, nothing has happened to Mr. Graham, has it?
not to my knowledge.
You told us on direct examination that when you went into the house, that you automatically went to the back left bedroom. And I apologize, I don't know which number bedroom that is.
2.
And I think your exact words were, I went automatically to that back bedroom. Is that true?
Bedroom 2? Yes, sir.
And that's because, well, my question to you is, why did you automatically go back there? Or why do you characterize it as automatically going back there?
Because that's the only place I went. I went straight to the back room.
In fact, it was actually planned ahead of time that that's where you were going to go, wasn't it?
Pretty much. Troy was telling everybody where to go, what to do.
It's also true that you didn't hear what Jerone Hunter said to the victim that was in a recliner.
No, I didn't.
Now let's talk about the victim that you say Mr. Hunter made reference to that he found in the closet. I believe that young lady's name is Michelle Nathan.
Yes, sir.
You know who I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
You know the incident I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were interviewed by Detective Pagliari in connection with this, weren't you, after you were arrested?
Horzeppa and Seymour, yes.
So Pagliari and Seymour, right?
Yes.
And that interview took place?
Early morning of August 8th.
Right. Now, Mr. D said that, or pointed out to you, that you initially denied your involvement in this during this interview, and you finally started kicking in somewhat or admitting your involvement in the case.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's a fair characterization, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to take a look at the transcript of your interview with Detectives Horzeppa and Seymour?
About 3 times.
3 times? Okay. Would it be accurate, too, if I indicated to you that there are approximately, or actually not approximately, actually 101 pages of the transcribed interview here, would that seem accurate to you?
I never counted the pages, but if you say it.
Would you like to look at it?
Sure.
May I approach the witness? The court you may.
102, not 101.
Okay, sir. Now, out of this 102-page transcript, it took some 43 pages of interview before you finally started coming around. I'm sorry, 54 pages, almost half of the size of this transcript, before you finally started coming around and telling Seymour and Horzeppa something about your involvement, right?
Correct.
About half of it.
That's correct.
First half of the interview, you're lying your ass off. And then you start coming around in the second half of the interview. Is that a fair characterization?
Correct.
Okay, now, during the course of this interview, you did not tell Horzeppa or Seymour anything about Jerone Hunter and Michelle Nathan in the closet, did you?
Yes, I did.
Would you like to look at the interview and show me in there where it is?
Sure, bring it. You mean the first half or the second half? Oh, well, never mind. Found it.
Okay, sir.
Page 81.
Would you like to read the portion of the transcript into the record?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Horzeppa, let's back up. When does Jerone tell you that he stabbed this girl? Wait, hold on. All right. I'm telling him, I say, Troy came out, Jerone came out. Jerone said, where's one more bitch in the house?
There was.
Sorry. Jerone said there was one more bitch in the house, and she was hiding in the closet. That's page 81, line 7 and 8. 81 on. Jerone said there was one more bitch in the house, and she's hiding in the closet. Investigator Horzeppa, and what did you say about her?
What did he say?
What did he say about her? He said he stabbed her. Seymour, Jerone said he stabbed her? Michael Salas, no verbal response. Horzeppa, let's back up. When did Jerone say he stabbed this girl? When we were driving. Investigator Horzeppa, when you were driving, sorry, Investigator Horzeppa, when you were driving out, not while you're still parked, while we're still driving out. Horzeppa, okay. Now Jerone comes back and says, there's one more bitch in the house. Was Troy with him then? Michael Salas, yeah. We were all in the car. He was saying that he was the one where there was one more lady in the house. Did he say a lady or a bitch? Bitch. Horzeppa, okay. There's one more bitch in the house. Did he say where she was? He said she was hiding in the room. Horzeppa, hiding in the room or hiding? Or you said before hiding in the closet. Hiding in the closet in the room. He said that when he knocked something over, he saw her flinch, where he didn't make it obvious that he had saw her. Then he moved, and when he saw, then she said that he saw her face because she tried to pull down the blanket. And he was like, yeah, bitch, I see you. and he said that he was saying something, or she was saying something, please don't kill me, or something. And she was like, sorry, and he was like, too late. And he stabbed her in the breast, and then he hit her with the bat, as he was telling us that he was hitting her with the bat. Okay, so she's pleading, don't kill me, and Jerone says what? He says, too late, bitch. Or Zeppa. Now, this woman is obviously alive at this point. I guess so. Where does the knife come from? From the kitchen. How do you know that? Jerone went and grabbed it. Did you see this, or is this what he said? Is that what he told you, or you saw it? I saw him grab the knife. I didn't see the lady when he stabbed her.
Okay, Mr. Salas, that portion of your interview starts with you saying on page 81, I'm sorry, is that correct?
Basically.
It was over on about page 58 where Investigator Zeppa and Investigator Seymour said, okay, you know, we've heard enough of this. Everybody else has told us what went on in that house. We pretty much know words to that effect, and basically started squeezing you and telling you that you needed to start telling them the truth, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
And up to that point, you had been dancing all around the truth, hadn't you, correct?
I was told to, yes.
You were told to dance around the truth?
Not dance around, but Troy told us if we get caught, this is what to tell them, and that's what I told them.
If you get caught.
Sorry.
Okay.
Plus, I was 18 at the time. This was the first time I ever saw something like that happen.
Okay.
I'm not used to seeing something like that happen. It was not easy for me to talk about.
Okay, you don't happen to mention to Seymour or Zeppa, though, do you, that Troy said, well, don't tell them anything if you get caught, did you?
No.
In fact, right now is the first time you said that at any time during this case, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Now, Zeppa and Seymour say to you, look, you're young. We think you got sucked in on this. Words to that effect, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you knew you had a problem at that point, didn't you?
What kind of problem?
You knew, or they had indicated to you, that they knew more about the case than what you were telling them, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And then you started wondering, or you started having concerns as to how much they really knew about the case, didn't you?
Basically.
And at what point, certainly at some point after you decided you were going to start telling them part of the truth, you came to the realization that the best thing you could do would be to throw everybody that you could under the bus during this interview to try to save your own neck.
No.
Isn't that true?
No, sir. If you read my statement, I told them what I did.
Okay, well, we'll talk more about what you did here in just a minute. What size shoes does Jerone Hunter wear?
Right now?
During the time that you lived at the Fort Smith Row house?
I don't know. I don't know nothing about Jerone, what size he wore.
Okay, you've identified these shoes, and I think they were shown to you by Mr. D, saying those are Mr. Hunter's shoes, correct?
Correct.
If Mr. Hunter wore a size 8.5 or 9.5 size shoe, and assuming these are size 10.5, how could it be those are his shoes?
Because he wore them that night when he got back in the car. He looked down.
How do you know that that's the same pair of shoes that he wore that night at Telford?
Because if I can remember everything, to right now, I think I know.
I'm sorry?
If I can remember everything that happened that day, I think I know what Jerome wore that day.
Okay, how is it you know these are the shoes?
Because when he got back in the car, he looked down, and where the tongue was, you bring me the shoes, I'll show you. But he looked down and he saw blood on his shoes. He's like, oh shit. Said that he had blood on his shoes. When I looked, there was blood where the tongue was, and the laces cross up where the tongue was. And it was blue and white Nikes, them Nikes right there.
Okay, well, let's talk about how stupid you think Mr. Hunter must be. You testified a minute ago that I think you said that on direct examination, it was Mr. Hunter's idea to get rid of the baseball bats and get rid of the clothes, right?
I said that, Troy's.
Okay, there was certainly discussion about getting rid of the clothes, wasn't there?
Get rid of them. Troy said, take off your clothes and put them in a bag.
Okay, and you thought that he was going to get rid of them, didn't you?
No, he said he was going to take them back and give them back to us the next day.
He did say that here in court this afternoon?
I didn't say that.
No, you didn't, did you? But that's in fact what happened, wasn't it?
Yeah, he gave them back the next day. He found them in the car.
Okay, and why did he tell you he wanted the clothes?
He said he wanted to clean them
And why do you suppose he wanted to clean them?
because he probably thought there was blood on us, but I did not have blood on me. Not on my shoes, not on my pants, not on my shirt, not on my hands. I didn't make anybody bleed in that house. I did not kill anybody.
What did you do with the shoes that you wore in that house?
I didn't give them to him. They were still in the car. There was no blood on them.
I guess my question is it reasonable to believe that Mr. Hunter would have looked down and seen blood on his shoes after he comes out of the Telford house and hang on to those shoes? Does that make sense to you at all?
He said he was going to clean them and take them.
And keep them?
And keep them. They were brand new shoes. They look like nice shoes.
Okay, and you're identifying those shoes because they're Nike shoes and they're blue and white, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea how many pair of those shoes there are floating around Deltona?
I don't know. I don't know how many people wear Nikes. I don't know.
Okay, but again, you don't know what size shoe Mr. Hunter wears, do you?
Shakes head.
And you don't know what size those shoes are either, do you?
10.5 from what you just told me.
What shoes did you tell us you wore over at the Telford house? It was a pair of boots, wasn't it?
FUBU.
FUBU boots?
Yeah. I think the state showed them in here not too long ago.
FUBU, that's for us, by us. Isn't that an acronym for that label?
Yes.
Now, you said that you wore extra clothes. I think you called it layered clothes. Is that what it is?
I always do that.
Okay, that's in case you go to the park and play basketball.
I wear my boxers, then I wear athletic shorts, then I wear my pants, then I wear a tank top, and I wear a shirt.
So you could go play basketball in your FUBU boots, right? Or do you carry a pair of athletic shoes around with you too?
No, I don't carry athletic shoes.
So when you got dressed up to go over to Telford, you layered your clothes not to go play basketball because you didn't have any basketball shoes, right?
No.
You layered your clothes because you thought you might need a change of clothes, didn't you?
No, I didn't have layer clothes. I always layer my clothes every day. When I got arrested, I had yellow athletic shorts on with some shorts, my boxers, and a tank top.
All right, sir. Now you testified a moment ago that, I believe you testified a moment ago that up at the night of the incident, you all got rid of the bats, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now you didn't talk to Detective Horzeppa about that, did you?
Yes, I did.
Wasn't it true that you told Horzeppa that the bats were gotten rid of?
By Jerone.
Over in somewhere near DeBerry in a wooded area, correct?
Uh-huh.
You didn't tell him that you all went over there the night of Telford and got rid of them, did you?
He didn't ask for that specific detail. He didn't tell me to break it down.
Okay, so you didn't bother elaborating on that, correct?
Basically, I told him I said we went to DeBerry. When I say we, he obviously knew who I was talking about.
Now, I believe you testified on direct examination that Troy told you to wash off the bats. Is that,
Not wash them.
I'm sorry,
Just wipe them down. He said wipe them down.
wipe them down?
I told him why. He said, just do what I say.
Okay, now you didn't tell Detective Horzeppa about that either, did you? That would incriminate you pretty badly, wouldn't it?
Not as much as what I told him I did in the house.
Okay, but you didn't tell Horzeppa that Mr. Victorino ordered you to wipe the blood off the bats, did you?
No.
In fact, you told Detective Horzeppa, Troy was saying that he can go somewhere, I guess, to wash the blood off of him, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, I think you told Investigator Seymour during the same interview that somebody else wiped these bats down using a bandana, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. Anthony Cannon is your best friend, isn't he? Or he was during this period of time, wasn't he?
Still is, like my brother.
In fact, you call him Ant, don't you?
Call him a couple names. Ant, Tony, Cannon, T.
Ant's his street name?
He goes by Anthony, by his friends. Ant for short.
Tell us what your street name is. It's Nightwolf, isn't it?
Wolf, basically.
or night wolf, right?
Basically.
Well,
Cannon called me.
is it or isn't it? Which is it?
Basically, yeah, what Cannon called me.
Now, the bats that were used at Telford, they actually came from Mr. Cannon, didn't they?
No, they didn't.
They came out of the back of his expedition. He'd been carrying them around.
They were put in the back of his expedition.
Who put them back there?
My friend Tito and his friend Josh.
Okay, now you testified this afternoon that the only two people that killed anyone in the Telford house, maybe Mr. Victorino, but for sure Mr. Hunter, right?
Basically.
Basically, you didn't see, your testimony is you didn't see Mr. Victorino hit anybody with a baseball bat, did you?
No. But when I was at the front door of that bedroom, he and Miss Belanger, he had Miss Belanger by the foot, and her boyfriend Francisco were both knocked out. So that basically said, and since he was the only one in the bedroom, put two and two together.
Okay, now while you were housed in the Volusia County Jail, you figured out, and Mr. Cannon apparently figured out a way to write letters to each other, didn't you?
Basically.
Well, not basically, you did, didn't you?
Yeah.
And that's against the rules in the jail, isn't it?
No, they never gave us rules. They never said we couldn't talk to each other. They never said, Mike Salas, you cannot talk to Robert Anthony Cannon.
I'm talking about writing letters now. You're not supposed to write letters to inmates, are you?
No, they didn't say that. They didn't give specifics. They didn't talk to me about that.
Well, the letters that you wrote to Mr. Cannon, you had to mail to somebody on the outside and have them mailed back into the jail, didn't you?
Or I could write the letter, leave it with another inmate, and when he comes into the block, that inmate will give it to him.
So you had an idea that you weren't supposed to be communicating with Cannon and Hunter and possibly Mr. Victorino?
No, I didn't have that thought in my head. That was the only way I could communicate with them as somebody else handing it to them.
Do you remember writing a letter to Mr. Hunter around September 18th of the year 2005? You recall Mr. Salas writing a letter to Mr. Hunter, who was also housed in the Volusia County Jail around September 18th of 2005.
Which letter? I wrote Hunter a couple of letters with Stanley Gainey down in the White House when Stanley was in the cell and I was in the when Stanley was in the cell, I was in the cell too.
Stanley was in cell 1 and I was in cell 2.
Stanley was in cell 1, I was in cell 2. He used to fish them back and forth. Tell him when I leave out of here and Hunter comes in, give it to him.
Okay, do you recall in this letter of September 18th of 2005 suggesting that Mr. Hunter needed help on this matter, that Mr. Cannon didn't really know anything?
Can I see the letter? Refresh my memory.
And that letter dated September 18th of 2005?
Can I see it?
Going to hand the evidence, I mean the witness, what's been marked as defense Hunter for identification letter E. I'm referring to the second, underline second.
Want me to read it?
No, sir.
Yeah.
May I have it back? You recall writing that letter?
Yep.
In that letter, you suggest that Mr. Hunter needs to help you because Mr. Cannon doesn't know much, correct?
Said help each other. Cannon didn't know nothing. At that time, I guess Cannon would go. I guess Cannon was going with the state, I think.
And at the end of this letter, you suggest that Mr. Hunter flush it when you're done reading, right?
I used to do that with a lot of it. Flush it so the CO didn't find it.
Okay, now you wrote Mr. Hunter a second letter, didn't you?
I think I wrote him about 2 or 3.
Okay, the letter, I'm going to go ahead and give this one back to the clerk. Because the letter I'm making reference to now, unfortunately, doesn't have a date on it, but it has an inscription on the back that says, "Happy late birthday." You remember that letter?
Yeah.
Do you recall writing in that letter, "I'm going to do everything in my power to help us go home"?
Yep.
And in fact, that's what you're doing here today, isn't it?
No.
Just doing everything you can to avoid responsibility for what you've done, aren't you?
Sir, I already fessed up to what I did. I'm not lying. I told you I did not kill anybody. I'm not trying to make myself go home or nothing. Just here to tell the truth. I think it was Mr. Hunter who told me.
Do you recall writing a letter to somebody named Canine?
Yeah.
Just want to check with counsel. Judge. You recall writing in that letter, starting out, in fact, in that letter, saying, I just want to know what they said so I will know what to say in court. That's all. You remember saying that, writing that?
Yeah, I remember writing that.
Who is K-9?
Tommy Aikinger?
That was a fellow inmate at the Bush County Jail.
Yeah.
You're telling this jury that today, as you sit here faced with the possibility of 6 death sentences, that you would not do or say anything you could to avoid being convicted?
What do you mean?
You wouldn't lie to this jury to avoid being convicted?
Haven't lied yet.
You're a loyal friend of Mr. Cannon, aren't you?
Known him since
Sir,
2000.
you're a loyal friend to him, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're also loyal to yourself, aren't you?
Am I loyal? What do you mean?
Now, the night that you met Mr. Victorino, in fact, went over and picked him up to take him to the fight, I think it was the skating rink. That was the first time you'd run into him, first time you'd seen him?
Second time.
The second time. What night was it that somebody said, when you went over to pick him up, my God, he must be the Hulk, or he's got the Hulk? When was that?
That was when we were driving over there. Jerone suggested, he said, let's go pick up my boy Troy. Like it was Troy. He had to go see.
We had to go see.
Sorry, we had to go see. So when we went in there, I guess he called him beforehand. When we pulled up, Troy was coming out of the bushes, like coming from behind the house. And I said, oh, that Troy? And somebody in another car yelled out the window saying, they said, Salas got that Hulk on his team.
And you were damn proud to have the Hulk on your team, weren't you?
No.
You were glad to be taking somebody of his size and his reputation.
What reputation? I didn't know nothing about.
The fight at the skating rink, weren't you?
What reputation? I didn't know nothing about him. It was none of his business. It was Jerone who suggested that we bring Troy. I didn't say, let's go pick up Troy. Where is Troy? Would Troy like to go down with us? Down with this.
You're a wannabe, aren't you?
Want to be what?
You want to be as bad and good as you can be in Deltona, don't you?
Not really. I don't see that.
You don't see that? Going around either fighting or looking for a fight or playing video games and you're not a wannabe?
I was playing video games, trying to be a wannabe.
You play all the violent video games, don't you?
I play SmackDown, Army games, Ninja games.
And then when you get done with that, you go out and look for a fight and then you fight, don't you?
That's incorrect.
Okay, you got the Hulk on your team and you were glad, weren't you?
I wasn't glad. It was none of his business to get into a fight. It was Jerone Hunter who suggested that we bring Troy. Again, he said, let's pick up my boy Troy. Keyword, my. His, not mine.
That's all I've got, thank you. Court, any redirect? Mr. Dees, yes, Your Honor. All right, back in August of 2004, when this was going down, Mr. Tanner was saying, well, you had all these chances just to walk away. Walk away where?
I have no idea where he's saying trying to walk away somewhere.
Did you have money back then, savings?
Wasn't working, no.
Own a house? Your family have money?
They had money to buy stuff, but not like I go and tell them, give me money, give me money, give me money. My grandma used to throw me $5 or $10 sometimes.
And your grandmother didn't work, right?
No.
She had foster kids, right?
Yes.
Did you have money to pick up and move out of Deltona and go somewhere else to live by yourself?
No, I never had money like that.
So if you walked away from Victorino, you'd still be in Deltona back then, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And if you weren't with Anthony Cannon or your grandmother, you'd be walking the street, is that correct?
Yeah, wouldn't have nowhere to go.
So that's like telling somebody, a caged lion, you could have walked to the other side of the cage, isn't it?
Yes.
Re-cross-examination by Mr. Tanner. Mr. Salas, the reason you're so sure that these are the blue and white shoes is, he said he had on blue and white Nikes, didn't he?
That's correct.
And you saw the blue and white Nikes.
Those are them.
And you heard the DNA expert say that Michelle and Nathan's blood was on it, Roberto Gonzalez and Anthony Vega's blood was on it.
And Jerone Hunters, yes.
And that would make him rather unique, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Not like every shoe floating around Deltona?
Nope.
And finally, if you and Cannon and Hunter had walked away, he couldn't have done what you say he did, could he? If you guys hadn't joined him and given him manpower and courage, these 6 people would be alive, wouldn't they?
We didn't give him manpower. We didn't give him coverage. He's a big dude.
You know he couldn't have gone in there by himself and beat 6 people to death, don't you?
He killed 2 people in the same room.
Thanks to you,
Not thanks to me. It was not my fault.
and thanks to Cannon,
Wasn't Cannon's fault.
and thanks to Hunter.
Wasn't Hunter's fault.
No further questions. And then the court said the witnesses step in.
All right, and may this witness step down.
Yes, please.
All right, sir, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Is the state ready for their next witness?
Just gonna make sure Ms. Clement is here while he's talking.
Okay.
I'll bring
If y'all want to stand up a moment, you can to stretch. We'll take we have someone who's requesting a restroom break. Let's take 10 minutes. We'll be back at 2:30.
Yeah.
Thank you. Everyone may be seated. How are we doing for this afternoon with witnesses and
Judge, I have plenty of witnesses here to testify. I have FDLE that I don't think we'll get to. I have the medical examiner that I plan to get to. And one DNA, the shorter DNA person is who I'm calling next, Meghan Clement.
okay? All right. Yeah, these 10-minute breaks are killing us. So,
We're still on schedule for rest tomorrow.
as long as you guys feel like we're on schedule, then.
We are. I mean,
Okay.
I thought we might finish earlier tomorrow. Now we may take longer.
That's
but
all right.
We still will finish tomorrow. Still our plan.
Okay, good. I just,
Yeah.
because I know Mr. Woods got, Yeah.
People lined up at Thursday.
right,
Thursday and then some on Friday morning.
Right.
I'm gonna have some lined up on Friday afternoon, but every single expert of mine is on Monday.
Right.
Every single one. I can't change that. There's something I can do.
that's why I want to make sure that we're running on schedule, and it sounds like we are.
I'm saying come Tuesday, I'm just saying I could probably fit everything into the Monday.
Well, I think we're in good shape. I think we're
I
good.
think that they're gonna have this case by Tuesday. I think. So I think that, I think we can, I feel like.
All right, I'm glad to hear it, guys. I'm glad to hear
I
it.
can't reschedule
And-
anybody else.
And I recalled that.
Yeah, and
And
also.
we're off the record.
Also, the prison people are an issue.
Thank you. Everyone, please be seated. Mr. Gonis, or is it Mr. Urbanic? Who's up next? All right, Mr. Gonis, please call your next witness.
Meghan Clement.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Meghan Clement. The first name is Meghan, and the last name is Clement.
Where do you currently work?
I am self-employed. I have a forensic biology consulting company called Clement Consulting, LLC.
What are your duties and responsibilities with your firm?
I basically will work with various attorneys, either prosecutors or defense attorneys. I'll work with post-conviction organizations such as the Innocence Project, or in North Carolina, there's a group called the Innocence Inquiry Commission. And I'll do any number of things. Sometimes I will look at old cases, look at evidence that might be available, and assist in determining potential items to be tested. Other times I will look at old DNA technologies and help attorneys understand what testing was performed and what those results were, what the limitations of that testing was at the time, and things like that.
Okay. How long have you had that business?
I have been consulting independently since April of 2017.
Please tell the jury about your educational background.
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from Westfield State College in Massachusetts, and a Master of Science in Forensic Sciences from the University of New Haven in Connecticut. I've also attended graduate level courses at the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque, as well as obtained graduate level credits from the University of Virginia through courses that I actually took at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia.
Tell the jury your educational history leading up to where I know you've already told us what you've been doing since 2018.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again?
Sure, tell the jury about your work history.
Certainly. I started in 1985 at the Albuquerque City Police Department Crime Laboratory. We weren't using DNA and forensics then, so I was doing serology work, looking at blood and body fluids and individualizing or partially individualizing evidence samples there. I worked there from March of 1985 until March of 1991. And then I moved to Fort Worth, Texas. And in Texas, I worked at the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office in their crime laboratory. They had DNA testing currently online, and I had been setting up the laboratory in Albuquerque, but we had never actually gone online. In Texas, though, I was performing actual DNA casework. I worked there from March of 91 until November of 94. And in November of 1994, I moved to Raleigh, North Carolina, and started working for a company that originally was named Roche Biomedical, ultimately became LabCorp, or Laboratory Corporation of America Holdings. I was in North Carolina from November of 1994 until June of 2012. LabCorp had purchased another lab in Texas and decided to consolidate the North Carolina and Texas labs, so they relocated me to Texas. And I worked there from 2012 to 2015. In 2014, LabCorp acquired another forensic laboratory in Virginia, and they decided to consolidate the Texas and Virginia labs, so they relocated me to Virginia. And I worked there from I actually had dual positions. I was working in the Texas lab from 2012 to 2015, and I was also working in the Virginia lab from about, I think it was July or August of 2015 until I retired from LabCorp, or one of its subsidiaries, in April of 2017, and started consulting independently.
Describe your training and experience as it relates to DNA.
My training began in 1988 when DNA first started coming on the scenes in forensics. In Albuquerque, we worked with the University of New Mexico Biology Department, and they created a molecular biology course specifically for forensics. So I took that semester-long course. Then in 1989, I took a month-long course at the FBI Academy in Quantico, dealing specifically with DNA testing and forensics. I took another 2-week course in January, or I don't remember exactly which month, in early 1990. And then throughout my career, I have attended various workshops and classes as the technology progressed to learn technologies.
Have you given opinion testimony in the field of DNA testing?
I have, yes.
Approximately how many times?
I believe it's about 404 times now.
What states?
There have been 33 or 34 states,
You
including,
don't have to list them.
including Florida.
Okay, thank you. What is DNA?
DNA is the blueprint of life. It is what codes for all of our characteristics we can physically see, as well as all of the mechanisms that go on in our body on a day-to-day basis that we're virtually unaware of.
Is there more?
Can you speak just a little bit louder?
Sure, certainly. I can move this closer. Sorry.
That's okay, thank you. Is there more than one kind of DNA found in each individual?
Yes, there is.
Please describe that.
The first type of DNA is called nuclear DNA, and this is found in the nucleus of cells. So if you think of a cell as a fried egg, the nucleus would be the yolk portion. And this is where DNA is housed that we inherit from our mothers and our fathers. So that is the first type of DNA and the most common that's used in forensics. A second type is called mitochondrial DNA. And the mitochondrial DNA is found in the outside of the cell, or would be the white portion of the egg, which is called the cytoplasm. Mitochondria are little organelles, and they have their own special type of DNA that we inherit only from our mothers. So it is not as discriminating as the DNA that we inherit from both of our parents, but in the mitochondria, there are literally hundreds of copies of the DNA, whereas the nuclear DNA, there's only one copy per cell. So mitochondrial DNA is much more sensitive, but not as discriminating.
And how is it tested, mitochondrial DNA?
The mitochondrial DNA is tested very similarly to the way the nuclear DNA is. You perform the same type of extraction methodologies. Once you have extracted the DNA or separated it from the rest of the cell, we'll then quantitate it to determine approximately how much we've been able to recover. We will then amplify the specific areas of the DNA, whether it's mitochondrial or nuclear DNA, that we want to analyze. And then we run it through a detection method to develop either a sequence in mitochondrial, which looks at the actual base by base makeup of the DNA strand, or in nuclear DNA, you look at fragments or how long a particular strand or portion of DNA is. So once it's run through the detection method, then you simply compare in mitochondrial DNA the sequence from the evidence sample to the sequence from known reference samples to determine whether there are similarities or differences.
Back in 2005, what lab were you working at?
I was working at LabCorp in North Carolina.
And at that time, did LabCorp perform mitochondrial testing?
Yes, we did.
Was the lab accredited?
Yes, we were.
By whom and what was the process?
LabCorp held multiple accreditations. We were accredited by the American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors Laboratory Accreditation Board, which uses the acronym ASCLD Lab. They had a 5-year rotation of accreditation. So 1 year they would come on site, they would inspect all of our protocols, our quality procedures. They would look at the physical makeup of the laboratory. They would look at our casework. And then in between years, we would have to fill out reports and submit if they asked for either updated protocols or whatever they asked for, we would have to provide that information. The second organization was the College of American Pathologists, and they would come on site every other year to inspect our laboratory and our procedures, as well as our quality control measures and management system. And so they were on site every other year. And then a third group that we were accredited by was the New York State Department of Health. The state of New York requires that any laboratory performing any type of testing for any agency within their state undergo an accreditation through the State Department of Health. So they also came every other year and would look at our quality control manuals, our protocols, our management system. And so virtually we were inspected at least once every year, if not multiple times a year.
Thank you. Did you receive evidence in the case of the state of Florida versus Troy Victorino and Jerone Hunter?
Yes.
When did your lab receive the items?
We received multiple submissions. The first submission was received on April 7th of 2005.
Where did your lab receive the items from?
We received those items from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Did you have any concerns about the packaging of the items?
No, they were all received in a sealed manner.
What was received?
In the first submission, we received a few hair samples and 10 reference samples. The reference samples are from a known individual. So there were 10 reference samples listed as 6 of them from victims and 4 from suspects. And I would have to look at my notes to...
Please do.
Okay, so...
May she refer her...
May I refer to my notes?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So the victims were listed as Anthony Vega, John Gleason, Roberto Gonzalez, Michelle Nathan, Francisco Roman, and Aaron Bellinger. And then the 4 suspects were listed as Troy Victorino, Jerone Hunter, Michael Salas, and Robert Cannon.
So you had known reference DNA samples from those people?
We did, yes.
And then you mentioned the hair?
Yes, there were a couple of hairs, or a few hairs that were submitted in that first submission.
And then in another submission, did you also receive a shoelace?
Yes, the shoelace was received on October 13th of 2005.
Was mitochondrial DNA testing done on the hairs?
Yes, the hair, it was listed as Q1T. We did perform mitochondrial testing on that, yes.
Explain that process for the jury.
Certainly. As I had mentioned, the first thing that we would do is extract the DNA from the hair sample. This hair was approximately 9 centimeters long, and so we took approximately 3 centimeters of that. DNA was extracted from it. It was quantitated, and we amplified the 2 variable regions of the mitochondrial DNA sequence. And then once we developed the profile from the hair, then we went back and analyzed the known reference samples. And once we obtained sequences from the known reference samples, we made comparisons.
What were the results?
The result was the sequence from the hair was the same as the sequence that was obtained from the reference sample from Michelle Nathan. And it was different from all of the other 9 reference sequences that were developed. So we could not exclude Michelle Nathan or her maternal lineage as being a possible contributor of that hair.
Originally, you had mentioned several hairs. Did you examine any other hairs?
We did, yes. There were 2 other hairs that were submitted, and we were able to get a sequence on one hair that didn't match anybody. And the other hair, the 3rd hair, we got no sequence on.
Now, the shoelace, let's talk about that. Did you also do the same mitochondrial DNA testing as you explained about the hair?
Yes.
What were the results?
The results for the shoelace was that there was a mixture of mitochondrial DNA from more than one individual. And so it was clear that there had to have been at least 2 individuals from that one particular sample.
What did you do with it? Did you compare it against the 10 known reference samples, the 6 victims and the 4 suspects?
Yes.
What were the results?
In that situation, because it's a mixture, we looked for differences so that we could exclude individuals. And if I may refer to my notes again,
You may.
just so that I can get the names correct. We were able to exclude Anthony Vega, John Gleason, Michelle Nathan, Francisco Roman, Aaron Bellinger, Troy Victorino, Michael Salas, and Robert Cannon as possible contributors to that mixed DNA. And we could not draw any conclusions about John Hunter or Roberto Gonzalez.
So of the 10 known samples, you were able to exclude 8 of them?
That's correct.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
I'm going to approach you. These are already in evidence. The first one is states 33. Represented as a shoelace. If you could take a look at that. Is that the shoelace that you examined, that you testified about here today?
This is actually the hair sample that I testified about. Yes, and I know that because this little white label is what we call an accession label at LabCorp, and it has the last 4 digits of the case number that LabCorp gave it, the descriptor, which was Q1T, the date that it was received, April 7th of 2005, and then after the analysis, it was resealed, and this clear tape on the top, evidence tape, was the tape that LabCorp used for sealing all of our evidence.
Okay, just so we're clear, Exhibit 33 is the hair
That's correct.
from the bat.
That's correct.
And then now states 35, what is that?
So states 35 is the shoelace, and again, you see this little square accessioning label, and it has the LabCorp case number. The X just means it was a subsequent submission, so it came after the original submission, and it has the item number that it was designated by LabCorp, as well as the date that it was received, October 13th of 2005. And again, it's got the LabCorp forensic tape that was used to reseal it after we completed our analysis.
And that's the shoelace that you tested, or that was tested.
That's correct.
No further questions, Judge.
Mr. Wood?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I want to talk, kind of go back to the beginning of what we were talking about before in terms of DNA testing and comparison. So would it be fair to say in the field of DNA testing and analysis that the more common type of DNA analysis would be the nuclear DNA testing?
That, yes, that is the most common testing that is performed today.
And in nuclear testing, DNA testing, it's much more discriminating in identifying a contributor to a piece of DNA.
Yes, the autosomal nuclear DNA testing is the DNA that we inherit from both our mothers and fathers, and everyone except for identical siblings will have different DNA. And so that is much more discriminating than the mitochondrial DNA, which is inherited from our mothers. So I've got 3 siblings. All 4 of us have the same type of mitochondrial sequence. If my mother had a sister, her children would have the same mitochondrial, so it's not as unique as the autosomal nuclear DNA.
In terms of, again, the field of DNA analysis and comparison, is it the normal practice, say this is the right word, to attempt first to do nuclear DNA analysis, and then mitochondrial is an analysis of last resort?
It depends on the sample size, the sample condition, the age of the sample. So there are a number of variables that will come into play. For instance, with hairs, the only place you're going to get nuclear DNA is if there is a root. So if a hair presents or comes from a crime scene and there's no root on it, you would not be able to do autosomal, and it would automatically go to mitochondrial. However, if it did have a root, yes, a laboratory may attempt nuclear DNA first and then determine whether they get a result, and if not, then send it for mitochondrial, as well as other samples. A lot of it depended on the size of the sample, and in some instances, nuclear was tried first before mitochondrial.
At the time that you did the DNA analysis, in this case at LabCorp, at that time, the FDLE laboratory didn't have the capability to do mitochondrial DNA analysis, did they?
No, they did not. There were very few laboratories in the United States that performed mitochondrial DNA analysis.
And at the time, obviously, LabCorp did mitochondrial DNA.
Yes.
So, do you know, before you received these 2 particular items of evidence, be it the shoelace or the bat, do you know if FDLE attempted to do the more discriminating test of the nuclear DNA analysis?
I know that on the shoelace, nuclear DNA analysis was attempted, but I don't know about the hair.
And, okay. So let me ask you this. So would, in the nuclear DNA testing, if there's a sample of the suspect's DNA that you're able to get a complete profile from, you have an item for analysis, I've seen reports where, you'll have analysis to say the odds of 1 in a trillion that it could be somebody else's DNA. Very definitive, kind of a magic process. Is that common in the nuclear DNA analysis?
In nuclear DNA analysis, yes, because it's so discriminating. If you get a complete profile, the numbers are often in the billions, trillions, quadrillions. I mean, it just depends on how
Far
rare.
more than there are people on the earth.
Correct.
Okay. So, but with mitochondrial DNA, you're not able to say this DNA matches the DNA of a particular subject, are you?
The way we would word it is we'd look at the sequence, and if the sequences were the same, we would say the sequences match. But we could never say that, therefore, it came from person X, Y, or Z. All we can say is that the sequences match, therefore they could be a contributor of that particular DNA. But again, because it's not unique, we could never say that this had to have come from person A, B, or C.
Okay. So with regard to the shoelace, you ultimately concluded on your mitochondrial DNA analysis that you could not exclude Roberto Gonzalez or Jerone Hunter. Are you able to tell this jury that the DNA results were positive that it was Jerome Hunter DNA or Roberto Gonzalez's?
I cannot draw that conclusion. I can only say that the results compared to Jerome Hunter and Roberto Gonzalez are inconclusive at this point. I can only exclude from a mixture.
Okay. And I'm sorry, did you say the results were inconclusive as to those two individuals?
Today, that's how it would be reported. Yes, there was a change in standards in 2010, so that today it would simply say either no conclusion can be drawn as to these individuals, or the results are inconclusive for these individuals.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Probisco?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, just a couple of things, and I think we'll probably agree on about all of them. You did analysis on a few hairs, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
One of the hairs you couldn't match to anyone that you had a known sample for.
Correct.
One of them you had a sequence, but you don't know who it belongs to.
Maybe we should define which hairs we're talking about. One we got no results on, so we did not even get a sequence. One we did get a sequence, and it did not match any of the 10 reference samples. And then the third hair, the Q1T, we did get a sequence, and we did determine that we could not exclude Michelle Nathan as being a possible contributor.
And as for the shoelace, it may be Jerone and Roberto, or it may not be.
We cannot draw conclusions on those two individuals now.
And to the extent that we would take the assumption that it was Michelle Nathan's hair and it was Gonzalez and Hunter's DNA, you can't testify about how that mitochondrial DNA existed on those items, can you?
No, as a DNA analyst, we cannot determine how something got there. We can only analyze it to determine who could possibly be an origin of it.
Sure. And mitochondrial DNA doesn't just have to come from blood, is that correct?
Oh, that's correct. It doesn't only come from blood.
Skin cells, hair, touching, sweat, many different biological secretions can result in mitochondrial DNA, is that correct?
That's correct.
You're also familiar with the concept of DNA transferring from the original source of the human being through various chains to ultimately end up on an item.
Yes.
So for instance, if there were items from a crime scene that were lumped together and thrown into an expedition, that could be the cause of the end result DNA being on a particular item.
If all of the items were in the same container with no barriers between them, that's possible.
And similarly, if a person wiped down an item containing multiple pieces of DNA, that could be a result if that cloth got in contact with another item or another person or something like that.
If the same cloth is used to, let's say, wipe down one item and then wipe down another, yes, that is a possible means of transfer.
And with respect to the commission of the crime, the presence or absence of that DNA, as you've testified, doesn't inform how this crime was committed.
No, we just analyze the evidence to determine who could potentially be a source of DNA.
And similarly, it doesn't point to a particular person's personal participation as to a victim in this case.
I'm sorry, could you ask that question again?
The DNA doesn't show who did it or what happened.
Just tells you what DNA is present on the items that were tested.
Thank you.
No further questions.
All right, may she be excused?
Yes, Judge.
All right, ma'am, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
State's next witness.
State calls Michael Guzman. He should be on
Okay,
Okay, maybe we do it cycle.
sure. You tell me when you're ready. All right.
And Your Honor, while we're setting that up, just so it's clear for the jury,
I'm sure it did.
this evidence is related only to
I
Troy
have to check with
Victorino.
Michelle, you call Michelle, okay. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Gonis.
That's okay, I apologize. I can wait until we're sure he's up there
Okay.
before I announce it again.
This is a difficulty between being up in Flagler, so I've got to have my everything. We'll just check in with Michelle. Got it, you think?
Is it coming to you or to me? Good thing I brought my phone. Three 161. Yeah, keyboard's not. 350 161. See if this will work. There we go. That looks better.
Mr. Guzman?
Oh, can you hear me?
We can hear you perfectly.
Okay, great.
You may get him sworn, please.
Mr. Guzman, can you hear me okay?
Can you repeat that?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you come in, you're breaking up a little.
Can you raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Sure.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Here at this time, before we begin the testimony, I just want it to be clear to the jury that this witness and testimony is relevant only to defendant Troy Victorino, not to Jerone Hunter. Thank you. Is it okay if I turn the podium so I can see the witness? You certainly can. Good afternoon, Mr. Guzman.
Hello.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Michael Guzman, MICHAEL, GUZMAN,
What state do you currently live in, sir?
Washington State.
Are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm a gardener at a botanical garden.
Back in 1996, did you live in Florida?
Yes.
What city?
Deltona.
How old were you?
20.
Did you know any of the victims who were murdered in this case? Erin Belanger?
No.
Okay.
No.
Francisco A. Roman?
No.
Michelle Nathan?
No.
Anthony Vega?
No.
Roberto Gonzalez?
No.
Or Jonathan Gleason?
No.
Did you know or had you ever met Michael Salas?
No.
Did you know or had you ever met Robert Anthony Cannon?
No.
How about Jerone Hunter?
No.
Prior to the murders, did you know Troy Victorino?
From years before this, yes.
So but let's say then prior to, we're talking about 1996, about how long had you known him?
Probably a couple of months.
And how did you know him? Were you friends, acquaintances?
I'd say acquaintances.
Approximately how many times do you think you'd seen him?
20 maybe? I don't remember.
That's fine. Do you know Michael Stern, or also known as Michael Simpson?
It was an acquaintance, yes.
Prior to March of 1996, how long had you known him as an acquaintance?
Maybe a year, give or take a couple of months, I don't remember.
I want to bring you back to March 26, 1996. Were you planning to go to a party? What city was that in?
Arizona.
Did you make a stop at El Gonzalez's house along the way?
Yes.
What city was that in?
DeBerry.
That evening, did you see Troy Victorino at El Gonzalez's house?
Yes.
Did you speak with him?
Yes.
Did you leave that party and go somewhere else?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went to the house on Nemo Drive,
Can you spell that street?
Nemo.
Okay. Did Troy Victorino go with you?
Yes.
How did you get there?
I drove my car.
Okay, so he drove in your car with you?
Yes.
Where did you park?
I parked in the driveway. There were a few cars in the driveway, so I was behind towards the street.
What happens when you get there?
I get there. He tells me he wants to talk to Mr. Stern. I say, go ahead. He wanted to go back to Al's house. He didn't want to stay at the party. So I said, I'll just wait in my car, do what you got to do, and I'll come back and I'll take you, and then I'll go to the party myself.
And I just want to be clear, you're saying he. Who do you mean?
Mr. Victor.
Okay, Troy Victorino?
Yes.
What was Victorino's demeanor at that time?
Cool, calm, and collective. Nothing out of the ordinary.
What happens next?
He knocks at the door, asks for Mike Stern. Mr. Stern comes out, walks in front of him. Victorino is behind him. After about a second or two, he punches him in the back of the head.
Who punches who?
Troy Victorino punches Mike Stern. Mike Stern falls on the ground. Troy Victorino jumps on top of him, starts punching him up and down like this. He takes a cane that Mr. Stern is carrying and proceeds to hit him over the head with the cane. The cane breaks as he's swinging, and I'd say about at the third stroke, with whatever piece of wood was left, a piece of it flew off and hit the hood of my car, which was about let's say 30 or 40 feet back.
Was it night or day?
Oh, this was night.
About how far away from Troy Victorino and Mr. Stern were you?
Maybe. I didn't.
And you mentioned Mr. Victorino hit Mr. Stern. What was Mr. Stern doing before that? Were they arguing? Were they facing each other? What was going on?
Well, they shook hands, greeted each other, talked, and then Mr. Stern turned around, and that's when Victorino.
And where did he hit him?
Back of the head.
Okay, and you're motioning with you're making a fist. So did you see him punch? Did you see Troy Victorino punch Mr. Stern?
Yes.
Okay, and then I think you said that they ended up on the ground.
Stern fell. Victorino leaned over and proceeded to punch.
Okay.
With both hands.
And then you mentioned a cane. Whose cane
Yes.
was that?
Mr. Stern had a cane at the time, a walking cane, a carved ornamental type cane. I'm flew out of his hand when he fell. Victorino grabbed it and started hitting him with it.
Okay. Do you know approximately how old Mr. Stern was at the time?
I don't recall.
Was he about your age? You mentioned a cane, so is this an old man?
No, this is an ornamental cane that a young man would use.
Okay.
Similar to what you would see in rap videos.
All right. And do you know what material the cane was made out of?
Wood.
You said that a piece of the cane or the cane broke and a piece of it flew off and hit your car. Was that correct?
Yes,
Do you recall where on your car it was hit?
on the hood.
Did you see Mr. Stern do anything to Mr. Victorino? Was he trying to fight back? Was he conscious? What can you tell us?
No, there was no fighting back.
Could you hear Mr. Stern make any noise?
I heard some kind of sound I can't mimic, but I vividly remember the sound. It was disturbing.
I just want to be clear. I understand you can't make the sound, but did it appear that it was in pain?
Yes.
Did he make that sound one time? Was it brief?
If I remember correctly, it was brief in the matter of 3 to 5 seconds. There's an audible sound and then nothing.
Do you recall approximately how many times you saw Troy Victorino hit Michael Stern with the cane?
I want to say 3 to 5. He kept hitting him as the cane was breaking. So I include that in my tally.
What happened next?
He fiddles around with his hands looking for a set of keys, goes to Mr. Stern's car, takes the car, and leaves.
So he did not drive back with you. Mr. Victorino took Mr. Stern's keys and left with Mr. Stern's car?
Yes.
Had you seen that car before?
Yes, Mr. Stern was known for driving that little black car. I believe it was a Honda Civic. I don't recall. I just remember the color was black.
Okay, but you knew it to be Mr. Stern's car?
Yes.
Did you see Troy Victorino again after that?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was at Al Gonzalez's house.
About how long after you had seen him hit Mr. Stern with the walking stick was this?
Oh, it could be a few days to a week, if I remember correctly.
Did you discuss what you had seen Troy Victorino do to Mr. Stern?
Yes, we briefly talked about it.
Tell the jury about that, please.
If I recall, I mentioned to Mr. Victorino, you know, you hit him with the stick and it appeared to hit the car, and that seemed pretty excessive. Well, and he told me, I didn't mean to hit him that bad. I guess I just snapped. I said it looked like you didn't snap.
Did you see Mr. Stern sometime later?
A long time later, I believe we were in court. We had different situations, but we just at the same time.
Not related to any criminal case, related to Mr. Victorino. No. Okay.
I was there for citation. I don't know what he was there for.
Okay. So you see Mr. Stern, and I know you don't know exactly, but can you just tell me, was it years later, months later, weeks later? Okay.
It was a long stretch of time. I just don't recall.
Fair enough. Did Mr. Stern look any different than when you had seen him prior to Troy Victorino striking him repeatedly with that walking cane?
Yes, he did.
Describe that for the jury.
He like you could tell someone had work done on their face. The proportions were off, but not too, I mean, I'm not a plastic surgeon. I couldn't give you details and analyze a face, but I just know what I saw before was not what I saw now. There was a difference.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Just one moment.
Okay.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. Ms. Sammons?
Hi, how are you, Mr. Guzman?
Ma'am.
I just have some follow-up questions.
Sure.
Just going back to one of the comments that you made about how after the event, Mr. Victorino said that he had snapped.
Yes.
Didn't he also say that he had blacked out?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, like that.
He said that he blacked out and that he snapped and didn't know how far he had gone?
Right.
Okay. Now, on March 26th, when you were at Al Gonzalez's house and you were hanging out with Troy Victorino, there was a party at a house that Michael Stern was at, correct?
Yes.
And that house was kind of a party house, right?
Yes, at that time, yes.
Basically everybody kind of your age, hanging out, maybe a little younger?
Yes. We're a little older, yeah.
There was a party that evening?
Yes.
Mr. Victorino asked you to drive him over there to the party,
Yes.
correct? Because he wanted to speak
Yeah.
with Michael Stern, or not Michael Stern / Simpson, we'll just say Stern for your purposes. But he wanted to speak with Michael Stern, correct?
Yes.
Yes, he wanted to speak with him about a drug debt that he had.
I don't know anything about a drug debt. He just wanted to talk to him.
It was drug related though, wasn't it?
I'm assuming so, yes.
Yes, that was the impression that you had of why Mr. Victorino wanted to speak with Mr. Stern was related to drugs,
I'm pretty sure, yes.
the purchase and sale of drugs.
I would guess so, yes.
Because Mr. Stern sold drugs, didn't he?
Objection, Your
Please approach. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. Mr. Guzman, if you can stay on with us, the jury, we're going to take a 10-minute break. I need to do some research.
Okay. I'll waste the taxpayer money. Christ.
Sir, please don't say anything. Thank you.
I'm not AI. I don't
Sir?
remember.
All right, so first I want to give an instruction to Mr. Guzman. So, Mr. Guzman, can you still hear me? This is Judge Nichols. Okay, we've got you muted right now. Can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? All right. So, while I certainly respect your feelings and your concerns, I can't have you making statements without there being a question before you. And I can't have you making just statements in the presence of the jury. Can you follow that instruction, sir? And if you can follow that instruction, sir, I'd like to see a thumbs up. Thank you. All right, case law?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on, let me just pull up Westlaw. Counsel, your case site, please.
Yes, ma'am. 4220 Southern 3rd, 695. That's Florida Supreme Court from 2021. It also cites other cases that have more specifics about it. Head note is 45 if you're on Westlaw.
I am on Westlaw.
Yes,
Let me get
it's
there.
head note 45.
Thank you.
But the basics are.
Please let me read it.
Sure.
So, your response?
Judge, the case, I don't disagree with the case, of course, but that doesn't mean anything comes in. It still has to be appropriate, it still has to be relevant and admissible testimony, as well as this witness in his deposition talks about how Troy Victorino sold him drugs. I purposely was staying away from that, and
That's what I was most worried about, was the opening the door to, because as I was hearing this, it was making everybody look bad. So,
and Judge, still it's the state's position.
you can, but just don't speak over each other. We've got plenty of time. Go ahead, Ms.
It's the
Trigonis.
state's position that it's still improper, that witness is not testifying. The fact that he might have been, even if he was a drug dealer, that's not relevant to these proceedings. This witness's testimony is not relevant to that.
Well, I just need to know how much this, because it sounded like he was speculating. I don't know, I guess, why don't we, outside of the presence of the jury, ask what he specifically knows, and then I can make a determination. Yes, Ms. Sammons?
I have a deposition. I wasn't doing this out of nowhere. I asked him. He said that Michael Stern was the drug dealer of that house. In fact, he bought drugs from. I wasn't going to ask him about him buying drugs. I don't want to necessarily put him on trial for this. But Michael Stern was the drug dealer out of that house. That's where I got this information from. It wasn't from my client. It was from this witness.
And was the state privy to this?
Yes, but I still don't see how that's relevant. The fact that he previously had sold drugs, how is that relevant to Mr. Victorino?
And I wanted to respond to that based upon the Cruz case. It goes to, first of all, the jury is entitled to weigh this aggravating factor. The facts and circumstances surrounding it don't just go for the state sometimes. Sometimes they go for everybody. As the court has very well indicated, this is negative for Mr. Victorino as well. I discussed this with him. His drug use and drug sales is likely going to come out from litigation anyway. That's something that both their doctor has interviewed him on, as well as our doctor has interviewed him on. It's a fact of his life that we can't really get rid of. We have to just kind of accept it. This prior violent felony occurred during that time of his life when this was happening. It goes to the weight of the actual aggravator. That's up to the jury to decide what they want to do with this. But for them to just think he was over there for absolutely zero reason and hit somebody in the head without any kind of back context of what their relationship was really about, I think is an issue. Because it just seems like he's a random person and not somebody who has a drug relationship with him. I think that's why this happened. I think they need to consider that. And that's why I brought it out. It's specific to this prior violent felony. If they want to put on a prior violent felony, I think they put it on. I'm not going to go further than what I just said. I'm not going to.
Well, so far you haven't told the jury, you haven't brought up with the witness that the relevance is he went over there because he was collecting a drug debt related to drugs. Is that what you're planning to do, is ask?
I did, I think, and he said, I said, doesn't have something to do with drugs. And he said, I presume so, yes. And then I was going to ask about Michael Stern being a drug dealer. And that was where that was going.
Well, and if he asked about a drug debt, I'm going to allow it, but I would be very cautious. Can we go ahead and proffer what exactly it is you're going to be presenting?
Sure.
All right.
don't remember what my exact last question was, so.
Christy, you might be able to help us with that?
I don't know, I apologize for asking, but I don't remember what that last one was that was objected. I'm sorry, do you remember what it was?
Does Mr. Stern still drugs, didn't he?
Okay.
But I thought there was something about the drug debt. What question was that?
That was the first
Well,
one.
let's stop talking while she's looking.
Yes, he wanted to speak with him about a drug debt that he had, is the question.
And what was the response of the gentleman?
I don't know anything about drug debt, he just wanted to talk to him.
Okay,
And the next question was, it was drug related, that wasn't. And so I'm assuming so, yes.
okay. Then, let's go ahead then and, let's proffer for the record and let's see where this goes. Sir, can you hear us?
Yes.
There you go. All right. So it's real important. I have to be very careful of what's, and sometimes it's very frustrating. I have rules of evidence that I have to follow as a judge, and some things, I think it's frustrating. People think that certain information should go in front of a jury, but I have rules that I'm required to follow. So I'm going to have Ms. Sammons ask you some questions. You respond honestly, and I'll make a determination of whether or not we go further. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Sammons, you may proceed, and let's go slowly so I can make sure that Ms. Trigonis can make her record as well.
Yes,
and
sir.
her argument. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I think the last question that I asked you was it Michael Stern a drug dealer as well?
Yes, small time.
Yeah, small time, sure. And it was cocaine?
Amongst other things, yes.
But powdered cocaine, we're not talking about crack cocaine, right?
As far as I know, no.
Okay, well, what your personal knowledge is.
Right, yes.
Okay. And Troy Victorino also dealt in powdered cocaine.
As far as I remember, Mr. Victorino was Mr. Stern's supplier.
Okay. So they had a relationship with each other that was drug related.
Yes.
Okay. And the purpose of going to that house that day was drug related. Not because he was visiting him.
I would imagine so, yes.
Because of the
Well, let me stop you right there. I don't want you to imagine. We only need to know what you have personal knowledge of. So go ahead and ask the question again.
Prior to you going over to go see Mr. Stern, there was a conversation between you and Mr. Victorino concerning a drug purchase.
It may have been, again, this was almost 30 years ago, so if you expect me to have a proper recalling of that evening, that's not going to happen.
Certainly. Did you get a copy of your deposition by any chance?
Yes.
Okay. On page 13 then, if you could, page 13 is where it begins a little bit about you talking about it. Page 11, page 13, line 11 or so, talking about the discussion
Right.
that you had. Sure. So that was a conversation that you had before going over there?
It was talked about, yes.
Okay, so that was discussed, but you don't know for sure if that's why he was going over there?
I don't know what his intentions were, but from what I can recall, he wanted to discuss pricing.
Okay, so that's your understanding of what you were going over there for? That's why it was good. Which is why it was going to be a quick visit, right? Because like he wasn't going to stay and you guys weren't going to hang out. Okay. That was it.
All right, so it's my understanding, Ms. Sammons, that you've spoken with your client, and the fact, I guess the fact that your client was Stern's supplier will come out in this line of questioning. You've discussed this with Mr. Victorino.
I have discussed it with Mr. Victorino as well as my co-counsel. We know, we understand what the evidence is going to end up showing ultimately in this case
Okay, and so.
throughout our entire presentation.
So he's agreeable with this strategy?
Yes, he is agreeable with this strategy.
And you understand that, Mr. Victorino? And you are agreeable, sir? I'll allow it. I'm sorry, Ms. Trigonis, before I bring it, is there anything you wanted to say on the record? Okay, thank you.
I wish I had listened to that.
And Mr. Guzman, thank you for your patience. We're bringing the jury back in now.
Okay.
Sure, you want to talk?
Yeah, I still think it's not good.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Simmons, you may proceed.
Mr. Guzman, I think the last question that I asked you was whether or not Michael Stern was a drug dealer. And it was I think we talked about cocaine. Was it cocaine?
Things, yes.
And Mr. Victorino likewise dealt in drugs as well.
From what I remember, yes.
And that was the relationship that Ms. Michael Stern and Troy Victorino had with one another.
To my knowledge, yes.
And immediately prior to going over to that house where the party was and where Mr. Stern was, there was a conversation between you and Mr. Victorino related to a price of drugs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so after that conversation, that is when you went and took Mr. Victorino over to that home.
Right.
Okay. And so, and it was going to be for a quick period of time, not to stay and hang out and party, right?
Right. He had mentioned he wanted to talk to Mr. Stern briefly and come back to the house. I offered to take him back to the house, and then I would go to the party myself. Yes.
Certainly. So then at that point, I think you described what happened after that. Mr. Victorino got out of the car. You stayed in the car, correct?
Yes.
He went to the door. You're 50 feet away.
Well, yeah, give or take, yeah. Good distance.
You can't hear what their conversation is necessarily with one another.
Not too well, no.
Okay. So you don't know what they were discussing necessarily right prior to the striking starting?
No, other than looking at them, shake hands, discuss something briefly, then turn around and the assault happens. Yes.
Sure. And Mr. Guzman had a cane. I think you described it as wooden and ornate.
Stern had a cane, yes.
So this was for like vanity, like a pimp cane would be? Do you know what I mean when I say that term?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So he's a young man. He's not disabled.
Right.
Okay. So at that point, there was a cane in Mr. Stern's hands, and then you said that Mr. Stern walked away from him and that he hit him in the back, correct? Of the head.
Yes. Turn around.
And then everything that you're seeing, you're watching from your vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, you didn't call police or anything of that nature?
No.
Okay. And after Mr. Victorino left, you left?
Yes.
And I think we have already discussed what conversation you had with Mr. Victorino when you saw him again about the event. About how he, I think you used the word snapped, and I had said, did he say that he kind of blacked out?
Yes.
And how long was it before you saw Mr. Stern again? Well, I didn't catch that.
A year, maybe 10 months. I saw him at the Deland courthouse.
Okay.
I don't
And
recall.
so you had not seen him seen him physically in person since the day that happened to when you saw him at the courthouse?
Yes.
And I think you described that he looked different.
Yes.
Okay, his face looked different.
The tree was off. Not what I recall from the last time when I saw him.
But you don't have any other information other than what what you saw.
Only the pictures that the police showed me.
Okay. Just give me one moment.
I don't have any further questions, thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Guzman,
What was the relationship, you said, between Troy Victorino and Mr. Stern?
From what I remember, they were business associates, possibly friends. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you. May he be excused.
yes, Judge.
Sir, thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Thank you.
State's next witness.
State calls Dr. James Fulcher.
I just want to make sure. Yes.
Step to the podium and stop and raise your right hand, please swear in quickly.
Solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do, yes, ma'am.
Step right to the stand.
Apologies.
And count. right, Mr. Gonis, and do you need your,
Not yet, Judge.
not yet? Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello,
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Dr. James William Fulcher, Fulcher.
What is your profession, doctor?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
Are you currently employed?
Yes,
Where?
I'm the chief medical examiner of Volusia County, Florida.
What are your duties?
I run the entire office. I perform autopsies. I provide testimony. I employ medical legal death investigators that investigate death scenes. I employ autopsy technicians. I'm responsible for the day-to-day working of the death investigation system of Volusia County, Florida.
Can you summarize your education and employment for the jury, please?
Yes, ma'am. I'm originally from Virginia. I went to college at the University of Virginia, medical school at the Medical College of Virginia. I then did a 4-year residency in anatomic and clinical pathology, followed by a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology. I'm triple board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and as it pertains to this case, forensic pathology. I have no academic failures on my record.
What is an autopsy?
An autopsy is a thorough internal and external examination of the body by a board-certified forensic pathologist for the determination of cause and manner of death.
When is one conducted?
Autopsies are performed according to Florida Statute 406, the Medical Examiners Act. That act defines the jurisdiction of the medical examiner. They are performed in cases of violence, sudden unexplained death, overdose, traffic accidents, and suicides largely.
Approximately how many autopsies have you conducted in your education and career?
I don't have an exact count, and I'm sorry about that. Last time I actually did the math, it's somewhere between 4,600 and 5,000.
What is anatomical pathology?
Anatomic pathology is the study of the human body as it relates to the disease process, generally highly associated with cancer diagnoses.
What is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of anatomic pathology that particularly pertains to doing autopsies for the determination of cause and manner of death.
Let's talk about autopsies in general. Can you please walk the jury through a standard autopsy, both externally and internally?
Of course, a standard autopsy starts with photography of the body's cleaned, additional photos are taken, measurements of wounds to the external surfaces of the body are made, and then the body is internally examined. All organs are removed and examined for injury. In a case with multiple injuries, impacts to the outside of the body are correlated with internal injuries to determine a cause of death, be it stab wounds or blunt force trauma to the head or a gunshot wound.
Why are photographs taken during the autopsy?
Photographs illustrate the case, and they serve as evidence and a demonstrative aid for the pathologist to show the jury what they have found at autopsy.
What are slides?
Microscopic slides are small portions of the human body embedded on glass, actually embedded in paraffin wax, and then put on glass and stained, that we look at under a microscope, and that microscope allows us to make diagnoses of microscopic findings, cirrhosis, heart attack, stuff like that.
Was an autopsy conducted on Anthony Vega, who was found on the living room floor?
Yes.
Was a case number assigned to Anthony?
Yes.
What number is that?
I'll refer to the notes of the autopsy to refresh my recollection.
Is that okay, Judge?
It is.
Please do.
Thank you, ma'am. Anthony Vega's autopsy number is ME-0525V.
When did that autopsy occur?
That autopsy occurred August 7th, 2004.
Were you the medical examiner who performed the autopsy?
I was not.
Who performed the autopsy?
Dr. Beaver?
Does Dr. Beaver still work at the Volusia County Medical Examiner's Office?
He does not, no.
How was it that this case became assigned to you?
I was asked by the State Attorney's Office to represent the case, to form my own independent analysis and conclusion on the case based on our case file. I assume because I was more convenient than Dr. Beaver. I'm here locally, and the chief.
And the chief of the medical examiner's office?
Yes, it's my responsibility to provide testimony on all cases that were performed in my office. I do testimony like this quite often.
In this case, were you able to independently conclude what the cause of Anthony Vega's death was?
Yes.
What is that?
Blunt force trauma to the head.
Were you able to conclude the manner of Anthony Vega's death?
Yes.
What is that?
Homicide.
What did you review to reach that opinion?
The case file contains an investigative report, police reports, an autopsy report, but most importantly, photographs taken at autopsy that illustrate injuries that are critical in this case.
Did you say x-rays?
Yes, I'm sorry, x-rays and glass slides. Each case did have microscopic sections put in and also x-rays. My apologies.
Was an autopsy conducted on Jonathan Gleason, who was found on a recliner in the living room?
Yes, ma'am.
Was a case number also assigned to Jonathan?
Yes, ma'am.
When did that autopsy occur?
Also on the 7th of August, 2004.
Were you the medical examiner who performed that autopsy?
I was not.
Did Dr. Beaver also perform that autopsy?
Yes, he did, ma'am.
In Jonathan's case, are you able to independently conclude what the cause of his death was?
Yes.
What is that?
Blunt force trauma to the head.
And how about the manner of death?
Homicide.
Did you review the same things for Jonathan's case that you testified about for Mr. Vega's case?
I did, yes, ma'am. Photographs, slides, and x-rays.
And was an autopsy conducted on Michelle Nathan, who was found in bedroom 1?
Yes.
And was a case number assigned to Michelle Nathan?
Yes.
What case number was that?
04-0528V.
And I'm sorry, I didn't ask you what the case number was that was
Sure.
assigned to Jonathan Gleason. Can you just say that?
Of course.
for the record?
Gleason's case number is 04-0526V.
Returning now back to Michelle Nathan.
Yes, ma'am.
When did her autopsy occur?
The 7th of August, 2004.
Did Dr. Beaver also perform that autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
With Michelle Nathan, were you able to independently conclude what the cause of her death was?
I was, yes, ma'am.
What is that?
Blunt force trauma to the head.
And the manner?
Homicide.
And did you review the same things for Michelle's case as you've already testified about?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Was an autopsy conducted on Roberto Gonzalez, who was found in bedroom 2?
Yes.
Was a case number assigned?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury?
04-0527V.
When did that autopsy occur?
August 7th, 2004.
Did Dr. Beaver also perform that autopsy?
He did, yes.
In Robert Gonzalez's case, were you able to independently conclude what the cause of his death was?
I was, yes, ma'am.
And it is?
It is blunt force trauma to the head.
And the manner?
Homicide.
Did you review the same things for his case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Was an autopsy conducted on Francisco A. Roman, who was found in bedroom 3?
Yes.
Was a case number assigned?
Yes, ma'am.
And his case number?
The case number is 04-0529V.
When did that autopsy occur?
Also on August 7th, 2004.
Did Dr. Beaver perform that autopsy as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you independently able to conclude what the cause and manner of death was?
I was, yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
Blunt force trauma to the head.
And the manner?
Homicide.
You reviewed on the same materials?
Yes, ma'am.
Was an autopsy also conducted on Aaron Belanger, who was found in bedroom 3?
Yes.
Was a case number assigned to Aaron?
Yes.
And that number, please?
04-0530V.
Was this autopsy also conducted by Dr. Beaver on that same date, August 7, 2004?
Yes, ma'am.
In Erin's case, were you able to independently conclude what her cause and manner of death were?
Yes.
And they are?
Blunt force trauma to the head. Homicide.
And you reviewed the same things?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's discuss Anthony Vega.
Yes.
First, what was the stated age of Anthony at the time of his death?
34 years of age.
And his height and weight?
5'11", 150 pounds.
Was an internal and external exam of Anthony performed?
Yes.
Please describe any observations of any injuries you noted on Anthony.
So we had blunt force trauma to the head, multiple blows to the head, extensive fractures to the base of the skull, the jaw, the sinuses, the orbit, the maxilla, the mandible. We have blunt force trauma to a hip and the left knee with characteristic injuries, tram track injuries, which I'm sure we'll describe later, to the chest and neck, and then some stab wounds to the neck. I have a demonstrative aid as well, but we'll probably get to that.
Sure. Why don't we, instead of doing it twice, what I can, I'm going to show you these exhibits.
Yes.
No, I haven't, but I know he's
At this time, the state would move E into evidence, autopsy photographs of 5 to 5.
Same objection as previously.
All right,
Same objection.
all right. Thank you. They are admitted over defense objection.
That's state 61.
You guys want to write another story?
State would move IDFF into evidence, autopsy photos of case 526.
Same objection.
Same objection.
And admitted over defense's objection.
That'll be state 62. Next will be GG, autopsy photos of case 527.
Same objection.
Same objection.
Admitted over defense's objections.
That'll be state 63. State would move into evidence IDHH.
Same objection.
Same objection.
Admitted over defense's objections.
State 64. State would move IDII into evidence.
Same objection.
Same objection.
And admitted over defense's objections.
That'll be state 65. I'm sorry, that was case 529, that's II. And I don't think I announced for HH, that's case 528. The last one is JJ, and that's for case number 530.
Same objection.
Same objection.
And admitted over defense's objections.
That'll be state 66. Thank you. Your Honor, may the witness step down?
He may.
Dr. Fulcher, I think what I'll do is have you face over here facing the court reporter. Feel free to bring any materials you want. You can place them right here on this table for your reference, including your skull. That work for you?
Of course, this is fine.
And I have a pointer for you. Okay, we're gonna go over each victim here. We're gonna start with case 525, Anthony Vega.
Yes.
Showing you, Your Honor.
Oh, yes, thank you.
And that's state 61. You can see, can all the jurors see him? Okay, you can see there are 5 photographs. 3 on the top, 2 in the middle, 2 on the bottom. I know, well, you tell me, were there more photographs taken of Mr. Vega than you see here?
Yes, the totality of photographs is much higher. There are 256 photographs on all decedents spread out across autopsy photos. These are best illustrate the case, but they're not all photographs.
Okay, so this is Mr. Vega. If you could walk the jury through his injuries using these photographs here to help the
Is
jury
there a
understand.
particular side I should stand on?
comfortable here.
I don't
You
want
talk
to-
loud enough, so I don't think we have the concern
Okay,
we have with other witnesses.
very good.
So I'm gonna move your materials here in case you need them, okay?
Okay. Multiple photographs taken at autopsy on Anthony Vega. We have primarily the anterior surface of the body, an identification shot, a picture of the side of the head, that's going to be the right side of the head, a picture of the posterior aspect of the body with a shaved injury, which I'll describe later, a picture of a hand, that would be the left hand, a picture of the injury to the back of the head, and then for orientation purposes, we have two internal photographs for you today. The scalp is removed from the decedent, showing skull fractures internally, and then the base of the skull. As a demonstrative aid, I have brought a plastic skull that the top comes off of, because one will see multiple pictures like this throughout the day. This picture is like this on the top of the skull, with the skull exposed looking at one like this. This picture is with this part removed, looking internally at the base of the skull. The brain has been removed by the autopsy pathologist at this point.
Those are the two bottom photographs you were referring to.
Yes. So, Mr. Vega has significant trauma to the head, multiple blows to the front of the head, at least 5 to 6 with 2 blows to the back of the head. One can see significant deformity to the side of the face.
You're looking at the top middle photograph?
Yes, sorry, top middle photograph. My apologies. Fractures per autopsy report and shown in these photos, which I should probably show you. Multiple fractures of the skull. Really very extensive fracturing of the base of the skull.
I think you may be blocking juror number 10 too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay, I'm just gonna kind of try to shift over a little bit.
Fracturing to the base of the skull, across the base of the skull. Fractures of the mandible, the maxilla, facial bone, nasal bone. Essentially, there's a significant depression of the face due to the fracturing here. The top, I guess, as you look at the board, the right side, shows the posterior aspect of the body, an abrasion of the shoulder, but most importantly, a large laceration or blunt force trauma associated tearing of the skin of the left side of the scalp.
What kind of force did it take to do that?
Significant, the laceration, a moderate amount, with basilar skull fractures and these anterior facial bone fractures are more often seen in high-speed motorcycle collisions, jumping off buildings, hitting something like that. Oftentimes with an assault, we'll see a simple depressed skull fracture. These extensive basilar skull fractures actually disarticulate the anterior portion and the posterior portion of the skull.
What does that mean, disarticulate?
Disarticulate means separate. So at autopsy, I can take a hand here and a hand here and move the face independently from the skull. The fractures are so severe. Called a fork fracture.
Called a what?
La Forte, described by, I believe, a French anatomist a long time ago. So, that more or less describes the significant injuries to the head. We have stab wounds which are shown on the neck, here, and here. They are perimortem, meaning that they occur during the dying process. The
pathologist has taken photos of hemorrhage in the wound path that would not be there if the body was completely dead and there wasn't perfusion of the injury. For that injury to have that red discoloration, that hemorrhage, that person's going to need to be alive. One will see photos later of post-mortem stab wounds where there isn't that red discoloration. So this occurred while the person was actively dying, so to speak. Sorry.
I'm just gonna ask, on the top right photo, you see some red discoloration on his back, what is that?
So the red discoloration on the back on the top right photo is liver. That's post-mortem pooling of blood. When your heart stops beating, the blood pools depending on gravity and stains the skin surface. That is an artifact of being dead, and it's one of the pathologic changes that we see in post-mortem changes.
You mentioned that the front of his face was depressed.
Yes.
Was the front of his face caved in?
Yes, that would be another way of saying that, yes. There was a significant depression of the face. There's a lateral view of this decedent's face where one can see the depression starting at the maxilla going down to the forehead, sunken in.
You mentioned at least 5 to 6 blows to the front of the head. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Why is it at least 5 to 6? Tell the jury about that.
We have multiple impact sites. We have impact sites across the nasal bridge, across the brow, across the forehead. I do not believe you could take an object and assault somebody and create this degree of crushing injury, particularly with the extensive facial or skull fractures with one blow. So there's both internal and external findings that point to multiple blows in this case to cause this severe fracture.
When you say at least, does that mean it could be more?
Yes, it could be more. If one takes an object and hits an individual and then hits them again at the same position, I can't necessarily tell you if it's 2 blows at that one spot. I only count that as 1. If that makes sense.
Yes, sir.
We haven't covered the hand.
Please do.
The hand is photographed here and shown because it shows what I would categorize as defensive injuries. We have contusions and abrasions to the posterior aspect of the hand. These injuries generally occur when an individual is trying to fend off an attack. We see them with attacks with blunt instruments and also knives where they pinch hair cut on them.
You mentioned head and face blunt force trauma, but did he have any other blunt
He
force trauma?
does, yes. We have, along the jawline and the neck, tram tract contusions, and they're not as impressive on him as they are on other individuals. But we do have,
Sorry, you did step.
oh, sorry.
It's okay.
We do have discoloration on the neck. His examples aren't as striking as others, but a tram tract contusion comes from a cylindrical object hitting the skin surface. And one might think the contusion would just be a straight line, but that doesn't happen. It compresses the skin under, and then the most damage occurs slightly lateral to the midline of the object. Therefore, you see 2 parallel contusions at the injury site. His do not illustrate that as well as others, but there's one on the neck there that's subtle in the shaved area, and then one in the chest that's harder to see.
Okay, so 2 tram marks?
Yes.
Tracks?
2 tram marks.
Are the tram tracks you saw on Mr. Vega, are they consistent with an aluminum baseball bat?
So I can tell you they're a cylindrical object that's hard, so yes, that would be a baseball bat.
Did he have any, and you covered it, I'm sorry, but any injuries below?
So we have an abrasion to the,
That aren't pictured here.
oh, we have an abrasion to the right knee, the hip, internal injuries from me. But we have the obviously these pictures of the internal injuries.
Right.
We have the post-mortem, I'm sorry, the perimortem, my apologies, the perimortem stab wounds or the incised wounds. They do not actually injure anything fatal on him. There are a couple of decedents later where there are could be potentially fatal injuries. These are superficial on his neck. So they cut across subcutaneous tissue, the fat under the skin, and just barely hit some of the musculature. So these would not be fatal, even though they occurred during the dying process.
And did he have abrasions on his left knee and hip
Yes.
surrounding contusions?
Yes, there are abrasions to the left knee and hip. They are not shown in these
Correct.
photos.
And what is a contusion?
Contusion is a bruise.
What is an abrasion?
An abrasion is a scraping off of the outside surface of the skin, the epidermis.
I know we only have one hand, the middle photograph on the left is, looks to be his left hand, correct?
Correct.
That you've already described the defensive wounds on. Did he have defensive injuries also on his right hand?
Yes, the right hand shows a similar pattern of injury with
And-
contusions and abrasions.
And on his arms as well?
Yes, the shoulder, the back of the left hand, the shoulder, the back of the palm of the left hand, the right hand, the fingertips, and then multiple abrasions to the bilateral forearms as well.
What's bilateral forearm?
I'm sorry, both forearms, right and left forearms do have abrasions.
And I just want to make sure you mentioned he had injuries to his chin and to his ear.
Yes, we have injuries to the chin and the ear. We have a abrasion on both, and then the chin has an abrasion, and the ear has a large contusion. That's probably associated with the same series of blows that occurs in the left ear. Contusion posteriorly, the same set of lumbar trauma that makes this large laceration on the scalp. This is shaved here to show you this is a laceration at irregular margins that are ragged, showing that it's not from a knife, but from some blunt object.
You mentioned at least 5 to 6 blows to the front of his head. How about to the back of his head?
The back of the head, I would point to this bottom row right-hand picture where we have a single large laceration, several centimeters long, and then smaller ones. I would suggest at least 2, probably in parallel here. I'm not totally sure you could get that much blood at the ear with that, so perhaps even a third at the ear as well. But at least 2.
Does that cover everything with Mr. Vega's injuries?
I believe so. The x-rays corroborate the fractures of the head, not surprisingly. They're not shown. Yeah, that should be it.
Thank you. If you need a water, let me know. And we're now going to, sorry, just want to show the court, here's the exhibit.
Yes, ma'am.
It's case 62, case 526. This is John Gleason, minor. You see there are 9 photographs, 3 on the top, 3 in the middle, and 3 on the bottom. So if you could describe Mr. Gleason's injuries.
Yes.
Actually, I don't think we talked about it. What was his stated age?
Mr. Gleason's 17.
And his height and weight?
6 feet tall, 227 pounds.
Okay, now if you could, using the photographs,
Yes.
to aid you, walk us through his injuries.
Similar to Mr. Vega, we have multiple blows to the head causing significant injury. For orientation, I should probably just orient everyone. We have the anterior, the front of the body overall. Before we forget about it, I'll stop and point out the tram track contusions. One can see the parallel lines, the contusion, that almost form a U shape at the tip of whatever implement that would have been. Next, we have probably the most severe site of impact on this deceased, Mr. Gleason, the right side of the head, showing a large scalp laceration and a multitude of many, lots of contusions and abrasions and some mixed-in lacerations at the head, neck, and face. We then have 3 horizontally oriented, they're described as stab wounds to the contusion to the front of the neck. We then have a picture of the wrist with contusion and the forearm, a picture of the left hand and the right hand below that. So the left hand is in the middle of the board, and then below that on the bottom row is the right hand. And then we have the palmar surface of the left hand, and then the palmar surface of the right hand. So we have a picture of both the palm and the back of each hand showing contusion, and then finally our base of skull fractures and injury, which I'll remind everyone is that section of the skull.
And the contusions you mentioned on Mr. Gleason's hands, both of his hands, are those defensive in nature?
Certainly, we have the contusions to pretty much all areas of the hands. We have this posterior aspect of this index finger, the back of this wrist, this knuckle, the palm here, at the base of the thumb, and then more contusion on the fingers. On the other hand, we have contusions on the fingers, abrasions, and then also contusions at the base of the thumb. All these would be consistent with trying to catch whatever cylindrical object might be hidden.
Please.
Getting back to the head, we have a minimum of 7 to 8 blows to the head and neck. That would certainly be a low estimate. I say that largely because I have multiple subtle tram trap contusions and then a multitude of impact sites starting at the base of the neck, middle of the neck, angle of the jaw, below the ear, above the ear. I would make an argument you have a tram trap contusion at the lateral aspect of the right facial cheek here potentially, and then a multitude of abrasions and contusions really isolated at the right side of the chin and kind of the corner of the mouth. And then finally, a very large laceration, which we don't show a blown up picture, but there does exist one. I would point out that this laceration has a very wide abrasion collar around it. There's a lot of impact there, as one can see.
Is it the same kind of force that we saw with Mr. Vega?
Yes, we have basilar skull fractures, sinuses, scalp hemorrhage. We have a hinge-type skull fracture, which once again, as I described previously, the hinge skull fracture separates the fossa. You can actually move the forehead and the base of the skull independently due to the severity of the fracturing at the base of the skull. We have linear fractures of the skull, very significant trauma to the head, all related to that. A significant amount of bleeding around the brain. I guess I should say all these injuries to the skull, these crushing injuries cause hemorrhage and injury to the brain. That is essentially why the person dies. The base of skull fracture is shown here. We have hemorrhage at the, we don't even know what it is, but where the pituitary gland would live, and then around the foramen magnum where the spinal cord would go. This shows significant injury at this region of the skull in here, which implies a great deal of force because, of course, you're hitting from the outside, yet you have fractures extending deep into the base of the skull. That occurs in many of the deceased, these very severe basilar skull fractures, which are unusual for a assault with a blunt object. We normally see them in traffic accidents.
All of the blunt force trauma that you described here, including the defensive wounds and all the injuries to the head there, was he alive?
Oh, definitely. The hemorrhage image around the blunt trauma is very telling. It's quite a bit. Every level of tissue that's shown in these photographs, you have deep hemorrhage throughout. So there's no question that the decedent was alive when the blunt trauma occurred.
And I need to ask you that with Mr. Vega, who we've already discussed. Was he alive for all of his injuries, including the stab wounds?
Yes, all blunt trauma that I've seen on both decedents is antemortem. It is the reason that person is dead.
And then the stab wounds you mentioned on Mr. Vega, we haven't yet discussed them on Mr. Gleason, but on Mr. Vega, you mentioned perimortem, so.
Yeah, there are some perimortem and some postmortem. Mr. Vega,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Gleason.
Right.
My apologies. Mr. Gleason has some wounds that are slightly more hemorrhagic and perimortem, and some that are quite dry. So I have a mixture of both perimortem and postmortem on the abdomen and chest. The chests are quite dry, given how deep they are, and the abdomen, this one in the middle here, in the bottom, is quite hemorrhagic. The lateral one on the abdomen does appear more dry. So that's probably postmortem. Kind of difficult to tell because these stab wounds are likely occurring when the person is actively dying. So I'm not talking about a blood pressure of 120 over 80 versus 0 over 0. I'm talking about a blood pressure that's 30 over 10 versus 0 over 0. So they're dying, like actively dying. So differentiation can be very challenging.
Doctor, if I may just inquire, you indicated that the stab wounds for Mr. Gleason were on the abdomen and the chest? Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
No, that's
Abdomen
okay.
and chest.
Thank you.
3 to the abdomen, 2 to the chest. My apologies.
No, thank you, sir.
And the abdominal wounds. They don't injure anything.
Yeah, I go.
If it's on the
Wait, was that sarcasm or do you actually could? Oh, okay.
I grill a lot, so.
Oh, okay.
Steaks, I mean, she gets an idea. She can't cook meat.
Yeah, there's no perforation in the cavity there.
What do you need to cavity?
The body cavity. He says there's some probable cardiac contusions. There's no picture of that, but to the best of my ability to tell the photographs, these stab wounds in this individual do not penetrate into the organs. They stop in soft tissue in the back. They do not pierce either the chest cavity or the abdominal cavity.
So good.
Did we cover everything with Mr. Gleason's injuries? Take a moment to take a look.
Just making sure there's no penetration into the abdominal cavity. I'm pretty sure.
Then it goes.
Yeah, no perforations or nothing. So abdominal, superficial, soft tissue fat.
That covers everything with Mr. Gleason.
I believe so, ma'am, yes.
Tell her I love to see soup.
We are now going to discuss Mr. Gonzalez. Found in Bedroom 2, State Safety 3. Here's the photographs, Malin.
Thank you.
Here we have 9 photographs, 3 on the top, 3 in the middle, 3 on the bottom.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Can you start by telling us, this is Mr. Gonzalez, right?
Yeah.
He's 5'7". What was his stated age at the time of autopsy?
28 years of age,
And his height and weight?
5'9", 155 pounds.
Okay, so please, just as you've been doing, walk us through the injuries using the photographs to explain.
Softer.
9 photos, starting as you face the top left. The anterior surface of the body showing multiple stab wounds,
Or do you need it?
multiple blunt injuries, including at least 3 parallel tram track illustrated by this anterior photo, one could see that there's deformity of the head due to the fracture in the skull. We then move on to the second photograph, which is the left side of the face, showing both contusion, abrasion, depressed skull fractures, facial bone fractures, nasal fractures, and diastatic fractures, which I'll talk about later. We next have the right side of the face showing much larger facial lacerations. Now, lacerations have blunt trauma associated splitting of the skin. While we have exposure of the soft tissue of the face here, it's not from the knife. This would have been from blunt trauma. The edges are ragged and abraded and hemorrhagic. So this is anti-mortem injury from a blunt object. The deformity of the face is well illustrated here, as is the blood underneath the skin surface surrounding the orbit area around the eye. I'll pick up the skull and then move on to these bottom photos since we're here. We do have the posterior, or the top of the head, the back of it. So here we have, looking at this way, one is looking at this way. So the numbers of autopsy will always go towards the feet and down. So this is anterior, this is the back of the head. And one can see large lacerations. Once again, not sharp trauma, blunt trauma from impact to the skull. Splitting of the skull, fracture in the bone, all the way down to the brain, portion of the brain are exposed. Next, you have focal areas here where there's oozing out fractures. It's difficult to see. If you glue it up, it would be easier. And here we see why. Middle bottom photo, we have diastatic fractures. A diastatic fracture is a fracture across a suture line where, because of the force, the suture line splits apart. One can see this highly convoluted or curvy or irregular line here. This is this sagittal suture breaking apart. Breaking apart. That's what allows that brain, that injured brain, to use up. Mary, of all the individuals, probably have the most significant blunt trauma to the head here, with these diastatic fractures. And then, this is not cut with autopsy saw. There's not a saw mark here. This is a fracture of the frontal bone depressed. This bone should be there. It's down here. All the frontal lobe exposed. Contusion underneath the scalp, on top of the skull. One can see the hemorrhage. It's quite fresh here, red, dark. And finally, you take the skull cap off for the final photo on the head, showing the fracturing. This is the foramen magnum, where the spinal cord lives. In that picture, posterior occipital bone fractures, extensive throughout, and they run up and are associated with this splitting of the sagittal sinus. Essentially, the skull was fragmented in multiple pieces. You've got 3 or 4 pieces here, a couple pieces here, and then that very impressive, probably 1 to 2 inch depression of the frontal bone as it's caved in anteriorly.
Why do you use the word impressive?
I mean, I see people rent motorcycles at 50 miles an hour and hit a concrete post that had less impressive on the skull. That's the truth. This is shocking, very impressive trauma for pathology. The external injuries are consistent with the assault or with a blunt object, but the internal fracture is very impressive. Yeah. Like I said, this is probably the worst head trauma on this. There's others, of the six, this is very
What are you gonna do?
particularly the sprung crush being like that. So my estimation, based on the internal fracturing, the diastatic fractures, the multitude of potential injury sites, and particularly on this right facial region and then the right area of the head, the forehead,
Just because of that, yeah.
at least 10, probably 16 blows has been my consensus when you try to count. Once again, these are probably conservative estimates. There's probably more injuries here because full disclosure, if someone hits someone twice at the same area, I can't tell you if it's 2 blows. I can only count that as 1. Okay. That pretty much concludes the head injuries on this.
Before we move on, was his brain, was it oozing out of his head?
Yeah. With those types of fractures, you see that.
Doctor, how many blows did you estimate?
10 low end, probably as high as 16, with the caveat that if multiple blows occur at the same site, I cannot tell you if there's more than that. So the total number could be higher, but certainly 10. Probably more 15, but if multiple blows occurred at the same site, we could have gone much higher.
Thank you.
So,
How about other blunt force trauma? If you covered everything in his head.
sure. Abrasions to the shins, lower legs, feet, and then the chest has some focal associated abrasions with these transract contusions. The transract contusions are best shown in this case on the close-up of the chest, which is the middle row, your left picture, and one can see the sparing of those white bands in there. Presumably, the impact occurs like that. I could not say whether or not it was on this side, but I can tell you the cylindrical object was oriented this way on the chest. It wasn't that way. That makes sense. It must have some sparing lines up.
Tolerate blood. Not
And how many transract?
3 that I can count. Once again, if they overlap, it might be more challenging, but it was.
Let's talk about the stab wounds.
So stab wounds, we have a chest and torso. Mr. Gonzalez has set up a variety of these, kind of in various stages of antemortem, perimortem, and postmortem. I have a picture here of the chest, and this is the nipple. And these 2 stab wounds have a slightly more hemorrhagic appearance, particularly the one near the nipple. So I would suggest that that one is perimortem. The others I've said probably are postmortem or nearly postmortem. They're a little bit drier looking. They don't have the hemorrhage that one might see with a antemortem or perimortem stab. And then I believe on the abdomen, we do not have an up-close picture. There were a handful of those that I called out as probably perimortem or perimortem, and then there were also kind of a mixture of postmortem wounds.
And how many stab wounds did Mr. Gonzalez have on his chest and abdomen?
I have to count. Hold on.
Why are you touching your chest?
It overlaps a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
That's why.
So there's 8, but there's a big disclaimer here. Keep in mind, there's a count here, but there's this conglomeration above the nipple where you've got multiple different angles going right and left. And there's at least 3 or 4. It's hard that you can't separate them out because they overlap. If you make a hole in something, then make a hole that transects it. It's sometimes very difficult to figure out which hole is which, but they connect. certainly at least one at the bottom. One at the bottom, one at the top, and then there's something vertical going there. So you add all those up, you're certainly close to 10. And then on the abdomen, the umbilicus is up there, the belly button. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have another picture that shows a little lower down that shows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's another one below that. So there's quite a few, at least 7 50.
Yeah, you may have, so, sir, hold on just a moment. Okay, so, oh. So, this is very important. And you know the instruction that I've given everybody is to please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or to talk about the case with others. So I'm going to ask that you keep any observations that you may make to yourself. So, and not speak those observations out loud. So I've spoken with the attorneys, and that is the instruction that I'm going to give, is to, you may have those thoughts, and those are things that once it's time for deliberations, you can discuss them all together. But I'm going to ask during the actual penalty phase to please, and you can write your observations down, and so, well, sir, so that's an observation. Sir, so if you need us to move it closer to you, we can do that. Is that what you're asking, juror number 10? Okay, we can move it a little bit closer to you, certainly. But I just ask that you, and that's to everybody. I'm not upset with anybody. Nobody's done anything wrong. Is that we just keep those observations to ourselves. But if you need to see something more closely because you can't see it very well, certainly we will make that accommodation.
The jurors will have to. Oh, really?
Absolutely. Okay, all right, thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, I think that we were just finishing stab wounds, is that correct?
Stab wounds, yes.
Let's talk about defensive wounds. Did he have any? Oh,
Similar to other decedents, we have defensive wounds. One can look at the middle row of pictures, the middle picture, and the right-hand side picture. This is the palmar surface of the front of the left hand, and then the right hand posteriorly. Contusions are noted on the fingers and the back of the hand. There are bruises on the arms in this case, and then a contusion to the shoulder, which is a small abrasion there, very small. But these would be categorized as defensive injuries as discussed.
was Mr. Gonzalez alive for all of those one-force trauma that you discussed here?
Yes, one can see that there's significant skin surface contusion, which would require perfusion. So yes.
Mr. Gonzalez. We're now going to discuss Seat 64, Michelle Nathan, bedroom 1.
Wait, they start us?
4 photographs on the top, 3 in the middle, 3 on the bottom.
Yeah, the one
Let's start by
around the corner from the aquarium.
telling the jury Michelle Nathan's stated age.
19 years of age at the time of autopsy.
And height and weight.
5 foot 9 inches, 203 pounds.
You could, again, using the photographs, walk us through all of her injuries.
I went there for an interview, they had some stuff, that was good.
Anterior surface of the body,
I know they had like all those websites.
anterior legs, posterior surface of the body at the back, with the head shaved, showing blunt force trauma lacerations. This is the arm, this is the right arm with tram track. We have the right hand, posterior contusion, right hand, posterior contusion, stab wound to the neck, stab wound to the other side of the neck, anterior stab wounds to the neck, tram track contusion to the breast, the nipples present there, that's the bottom, right hand. So, that's orientation of the photos.
Okay?
Once again, blunt force trauma to the head. The blows in this case, instead of being larger to the anterior portion to the head, face the posterior to the back of the skull and head.
But they still have standard.
At least 6 to 7 blows, displacement at the base of the skull, deep lacerations to the brain and scalp, but in this case, at the back of the skull, not anterior. Hinge fracture, linear skull fractures, and once again, the same hemorrhage in the brain that was previously described. The skull posteriorly shows copious blood under the scalp, which can be seen here. We're not seeing a internal photo of the head in this particular case, but the same similar fractures would be present on the posterior aspect of the skull.
I know that you're saying there aren't any internal photos, there were some taken
Yeah.
here on the corner.
They're not on the original trial didn't have them, so they're not. But there are plenty of photos. Asked about the number of impacts to the head. This one, you're really just counting this laceration. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But once again, you're overlapping. Presumably, these things might occur fairly quickly in time, and impact could occur at the same spot. You would therefore not see separate injuries. But there's at least 6 or 7. Posterior scalp, tram track to the arm, tram track to the breast, as described before. That's consistent with the cylindrical object. Stab wounds to the neck. Everything's quite superficial on her, minimal hemorrhage. The stab wounds. The stab wounds are fairly minimalistic as far as their how deep they go, and then also how dry and bloodless they are. So I favored hers for a post-mortem after the heart attack.
And that was breast, left flank, right hip, ear,
Correct.
neck for the stab wounds?
Yes, ma'am. When I printed off with the other pictures, I must have moved it where I'm going to break. I'm sorry. There it is. I got it. Yeah, I didn't call out any of her stab wounds.
Careful that the jury doesn't see that, this is not an
there are no perimortem stab wounds that I would describe in this case.
And as far as the defensive wounds, did you cover all those with the pictures?
We did. They're definitely there. Posterior hands and arms. I did. They're there, yeah. My general comment was I felt like the two men earlier had more aggressive defensive wounds than she did. Seems like hers are a bit more subtle. They're there and they're real, but theirs were a bit more dark and more hemorrhagic.
Was Michelle Nathan alive from the one force trauma that you described?
Yes.
Does that cover all of Michelle Nathan's injuries?
Yes, ma'am. Well, there's a laceration and a contusion to the knee. Right there, on the anterior left. Not super.
Next, we're going to discuss State 65, Francisco A. Roman. And thereupon, sorry.
I'm trying to figure out where to stand. I feel so awkward with the jury there.
I can come so
I really
this
don't
way.
know. I feel like I'm standing right in front of them on that side.
Is it better like that?
Would it be terrible if I stood on this side?
No, not at all. Not at all. You can switch sides for the pictures also. Don't worry about
I
it.
just hate to stand in front of the jury. Okay, I'll try to stand back with the pointer, the longer pointer. All right.
Mr. Francisco Roman, A.O. Roman, what was his stated age at the time of autopsy?
30 years of age,
And his height and weight?
6 foot, 2.5 inches, so over 6 feet tall, 141 pounds.
If you could walk us through the injuries using the photographs?
Orientation of the photos, top row of 3, middle row of 2, bottom row of 1, anterior front of the body, showing the head, neck, chest, then a close-up in the middle of the top row of the wounds to the neck, then a picture of the right side of the forehead, temple, ear, facial sheath showing injury, then right-handed posterior contusions on the hand, then left hand posterior contusions in the back of the left hand, and then finally base of skull fracture as such, oriented with the top of the head upwards like this. So that's orientation. Blunt trauma, multiple blows to the head, depressed skull fracture with deformity. The deformity is best illustrated on this top left photo. Also, deformity illustrated on the right side of the face with contusion, abrasion, and a fairly significant laceration of that right sided ear, which is partially torn, anteriorly torn, and kind of hanging off of it. That's the right ear. Corresponding to those external injuries, one can see a large conglomeration of basilar skull fracture, and hemorrhage extends, and this is described well and illustrated well here, starts, I should show you here, starts right anterior, presumably under these impact sites, or not presumably, it is under these impact sites, I can tell you that, based on the anatomy. Comes across the anterior fossa, passes through the middle, this is where your pituitary gland would live, and then crosses all to the other side at the ear. So the fracture goes from here all the way across, completely transversing the skull. That's a basilar skull fracture that's very well illustrated by this photograph. Once again, a hinge fracture, the back of the head and the front of the head removed separately at autopsy. Yeah, there's a lot of impacts here, at least 5 to 6. I would go to the picture of the right side of the face to illustrate that. Multiple abrasions on the facial cheek. A very large, I would use the word geographic, meaning it has multiple kind of curvilinear borders and goes all over the place. Probably multiple impacts had to occur at this site to make that abrasion. I don't think you could take a single cylindrical object and make this highly irregular shaped abrasion. It's too symmetric of an object to make that irregular an abrasion. And then you have the ear transection laceration below that. So multiple impact sites. I've said a minimum of 5 to 6. Depressed skull fracture with deformity, and broken facial bones and some teeth missing as well, which can't be seen here. Maybe I'm not sure, but certainly there are teeth missing.
You mentioned the right ear was torn and hanging off of it. What about the left ear?
I'd have to look, but I don't think the left ear is affected.
Okay.
Sharp force injuries to the neck. Here we have, as opposed to other cases, fairly deep, sharp injuries to the neck, which are described as transecting the carotid arteries, the jugular veins, and partially transecting the trachea, the windpipe. So multiple large vessels in the neck are transected here. I believe, my opinion, is they're post-mortem, because I'm surprised you wouldn't have more hemorrhage there if that was perfused. These are large caliber vessels, and if that person was alive when they sustained that injury, I would expect to see a lot more internal hemorrhage in the wound, which we don't see. So presumably, this decedent was dead when the neck was cut. And then there are sharp force injuries to the left chest. This is Roman. There are some of these that are perimortem and some that are postmortem. These more inferior, at least 3 to 4 in here. I'm going to stand back. It is my opinion that the slightly more hemorrhagic ones inferiorly are perimortem, and the ones up high are postmortem. These appear drier to me. They have a more yellow discoloration of the fat, or more hemorrhage inferior. It is noted at autopsy that there is a perforation of the left upper lung lobe. That is one of those things that might be a significant injury, but in light of the head injury, it doesn't matter. If that makes sense. The head injury trumps any of this stuff on this body.
How many stab wounds?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. At least 13 on the chest, but once again, there are some irregular ones which might correspond to repositioning of the knife where there's some movement, so you can debate whether or not that counts as one. These incised wounds, which I should have said this, an incised wound for a forensic pathologist is longer than it is deep, and a stab wound is deeper than it is long. So it depends on the width versus the depth. So these incised wounds are one, and these are superficial. The bottom, the top one is the one that gets the carotid, the jugular, and the trachea. These are very superficial incised wounds, but there are a multitude of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, I think you could easily go 6 incised wounds on the neck Once again, the caveat is there's overlapping, so triangulating and figuring out exactly how many is sometimes impossible, but at least 5 to 6.
And his defensive wound?
Contusions to the posterior hands bilaterally that are well illustrated in those 2 photographs. Actually, yeah, that's all the defensive wounds on this individual that I have noted.
And other than, I know you've mentioned post-mortem for some of those stab wounds, but the rest of his injuries is significant from the blunt force trauma. Was he alive for those injuries?
Yes, blunt force trauma is all hemorrhagic, and the deceased was alive or mostly alive.
Does that cover all of Mr. Roman's injuries?
It does, yes, ma'am.
So this may be a good time to, I know we have to have the doctor come back tomorrow, so I think this is a good time for us to, we'll take care of the 6th victim tomorrow morning.
Yes.
We're looking to get started at 8:30. And to the jurors, please don't discuss the case with anyone amongst yourselves. No independent research, and we'll see you back here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. And stay away from all media. Thank you.
I'll leave it. I can take it, it doesn't much, it's just plastic.
Yeah, no, it is safe here. I will tell you, it's safe.
I'm gonna take my notes anyway, so I'm not.
Okay. Attached to your skull. The jury. Thank you. All right, we are in recess until tomorrow morning.
When they see the skull's so good for seeing the internal, because you've never seen it. Like, how would you know? As a layperson, how would you know what that looks like?
It really is a good visual.
Yeah.